these holes that I'm digging can't stop my heart when it's sinking. But if I could, then I would. If I could, then I would. If I could, if I could, you don't think I would pretend? Trouble's coming, but I still don't know when. That's the voice that I can hear in my head. I hear it over and over again. I hear trouble coming. I hear trouble coming. I hear trouble coming over and over again. I hear trouble coming. I hear trouble coming. I hear trouble coming over and over again. In my reflection, I see signs of psychosis. I try to pay them no attention, can't keep them under the surface. If I could, then I would. If I could, then I would. If I could. If I could, you don't think I would pretend? The trouble's coming, but I still don't know when. That's the voice that I can hear in my head. I hear it over and over again. I hear trouble coming. I hear trouble coming. I hear trouble coming over and over again. I hear trouble coming. I hear trouble coming. I hear trouble coming over and over again. I can't wait forever, 'cause I don't have the time left to spend wishing I was someone better, wishing I could start all over again. I had trouble coming, I had trouble coming, I had trouble coming over and over again. I had trouble coming, I had trouble coming, I had trouble coming over and over again. I had trouble coming, you don't think I would quit it? I had trouble's coming, but I still don't know where. I had trouble, that's the voice that I can hear in my head. I hear it over and over again. I had trouble coming, I had trouble coming, I had trouble coming over and over again. I had trouble coming, I had trouble coming, I had trouble coming over and over again.
Alright, check this out. I dug deep in my system to find nutrition for others. Lost sleep, tossed and turned, only to learn love was expensive. Talk was cheap till my thoughts grew feet. Now I take them on walks with me, but don't let them off the leash, 'cause they might cross the street and get hit. Listen a second, I pretended to need a friendship with many forms of energy till everyone repented. Now I vent this with a sentence. In a sentence, become a way of life to stay the night with my notebook, then wake up the next day to write again. You're doing it again and again and again and again, until my pen is inevitably inseparable from my finger. Skin lingering in the depths of a pool, caressing this jewel, fighting 1,000,010 in a battle, sadly straining my neck in the duels, bobbing my head to keep cool. Truth stays on the download, meaning proof for the bleeding isn't useful in the council, meaning achieving what you believe to be the dopest at the moment. I'm exceeding the quotient, feeding you tokens. Hey, this machine must be broken. Rather give him an uppercut than give him a hook, so I'm steady throwing jabs just to get him to look. Every thought I ever had quietly sits in this book. For anyone that's afraid to jump, let me give you a push. Rather give him an uppercut than give him a hook, so I'm steady throwing jabs just to get him to look. Every thought I ever had quietly sits sits in this book. For anyone that's afraid to jump, let me give you a push. From the north side to the south side, to the wild side, to the pesticide, to the genocide, to the homicide, you decide to set aside. Well, pick a side, any side. Are you alone just for the ride? Oh me, oh me, oh my. I wish you would just die, cause kid, you're the reason for my sore throat. Petty mortal, the war won't stop until you hop in a porthole and sort those problems out. Child, it ain't all about your style. You could break it back to state the facts and make them smile while I'm gaining my religion. Painting by the pigeons, straining while you're listening to my brain on tying ribbons. Giving a splitting headache with energetic delivery. Living is a poetic, shredded by the edge of misery. Vividly describing the pain inside of this entity. Physically and mentally, we all pretend to need sympathy. Interesting enough, you say you don't give a what, but there's much I grew to like through this mic that I clutch. So put your hands down and put your attention span up. Understand now, man, sound is a dimension you can't touch. Plans crush when the vocals of that local name idea hit your ear. So kids, ditch your chair and stand up. Rather give them an uppercut than give them a hook. So I'm steady throwing jabs just to get them to look. Every thought I ever had quietly sits in this book. For anyone that's afraid to jump, let me give you a push. Rather give them an uppercut than give them a hook. So I'm steady throwing jabs just to get them to look. Every thought I ever had quietly sits in this book. For anyone that's afraid to jump, let me give you a push. You can bury my mind with a friendship bracelet in a tin can. Get your business down and dig me up out of the ground when you get rich, man. I'll take a round of applause, but won't take a kid's hand. Cause the challenge tonight's to balance my bike without a kickstand. See, a spoonful of sugar makes the medicine go down. In a room full of hookers while my head isn't in town. I consume what you should've and assume that the lookers see the moon and the fact I'm pushing you to do more than push a broom. The cushion soon molds to your head and enables you to see there really is more to life than busting nuts and smoking weed. But we proceed to say it ain't fair until we got gray hair. Next time I ask you to think, please don't give me a blank stare. Now take care. Rather give them an uppercut than give them a hook. So I'm steady throwing jabs just to get them to look. Every thought I ever had quietly sits in this book. For anyone that's afraid to jump, let me give you a push. Rather give them an uppercut than give them a hook. So I'm steady throwing jabs just to get them to look. Every thought I ever had quietly sits in this book. For anyone that's afraid to jump, let me give you a push. So push it up now. Push it up now. Push it up now. Push it up now. Sedative, venereal attack me, fast food, nasty, period, me, period, I tickle, hee, manager, CEO, my gosh, men's restroom, open, pushing button.
Just another hit single, baby, batter up. Love it or hate it, everything I say is facts, bruh. So fall back, cuz Black Lives Matter, right? So why you mad at me when I say white lives matter, huh? Yeah, I said white lives matter, yo. I ain't with the chit chat about this and that, bruh. So fall back, cuz Black Lives Matter, right? So why you mad at me when I say white lives matter, huh? Yeah. Oh no, Charlie in the mix again. Big ball, sorry you ain't fixing him. Big ball, but it isn't cause of privilege. Cause I work my tail all the fitness chicks in the gym. Like a Kanye workout. They all said he crazy, look what Kanye worth now. White lives matter like Kanye's shirt half. Sway, can you say I ain't earned my work? Wow. Underrated is an understatement. My skin and my wins both are unrelated. Call me racist, but won't come and say it to my face. Cause you scared I put hands on you playing like a flagrant. How you gonna call me cracker? How you gonna shoot the cops but they can shoot back at you? How you gonna shout BLM and burn down half the city that you're living in and turn around and blame Mag? This ain't nothing, just another hit single, baby, batter up. Love it or hate it, everything I say is facts, bruh. So fall back, cuz Black Lives Matter, right? So why you mad at me when I say white lives matter, huh? Yeah, I said white lives matter, yo. I ain't with the chit chat about this and that, bruh. So fall back, cuz Black Lives Matter, right? So why you mad at me when I say white lives matter, huh? I already covered this. Think skin color is so beautiful and so stupid. Folks come against one another over it. Dawg, we been over this. I ain't no better, you ain't no better, no one is. So man to man, look me in the eyes. Windows of the soul, don't know how to tell lies. Time to get with the times, man, the race thing lame. Only race that matter is the human race, we all the same. Bang, bang, keep the same energy, where to kill at. Buying mansions with the money people could've paid their bill with. Called it white lives matter, really don't care if you feel that. Kinda like BLM, don't care what 60 mil at. Yeah. Shot town shooting every day. Same thing in St. Louis where I stay. You say Black Lives Matter, really? Okay. Then why they keep killing themselves like Kurt Cobain? No names ever matter if the white, I guess. Privilege is sending checks. They must have had a right address. I'm loving everyone. I don't even know what hate is. Go ahead and call me racist. But fact is somebody still had to say it. Yeah.
This is Sparta!
Upset the established order, and everything becomes chaos. I'm an agent of chaos. Oh, and you know the thing about chaos? It's fair.
I make sure that they hear me loud and clear if they ever want to beef with me. Not a racist, I hate equally. Get in my face in black or white, it doesn't matter, I'ma break your teeth. It's like Joyner broke the internet, we're not a racist, and the song was great, but truthfully, what I'm amazed with is the racist in response to it. Black people saying a white dude snapped, but a black dude didn't in response to it. Listen, I'ma make this black and white, get it black and white, skip it, let me get back to writing, and back to writing. I don't mean writing songs, I mean writing wrongs. That's the type of shit I'm on till my life is gone. I'm a rapper and an activist. Fuck it, I'm a raptivist. Trying to change the world, not just getting y'all to clap the shit. I give a fuck how they react to this, cause that's been a deciding factor. If I did half of this shit, I haven't. Cause the truth is, I've been here for years, you just now see me. Proof big, you can all thank Nick, cause he now a genie. Cause I wish the motherfucker would and you did. I don't start shit, all I start is movement. Guess I gotta make this shit in black and white. I don't give a shit about who black or white. Racists trying to make it so we can unite. Keep talking fuck shit, motherfucker.
Nobody panics when things go according to plan. If tomorrow I tell the press that like a gangbanger will get shot, nobody panics. Because it's all part of the plan. But when I say that one little old mare will die, well then everyone loses their minds.
Ladies and gentlemen, he sounds sexier than he looks. The only reason any of us ever got laid is because he didn't get there first. For your auditory pleasure, don't look at him because you'll lose your erection. Put your hands together for Chuck Not So Black.
Yeah. How's everybody doing today? How is everybody doing? What do you think of
Ladies and gentlemen,
that all shit?
The only reason any of us ever got laid is because
what do you guys think of that little addition to the intro? That's pretty funny, right? A buddy of mine did that, or one of the guys did that for me the other day. But what's good, everyone? Long time no see. Been busy, man. Been real busy here at the homestead trying to get stuff put together, get everything done, get everything prepared for the baby that's on its way and all that good stuff. How's the audio? Is everything coming through all right? Sounds like it is on my end. But yeah, I'm having to learn how to distance myself from the mic with this new mixer I'm using. That way I can get the sound audio actually the way it should be. But yeah, today we're going to, as you saw in the description, we're going to look into some of our good old TikTok intellectuals and philosophers and scholars. You know, the Communitah, so to speak. And when I say Communitah, I mean both black and white, because the Communitah has basically crossed over to both areas now. It's not just, indicative of just the black Communitah. It's all encompassing anymore with the fuckery that they all bring to the table. But Yo, shout out to Rich the Beer Guzzler, one of our resident amigos. That I'm surprised he stopped in. We ain't seen him in a while, but Rich, if you're still here, since you mentioned it, I did go ahead and wrench you up. So now you got a wrench. Shout out to Miss Georgia Swan for coming through, checking out the show. You know, she is a avid supporter of what we do over here. We greatly appreciate you, ma'am. Speaking of, did me giving you moderator privileges on Discord work or not? Are you able to, you know, basically do whatever the hell needs to be done over there? Hopefully so. But let's go ahead and shout out to whoever else is out there. It says we got 8 watching, got 2 in the chat, and hopefully we can get some more engagement in the chat. Let's go ahead and everybody, please make sure you go out there and hit that like button on your way in, man. Helps keep us relevant in the algorithm. But let's go ahead and bring up one of these streams where they're talking about what they think is intellectual stuff. And we're just going to go ahead and dive right in today to some of these dumbass conversations going on. What the fuck? There we go. Right on. I appreciate it. I appreciate it and you, Miss Swan. That Discord would be useless if it wasn't for you over there doing what you're doing. So I greatly appreciate it. Let me go ahead and share this screen. Share screen. Share. Go over here. Let's change the background for this one. Let's go up here and do this, and then we'll do this right here. No, better yet, we'll do it like this. And then go ahead and add this to the screen. So that's probably not big enough for all you guys in on your cell phones. That should work though. But yeah, let's go ahead and jump into this and see what these clowns have to say. I know that they were talking about trans rights and gun problems and this, that, and the other earlier. And I think we missed, they did have Joel Patrick.
That white people are being stopped out.
You realize how long
Cliff, wow, that's
I got a question, Cliff,
Sure,
I got a question.
what are you talking about then?
I
What are
genuinely,
you talking about, my guy?
I'm sorry, but I can't hear the
question. Cliff. All right, Cliff.
I think you've done that.
While we're
I
listening,
can't hear the
I'm gonna ask. See, I don't assume. I'm gonna ask you.
The host is speaking. I would like the host to speak. I would like the host to speak, please.
Cliff, get it all out, and then let me know when I can speak, because I guess that's what you grew up on. Tell women when they can speak, right? Go ahead. Get it all out. Are you done?
I wasn't. That wasn't Cliff.
You're very emotional, my guy.
Okay, cool. Cliff. So your biggest fear is that you're gonna get turned gay, or your kids are gonna get turned gay, or what's the fear here? Why are you so scared?
Are you gonna, the white race?
Okay, so let me answer that question, because that was probably one of the worst questions anybody could ask.
How rude!
And
That's just rude. How? So you're saying I just say worst questions? Oh my God, I can't do this. You're so mean. You see how that works?
I'm not saying that.
You're crying about things instead of answering them.
Let me answer
the
this
question. Answer the question. Answer the question.
No, hold on. Let me answer her ignorant question.
Cliff, why are you scared of the LGBT?
No, let me answer that ignorant question for you.
Why are you
first of all,
I don't really see much if anybody's scared of the LGBTQ community. I don't understand why they're trying to pose it as.
Let him talk.
You asked me if I think my children or I'm going to be gay. My son's gay. Where's your point? You don't know me, lady. Don't suggest
this is what feminists do. They state unverified claims. This is what they do. They always state unverified claims.
No idea what done. You think somebody's going to turn you gay? Turn you gay? You're missing words.
Take your microphone away from your mouth.
No, you said
You're way too
I
loud.
said,
Oh, I'm
you
sorry about
think
that.
somebody's going to turn you or your kids gay.
I mean, it's impossible. My son is gay.
Okay, and
Everybody
nobody
that's
turned
coming
him
in, make sure
gay,
you hit
right?
that
Nobody
thumbs up
turned him
button,
that way.
hit that like
That's
button,
the way he
and
is, right?
share the
No, but
stream,
so I don't.
please. Thank you.
I don't know where you're getting that question from. Why
Was
would
he
you
in
ask
Oh my
me that?
God.
All right,
Well,
I have an argument. I have an argument. Hey, excuse me, all you feminists, I would like to debunk your claims. I will debunk your claims. I will debunk your claims.
Charles.
You know what? Nobody asked you,
Transformative.
All right, I'm telling
Yeah.
you, your claims will be debunked, and you're just going to get angry and start insulting
Well,
as you
then
usually
go
do.
away and
All right,
talk to somebody
hey,
else.
are you ready for my argument?
No.
Look at him, Charles.
You don't
Don't
need
be
to
scared.
explain
Don't be
anything.
scared.
It's very feminine, and I'm a woman, and I'm sorry, we're done with you men. We're fucking done with you men. Y'all don't run shit no more.
I know that's right.
Get it in your head.
That's right.
We don't need you.
You are correct, Miss Vaughn. These people, these folks are a mess.
Cliff,
And I don't
you
agree
need
with
women.
nothing you're saying, Cliff.
I know. I said
I'm
you're
a cis
saying
male.
we don't
I'm a
we
cis
don't
male,
need you,
and
is
I
what
have
just
children
said.
and
I'm
grandchildren.
sorry if you
And I
label
have
yourself
grandchildren
as
that are
male, then you got
LGBTQ.
issues.
And you know what? I don't
Cis
agree
male?
with nothing you're saying.
Okay,
You
so
must
Cliff,
agree with
so
some of
you
it. You
have
just said that you're a cis
your
male.
family, and you love them, and you love them, but you don't think anybody made them that way. You accept them the way they fucking are, right? They should be able to hold hands with their lover and walk down the street just like anybody else, right?
Yes, I don't
They should
understand
be
the
able
issue.
to be teachers. They should be able to introduce their students at like whatever field trips or whatever to their significant other. At basketball games.
That's a
that
fact,
should be
dude.
okay, right?
They
That
can
is a
do
fact.
whatever they want to do. I'm not understanding your question.
So what is the problem?
Yeah,
I'm trying to figure that out from your
ranting
question.
about them.
Why are you okay with all these laws going against your family?
You never asked me that. I never made that comment. That guy Charles did. You're assuming that was me. That was not me.
Sorry.
Yeah, that was Charles. That was Charles, yeah.
There you go,
Yeah,
you
that wasn't
feminist.
Cliff.
And that was
There
a
you
joke.
go, you feminist. Yep.
That was
Here
a
we
joke,
are.
guys.
Now,
It was a
okay,
joke.
so why are you up here then, Cliff? What you came up
Why?
here to
Because
say? Save
because
Joel.
I'm here to tone police.
Why are you
because
here?
what I want to do is I want to give you a perspective of somebody who is conservative, who does have a gay son, and who's also for a little bit of some of the rules that they are putting into place. If you're transgender, if you're a drag queen, you do all that stuff, there's nothing wrong with it. Do whatever it is that they want to do. If you want to read a book to adults. Let's go back to Stranger Danger. Why are they so interested in doing this around kids? Is it education? But they shouldn't be the ones doing it. That's my question.
Doing what? What are they doing around kids?
Imagine being a teacher.
Hey, you see, you got a wrench now, crybaby.
And the students see you every fucking day.
I hooked you up.
Like they're bored with you. You are boring now. Okay, they've seen you for fucking days and days, and so you have somebody that comes in dressed up. It's a performance. They're dressed up, fully dressed, actually, more than some of the students nowadays because they wear crop tops and all that other stuff nowadays. So
oh God,
more
I
dressed
know.
up than them, and they sit down and read a book and make it fun and get them interacted. Have you seen one? I can show you one. It isn't what you guys think it is.
I sat in one.
So what is the problem?
So
with
I work in the school department.
If they were to dress up as
So
Easter
I
Bunny,
work in the
if they
school
were to dress up as Cinderella, if they were to dress up as anything else, you guys wouldn't have a fucking problem.
I have a problem with only one thing with all of it. I don't care if they're Santa Claus or whatever. I don't care unless it's near Christmas. Then it's okay. You can understand the concept. If you're a transgender or you're a drag queen, king, whatever it is that you want to word it, if you want to read a book, read a book. I don't care. If you think going into a classroom is being productive, let's ask why. Because no one really has a problem.
I can answer that.
Transgenders.
Okay,
and
I was
everything
gonna
like
say,
that.
are you doing that, Cliff? Are you volunteering to dress up and go read books to kids?
Would you like an
I do
actual
that.
reason as to why they're doing it in classrooms? Why they're doing it for children?
I'm just Yeah, I'm just
Okay,
kind of
because
curious if
there are
your
so many
perspective-
bigots in the world that are adults, you cannot change their minds. But children are young, so you want to be inclusionary, especially at schools. You want to include everyone. There are kids that are feeling different ways about themselves, and they want to feel included too, not like something's wrong with them. So by having these people come in and read books about inclusion, we're making a better world because we're including everyone. Got it?
Yep.
Good. Next.
Again.
But you're not
Yeah, but
including
why-
everyone. You're
why towards
segregating.
kids? Why?
Because I just said
Leave the
that.
kids alone.
Because there includes kids that feel certain ways and they want to feel included. And this
Yeah,
all
but
the
not all
stories they
kids.
read are about inclusion because they felt persecuted growing up. So we're
Sorry,
teaching
kids
young
don't.
to include everyone
Underage
to
adolescent
make
or
sure we don't persecute people.
elementary
Okay,
school and
so-
non-adolescent
and that's
kids
a good point, and I respect that point.
Up
But
out
what
there,
about
saying,
the-
no,
don't
don't do
have
this for kids.
a sexual
Because it should be
identity
for kids.
until
Kids
you
can
give it to
learn.
them.
Adults obviously cannot.
Well, I
Clearly,
understand
they
where you're coming
especially
from,
Cliff
but
is
let me
giving
not,
it
let
to
me
you.
let me just flip the
And why
coin.
is
Let
feminist
him
a derogatory term?
Oh, we gotta let people.
That was complete nonsense. Oh, you feminists. What the fuck?
Can I jump in
Everyone
here?
should be a goddamn feminist.
Who said that?
I want to jump in here real quick.
And the link's out there if anybody wants to jump up
So
and
to the
join
topic
me
of
on the
like,
panel.
why are we like having drag queens read to kids? It's like, so in states that actually have like inclusive and actually have inclusive history, like teach LGBTQ history along with the civil rights movement, because you compare it with that. In states that actually have drag queens,
You
come
like
in and
how
read to
they're
children, they're wearing cardigans. If there's something sexual,
You
to
like how
about
they're
cardigans,
trying
there's
to
something wrong
tie
with you.
the alphabet community in with
And
the black
also,
community?
you know, most of the drag queens that
I
are
don't even know what a
actually
cardigan
reading
is.
to children are actually matching. So, like, if they're reading, if you give a mouse a cookie, they might wear a dress and a cardigan that looks like a cookie, right? Or that looks like a mouse with extravagant makeup and maybe a wig that's a little outrageous, right? And kids are very receptive to this. And in states that actually integrate this into their curriculums, what we see is a downturn in hate crime. And the example
Bullshit.
I'll give you is the example I'll give you is, you know how we don't see neo-Yazis anymore very rarely? Well, you know why that is? Is because we educated our youth well enough to the point where people know that this isn't a good way to be. Thus the reason why most neo-Yazis homeschool their kids and are localized to their little trailer parks or local
Trailer communities.
Trailer communities, right?
Well,
I
can't agree with that one.
Education of the youth, nothing negative can come from education of the youth, because that's how we don't repeat our terrible history.
Thank you.
Right? So
Education of youth also has to be age appropriate, moron.
That no one is going to have an issue with it. My question is, and it's brought up a lot because I'm in the school system. What about
everywhere?
kids who don't
But those
want-
people are bigots, and we don't bow down
Well,
to
no,
let him
bigots.
ask his question.
Kids. I'm talking about young adults, kids. I'm not talking about the parents. Parents are something different. I'm talking about my question to you, people on this panel, because everybody has a different opinion. So I'm trying to get some information. So on the kids who don't want nothing to do with it, what about them?
Yeah, so what we were trying to what Jeff was
I have
telling
not
you is
heard that
this.
that is the case.
What Jeff was telling me is like children. I posted a video a while back of, so there's this company online, they have a YouTube channel, and they actually sat a drag queen in between a group of kids, right? And they ask questions. Kids are naturally curious, right? When you saw, if you ever went to Disney World, if you bring a child to Disney World that's never seen a Disney movie and they see a Mickey Mouse, big mouse costume, they want to know about it, right? And they're interested. Children don't know what they want to have to do with and what they don't. What they do know is that is pretty. That person has an outrageous outfit on, and that's interesting to me, right? And they are inherently attracted to that. They think that they're like a mythical character, and they're intrigued. No child wants to have nothing to do with a drag queen, because drag queens are really cool people, because they do something that is an art form that can help kids understand that it's okay to express yourself however you see fit. It tells them that you can be yourself no matter what society thinks, if you have the strength to do so. And you know,
hey, Cliff,
Yeah,
I have a question for you.
Sure.
Cliff, you said you work in the school system. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you feel like you are embarrassed to go in and read books to children?
Me? No.
Yeah. Do you feel like you should be?
I didn't hear you. What was that?
Do you feel like you should be embarrassed to go in and read books to children?
Should I be embarrassed doing it? No.
Yes. No. So you as a straight man should be comfortable in your skin to go in and read to children, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you do realize that trans people, and you call them whatever you want to call them, drag queens, you do know that they're just being who they are, right? And they shouldn't have to be embarrassed by going in being who they are to read books to children, just like you shouldn't have to be embarrassed to read books to children.
But they're not embarrassed, right?
And just to be clear real quick, not all drag queens are transgender.
Yes.
There are different.
That's
two
true.
different categories.
Two different categories. So when my school did it as an event, some kids, like you said, were curious. Some kids walked out, and the administration had to deal with that. And I sat there and I looked and I was asking, why did these kids walk out? And why did some kids stay? I want to learn some of this. And
Well, that's
kids who
parental
stayed,
indoctrination.
well, no, not really. Some of the
Are we talking about going to church?
Huh?
No, he's talking about the drag event that his school did. So are you? So you're giving me gym teacher energy, Cliff?
Gym teacher? No.
I'm wondering how well in advance did these kids know that this was going to take place? Pretty well in advance, right? So parents would have had a chance to get in their ear.
I don't know.
And say, I don't like this. This is terrible.
High school.
They'd hear them at the dinner table. I can't believe they're doing this nonsense. Blah, 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 blah. So then those kids are going to go in and they're going to walk out. But if
I
parents were
can't speak on what.
And said,
Yeah,
okay,
but
that's
see,
nice.
I don't know. So you don't know and I don't know. So I can't.
That's what
say
I'm saying.
that did
That
happen
is
or didn't happen.
most likely, if you hear your parents hate, that's how you learn to hate.
No,
You
I
just
don't
naturally learn to hate.
He's a football coach. Makes sense.
I have a question,
I'm a
Cliff,
coach.
if I can.
Makes sense.
My dad's a
I don't know
liberal.
what that means. Makes sense.
My question, Cliff, and
Sure.
and so I, as an educator and a mother with kids in public schools, I've never seen these drag shows at any sort of or drag readings at any sort of schools. But my question is what is often being pushed on the right are videos from Australia, right? Of a lot of these drag queens that are doing much more of a show in front of
Ironic.
kids, right? Not necessarily reading, right?
I've seen them, and I believe that's targeted.
It's ironic
I
that
don't
you want to
believe
blame
that's
that on
happening
Australia.
everywhere, and I don't think that was appropriate for people to show that. But it's good to see both parts, but it's not exactly what's going on. So it's
okay, Cliff, and that's what I wanted to address because, and I'm glad that you're a lot more informed because what we get a lot is people concerned, right? that come in spewing all this nonsense that this is like happening everywhere and there's some liberal agenda and there's all this
Even if it isn't happening everywhere,
that's
it's
not what's really
happening at all
and
is
in the end
happening
of the
too
day,
frequently.
drag queens are normally gay men is normally what they are. They're not even many
Yeah,
of them
no
are
shit.
not trans.
We're all aware of this.
Do drag.
There's some that are straight.
And
Hold
some
on.
can be straight. I know
There's straight drag
Yeah,
queens.
there are straight drag queens too.
There's straight
Most
drag queens.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
there's a
It's
lot.
just literally a performance.
It's a whole spectrum. It's a performance. Yeah.
Right. It's a performance, an art. Right.
I personally
So,
would have loved
between
to see a
teenage
drag
kids and
queen when
high
I was a
school
young
lap
kid come
dances
into
is
my
just a
school
performance.
and sing one of the children's songs, but like with like a hip hop beat or something like that. I would have personally loved that, and I would have probably been more receptive to retaining the information if a drag queen had done that.
And however,
it seems like a lot of people on here are a little more, maybe more educated than I am about this, and that's fine. My question is this, and I don't know if somebody, I just couldn't, I didn't hear the person. When drag queens and all this stuff has been around for many, many years. I'm 50 years old. When I was a kid, it was around, which is fine.
Correct. Yes.
You know, so, and no one cared.
It was around before that. Do you know where drag came from?
You know, all of
way before I was even born.
Do you know why drag was created?
Let me just finish my question.
Well,
So
I need you to understand before you say something, because you said 50 years, da da da. It's been
Because
way
I'm 50.
longer than that. Drag came from when women could not perform and men performed as women.
I understand
Shakespearean
that. I understand,
actors
but
that
what
are
I'm
men.
saying,
Okay.
I'm 50, and it was around when I was there. That's why I said 50, because I'm 50. So no one really cared. Like, I never cared. You do what you got to do. I can care less. I think the problem is, and this is what I'm seeing. I live on the East Coast. This is what I'm seeing, is no one cares until kids got involved. Then everybody cared. What do you guys think about that?
Fear mongering. It's fear mongering. They are fear mongering you people into thinking that they're being indoctrinated, that they're coming after your kids. They want to make your kids gay. Da 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 da. It's fear monger because everybody wants to protect their kids. So now we have a bunch of conservative jerks walking around that are targeting the LGBT community because they're scared they're coming after their kids.
What's really odd? What's really
always been targeted.
Protecting. So which
So, if that's the case, can you explain to me why the number of children who identify as trans or gay or lesbian or non-binary or otherwise has literally multiplied by 20 times to almost 30 times the rate that what it was just 10 years ago? How is it that you have whole schools now in some countries where the entire school identifies as trans or gay or non-binary or some alternative lifestyle, if this isn't something that is done through indoctrination? I'm sorry, man, but you are incorrect. Kids do not even equate sex or sexuality until they either reach puberty or an adult imposes it on them against their will.
We see this historically as a party becomes irrelevant within our society, is we see them pass bills and make a dent anywhere they can. I think we're going to see this be fixed with this upcoming election, right? Because Gen Z is of age to vote and they're done taking the shit, right?
Right.
And
Did
they're
you
not
just say
going to
Gen Z?
Yeah, he did. Amen. He did.
I misspoke.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I misspoke.
That's my kid's age. And I got to kick.
I misspoke. Yeah, but you know.
I don't know if she's a single mother yet, but you know she.
Jeff has a point to make.
Laughing
Jeff,
Dog,
what do
she
you wanna
does
say?
display all the character traits
All of this
of a single
is
mother.
cyclical. Like this, what he was just talking about happened with we're doing what the no names did back in Lincoln's era. It's the same party platform, and as a teacher, I don't believe I had any students that would have walked out on any show, because I would have explained to them ahead of time what was going to take place. I would have either put a positive spin on it, and if I didn't agree with it personally, I would have set that aside. Hang on, buddy, and made it acceptable for them, because that's what you're supposed to do. Thank you.
Years ago.
And as for the kids, they use the kids always as soon as there's anything to do with a kid, they use it on people they hate. And drag queens, transgender, all these people have been persecuted. Maybe more.
Are you serious? This is coming from the same demographic of people that use kids as a reason to have more gun control and more gun legislation and to basically take everybody's right to defend themselves away. We're trying to protect kids. You're trying to use kids as weapons.
Communities, right? That's where you had to go. They did drag brunches within queer communities. I live in Houston, Texas, so if I wanted to see anything like that, I literally have to go to an area called Montrose. So often restaurants will support that kind of community, and a lot of it was just kept within their communities. So what you're seeing now, Cliff, because there's been so much push and hatred towards those groups, these groups are now saying, I want to be more out. I want to be more present. I want children to know they're okay. I want to have what I never got to have. I'm a 50-year-old gay man that's done drag for 30 years in a private community. I now would love if I had this kind of representation in front of me, or if we could just show not to be scared, or just show the straight kids that, hey, listen, we're not so weird, we're not so scary, right? So what you're seeing is it's not an attempt to indoctrinate anybody. It's just like, we're here, and there's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah, and I
nothing
mean,
wrong with
my parents
us.
brought me
can
to
I
a
add
Catholic
on to that real quick?
I
I
will
want to
agree
add
that
on to
there's
that.
nothing wrong with it, but for
I
the
want to add on to
household
Shay's point.
Yeah,
and for
go
the
ahead,
people
Halbert.
who
So
don't
what I
want
wanted
their
to
kids
say,
around it also have a voice. Don't you
yeah. So what
agree?
I wanted to say is like,
You do
I
have
mean,
a voice. You don't have to attend.
so I don't think so. Me personally, right? We know that the LGBTQ community and especially BIPOC trans people have been disproportionately affected by hate crime, right? Based on DOJ statistics, right? And
Grayson,
I don't think that
okay, more
I
fun.
don't think that personally a parent who has something against it has an internalized transphobia and an internalized homophobia issue, because statistically, and this is per the American Psychiatric Association and the NIH, your children are safer with a trans person and with a drag queen than they are with your straight cousin Ed. Because, and I'll tell you why.
That's a fact.
I'll tell you why based on the study. The study, they did a study and they found out that this is a really sad thing to say. It's a really sad statistic, but the majority of people that are in the community have had a sexual crime aggressed upon them, right? So therefore, they are less likely to aggress upon somebody in a sexual manner because they know that how it feels to have that happen to them. Actually, trans people and people that are gay and lesbian have more of something called anandamide in their brain, which is the bliss molecule or the empathy molecule. So they are inclined more to feel more empathy towards somebody and actually protect somebody who is being aggressed upon sexually. And this is per a lot of accredited sources. And
Like what? Which ones?
The NIH, the American Psychiatric Association. There's those are just two of the main ones, and the CDC and the DOJ.
Jenny, I'm gonna drop.
you're batting
But
like
also remember that it's probably
25% right now.
important to take into consideration. You might want to have someone from this community in the box. I
Right,
don't know if
Laughing
someone's
dog.
already in here.
I got somebody waiting. Yeah, I was gonna
Okay.
wait till you
Well, let
finish.
me,
Oh,
All right.
can I say something real quick? Can I
All
say
right.
something real quick, and I'll drop and let them come up.
they left.
How do you pronounce your name? Shia?
Shay.
Oh.
I used to live in the Montrose community, and it was
Ah.
one of the most. And yeah, I mean, I'm from Texas too. I'm from the
Okay.
DFW area, but my sons were raised in Houston. But it was one of the most. It's a very prominent area, the Montrose, and now for
It
those
is.
who don't understand what the Montrose community is, it is a largely LGBTQ community, and it is one of the biggest in Texas, if not the biggest in Texas. But I felt very safe there. I'm a straight male. I felt very safe there. I worked there.
Yeah.
It's a very prominent, it's a very prominent and successful community. These are professionals. These are professionals with their own businesses, degrees of all sorts.
Yeah, Flywater Ninja. It's just so people understand, it's where our museum district is. It's where our hospital system is. It's where our high-end wealthy area is. It's where Rice University is, which is an Ivy League school. So it's a prominent area of Houston, and it is a LGBTQ area, and it's like
and it's a beautiful area.
It is.
It's a beautiful area.
Trying to
everywhere. Yeah.
If you love shopping, that's the place to go.
Yep.
Well, I'm just gonna
I like to shop.
I'm gonna take off.
But it's just, but the point that I'm making.
Thank you.
Okay, Cliff. Thanks for talking with us.
You all have a great
day,
weekend.
Cliff.
Yeah.
All right. Have a great weekend. Thank you.
I found
Make sure you
another
vote
one
Democrat.
too. I want to look into real quick.
Well,
They're having a different discussion.
All right.
Okay.
Unless you guys want to hear more of
You
this,
have to
you
vote
guys
for
let me
which
know.
I guess
Put
that
one in the
takes
chat if
away
you want to hear
from
more of this,
either
or I got
Trump
another
or
discussion going on too that
DeSantis,
might
so
be
that's a good
interesting.
thing.
Am I? Hopefully.
Put a 1 if you want this to stay. 2 if you want
Kennedy's
to
just
check
a
out the other one.
conspiracy theorist.
Yeah,
Well,
he's
and
no
my
good.
point, what my point was, is that they create all these scenarios of the LGBTQ community, and it's like if you're actually community, you see the professionalism, you see the prominence, you see the success. It's not all about the money, though. It's not about the
I wanna
money.
ask
It's
Cliff
just
a
a
question
it's just a
before you leave.
compassion for other people.
I want to ask Cliff a question before he goes.
All right, we'll look into something else real quick. Then. Give me a second. Where is it? Is it this one? I think it is. Yep, here it is.
We know how valuable diversity is to education in general.
I'm with you
Anybody
there.
else get hate mail from that last? I just got some hate mail.
Nah.
I have a text. I started this immediately after the last live because I wanted to finish what Rob was trying to say in there, and I also wanted to give you a chance to speak too, Petty, because you had some stuff you never got a chance to say.
I think Jesse was a proof of the education system being needed. That's it.
Woo.
Well, and Rob, to get to what you were saying, man, I think that desegregation could have been a very good thing. I don't think that that was something that was negotiated on terms of equity. It was weird. I feel like
What's
it
this sudden
came
push for
across
equity over
as
equality?
we scared of these motherfuckers getting together, and we see how dope they can be. We can't stop them from doing nothing because they do everything, and a lot of shit they do better. We have to desegregate them.
Oh Jesus,
because
this is more of that we was Kang shit.
If we don't desegregate, we're going to fall to the wayside. So I think, example, if they had never desegregated Major League Baseball,
What's up, brother?
the Negro Leagues potentially
What's up, Snow, bro? How's it going?
prevalent than the MLB.
It's going, man. Just listen to these we were Kangs, motherfuckers.
Repeat that.
All right.
If
Let's hear it.
sports, if Major League had never taken in black players, the Negro Leagues could have ended up being bigger than the MLB.
I don't know about that, dude.
Babe Ruth wasn't doing nothing that
I don't know
Jackie
about that.
Robinson couldn't do. Ruth was Puerto Rican and tried to hide it.
I'm just saying that when they did that, they didn't desegregate out of wanting equality across the board. They did it because they feared that if we don't desegregate now, these motherfuckers gonna take over.
Wrong again.
No, wrong. No way, bro.
Brown versus Board of Education. I don't know what was actually in the emotions and their real reasons they used for the overturning of segregation, but the rationale provided was that segregation across racial lines is unjustified in like public sphere and like all these different areas. And I think that overturn was a good thing. I don't know what was in their minds per se. I think the issue is that even though they made it illegal, there was still the people actually doing it, like state by state, people in Congress and stuff, they weren't gonna they didn't understand that desegregation across racial lines or discrimination was like a bad thing. Like they were still, even though they had to follow the law to where they couldn't officially do it anymore, there was nothing made to where they had to actually abide by them and to where like real desegregation occurred. Like desegregation occurred in the civil rights movement on paper, but it didn't actually occur, like because of the people at the state level and like the people and the people actually, not because of like the actual law itself, I guess I want to say. Like when it got overturned, I think it was the people enforcing it, like, and the people and lobbyists and rich white people who had their arms in the government, even if they weren't involved in the government, to push forth certain bills. I just learned about this one thing. I'm wrapping it up. It was for the Housing Act. There's this 1-for-1 rule, and it's basically it's not called the 1-for-1 rule. The 1-for-1 rule was a rule embedded within the Housing Act, which basically means if you tear down this piece of property where tenants live, theoretically you need to have another place where those displaced tenants could go. It was a rule for tearing down. So basically, if you tear down something, it has to be for if you tear down something for renewal efforts, you still have to have another place for them to go. And what they did was there was elites, white elites that had a lot of money, and they got the funding to make
the white
these
elites.
black housing community places,
Always
right?
the white man.
But what they did was to be able to construct such a place, they
Goddamn
couldn't
white
do it in a
man
white
ruining everything
neighborhood.
for
They had to do
everybody.
it in a black area.
Yep.
So they tore down black
It's always
people's homes and stuff like
always
that in
blame the white man
middle-class
for everything.
areas because they were able to displace them under the law because they were building this new community place. So then basically it concentrated poverty into by the tenfold, and then within like very small communities. So like you have a neighborhood where it's like 92% poverty, and it's called super segregation. And I found out that is unique to America. That is not seen anywhere else. Super segregation, and I'm like, wow, that's pretty fucked up.
Shit? I think that was imposed with the redlining and stuff like that too.
They did this across the board.
I'm gonna lose.
We're tearing down your house, but now you
I'm gonna lose. You know what? Brain cells, bro.
Wow, what the fuck? Super segregation? What the fuck is super segregation? This is fucking insanity, dude. I've never heard no shit like this. This is fucking nonsense. What do you think, Rich? This is fucking crazy.
Okay, look, you know what? One thing I'll say is this, bro. You know, with the whole, with the baseball shit, it's not black players, bro. Dude, this is a worldwide fucking, pretty much.
Right.
Dude, you have Dominicans, right, who are badass, right, in fucking baseball.
I was gonna say that Latin America.
It's not just, yeah.
Baseball serious as soccer, man.
Yeah, exactly, Snow, exactly, bro. Dude, this is just just all black players? Bullshit, man. Who the fuck posted this shit?
I don't know, but I am seriously getting tired of this whole fucking bullshit of these fucking goddamn fucking we were kings fucking
oh god, dude.
Fucking gods and goddesses running around the fucking planet thinking that they fucking created everything and invented everything and started everything and are the flyest and know how just everything that ever has been or ever will be or ever was. It all came from us, black kings.
It all came from us. Hey, Snow, look. One thing, dude, that I am so sick and tired of fucking hearing about, bro, is the LGBTQ, bro. Dude, I am fucking, I'm like so fucking done with that. With their fucking, you know what, bro, dude, they push their agenda, bro, on fucking kids, man, and that's not right, man. It's like,
no, not at all.
I am so fed up with their bullshit, bro.
Well, what do you think about this whole thing with the LGBT? Well, we'll just call them the alphabet community to make it easier. What do you think about this whole the whole deal with the alphabet community attaching their whole their plight and their struggle to the black community's argument that they use? Basically, you got the alphabet community attaching themselves to the black community and their struggle, basically trying to tie them all in as one. I find that interesting.
Recently, I should never heard of that shit, man. But man, that's fucking crazy, bro. Shit.
Yeah, they've been doing that for a while, man.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, the dude, like, what's the Laughing Dog in Georgia? Correct me if I'm wrong, but is it like the ultimate minority a black trans or a black? I guess it'd be black trans woman now because even black gay and lesbians aren't oppressed enough. The black trans woman is the one who is the most oppressed person on the planet.
Yes. Hey, Snow, look, let me say this, dude. Look. I don't have problems, right, with gays or the bisexuals, right? But I have a problem, right, with the fucking trannies, right? These fucking guys, right, bro, who think they're women, right? And dude, they have no right, bro, going into a woman's restroom, bro, even with little girls, bro. Fuck that, man. That shit right there, bro, pisses me off, man. That just it's under my skin, bro. And then I'm just like, look. You will never be a fucking woman, man. You have a fucking dick, homie. You're a fucking guy, bro. Hey, go to the guy's restroom, man. I mean, come on now, dude. I mean, dude, this has gone way too fucking far, bro.
Oh, beyond it's gone.
Oh yeah, yeah, man.
I mean, it's out of control. It's being ridiculous.
Yes.
Have you seen?
I agree, bro.
Have you seen?
It's out of control, bro. Yeah.
Right. Have you seen this Whoopi Goldberg clip yet? Where that apparently a few days ago on The View they were addressing the so-called backlash on Target and their
no.
Yeah, Target's got this like over the top, like extremely outrageous apparent setup for the Pride Month coming up.
Oh my
Already.
god!
And there's already been people that's been live streaming going through Target and showing it. Actually, I'm planning, because I've heard it so many times now, and that people like, I've talked to people that actually went into Target just to look and see if it was really as bad as what they're saying, and they said, "Dude, it's ridiculous." When the wife gets home from work, I'm probably going to go up to Target and live stream what I find.
Also, you know what though? Also, it's also all these, you know what, big time Hollywood, right? Fucking what's his name? Was full of shit too. George Lopez, right?
Mm-hmm.
What did he say? He's like, well, if you don't like me, then you know what, you don't like the whole the whole transgender shit. I'm like, dude, fuck you, bro. I'm like, dude, fuck you, bro. And dude, what the fuck you think about them, dude? Dude, they're yes. Look, one thing I'll say is this, no, yes, LGBT. Look, LGBTQ. Yes, they have a very fucking strong movement, man. They really do, man. But you know what?
Well, like I said, it's because they piggybacked off of the black community and their oppression.
Yeah. Yep. True.
Really have. But let's check out what Whoopi and The View had to say about this shit real quick, and
all right, play it, man.
Get your response. Like I said, and anybody else out there wants to chime in, the link's out there.
Hell yeah. Share, like, sub.
Pride Month for over 10 years. And on Friday, some of their southern stores were instructed to put the products in the back of the store. Now, Target said this is about safety because they are getting threats over some of the products. It's just so crazy. But I will say, what starts at the back of the store always comes to the front.
Yep.
Always. Start in the back of the bus, you move up to the front.
Oh my god. Did you just say that?
Yes, she just said that. Start at the back of the bus, move to the front of the bus. See, even ignorant fucks like her are trying to sit and basically lump the alphabet community in with the black community and make it all one big. They're both fighting the same social justice mistreatment.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And I find that them using that is very, very interesting. Because what is it saying about the black community as a whole that they want to tie the black community and the alphabet community together?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hey, what's up, Chaotic? He says, Angry Snowman, would you date Whoopi? Are we talking about color purple? You know what? To be honest with you, no, I couldn't do it. I couldn't.
Oh, hell no, not really.
I mean, I'd end up getting charged with a hate crime. Probably.
Fucking slow, man.
I know, right? I can't believe that this is the woman that played. Oh, how do you pronounce her name? Guinan. That's her name. Guinan. On Star Trek.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, let's dude. I like I said, I just the whole tying this to the black community, if you ever notice, even with the with the Transformers, or we'll call them the Decepticons, most of them that they always show are black trans women. Yeah, and you know what I find interesting about the whole trans movement in general? You ever notice that you don't ever see trans men involved in all this?
Well, I mean, look. Actually, you actually do with the sports, though, bro. Right, which is bullshit. Right.
Say that again.
You see the whole transgender with the sports, right? Look, man.
No, what I'm saying is,
okay.
You got trans women, and trans women are basically men that want to be women. You see them out screaming at the top of their lungs, trying to get involved in women's sports and basically overtake all of women's shit and men's shit on top of it. What you don't see, and what another thing I find ironic and interesting, is you don't see a whole lot of loud and proud, openly outspoken trans men, which are women that have transitioned into being a man. You don't see them out there as vocal and as boisterous as you do these very openly fucking violent men that are trying to be women.
That's a good point too. But look, you know, one thing I'll say is also this, is that I think there should be some women, out there, just women, right? Real fucking women who need to fucking actually go out there and protest against these motherfucking guys, right? Who think they're fucking women, bro.
Well, there are. What's that one? Was she I think a track star? Or no, she was a swimming star. Or a swimming athlete. I can't. Yeah, she was a swimmer. That she's been openly outspoken about it now.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't even know.
I think she's actually been attacked quite a few times. I can't remember the girl's name off the top of my head.
I'm sure she has, bro. Especially, nowadays, man. Because like, you know what? Everyone now, bro, is all soft skin, bro. And you know what? They're fucking, with their feelings hurt and shit. With their chat feelings hurt. It's bullshit, man.
Right.
Exactly, man. Hey, well, there's a video.
Rainbow flag. So there's another element to the story, and I hate.
Did you hear that?
Why are people afraid of a shirt
of a rainbow flag?
Why are you guys afraid of the American flag?
Element to the story, and I hate.
Exactly.
I just hate that this is going on. I want to start by saying I always stand with the LGBTQ plus community.
Of course
Next
you
month
do.
is Pride. Love you guys.
Oh
You're my
my
family. You're my friends.
God.
This designer that they chose apparently
This
in
scripted?
his own imagery and things he sells on his website, not in Target, had some Satanist imagery and some words that alluded to Satan. So what that then allows is for people to be like, oh, you're highlighting a, LGBTQ plus designer who's also a Satanist. And it plays into this fear that is taking hold of our society.
And what is that fear?
Is he a Satanist, or was there some imagery on his website?
He used words about Satanism. I don't know
because he's denied that he believes in Satan.
But I also heard that was only the artist taking off the website, not the stores.
And that's off the track, isn't it?
But I say this because
it's manufactured.
I think that there is this wrong view by some that the LGBTQ plus community is a hedonistic, amoral community. That's not. You guys are members of my church. You're my friends.
That's
You are
the church.
No, but I mean,
I'm laughing because I'm thinking of all the straight people right now.
Well,
Yeah,
thank you. But I just want to kind of explain what this controversy is. And I think that it maybe plays into that when there's so many amazing gay designers that they could have highlighted that wouldn't come with this side of the controversy
But
to
the
it.
thing is,
they
it's
would have gone
made-up-
after him no matter
Well,
what.
they probably would have,
Because
but
there's
this thing going on in the country. This is
One
just
second.
part of this war against gays right now.
Yes.
It's going on. And this is just
Oh
one
my
little place. And Target did not stand their ground on this.
And it's
They
a
backed
made-up
off.
controversy.
Only
because
in the South.
For now. And maybe
Well,
they'll
right now,
start
that's
taking,
what we're talking
Yeah, but they're
about. I'm
already
just
taking
saying.
books off shelves,
Right, but
librarians.
right now we're talking about.
Well, real quick, I want to show you.
Oh my God.
This the actual. If I scroll down here, this is the actual stuff that this designer they were talking about is putting on his clothes.
Oh yes.
Satan respects pronouns.
Oh, dude, yes, dude.
He's
I've
got,
actually seen that shit, dude. Yeah.
Heteronormativity is a plague. That's
I've
a
actually
bet.
seen that shit.
Or
Yeah.
a pin. He's got this. I don't know if this is his mission statement or whatever, but it says heteronormativity assumes that there are two genders, two sexes, and that heterosexuality is the only valid type of sex, love, romance, and attraction. That forces those who aren't cis or straight to explain ourselves constantly. Why don't we have a girlfriend if we're a man? Why do we have or how do we have sex if we're a woman with a penis? What does our body look like if we're intersex? It automatically makes anyone who doesn't fit into a rigid binary into an other something that isn't as worth or important as heterosexuality or cisgenderism. It's outdated, scientifically backwards, and quite frankly dull. Heteronormativity is a plague, and we're stopping it by existing proudly and unapologetically as ourselves. You know, this is another one of their shirts that they make. It says homophobe headrest in the banner.
Oh,
I mean, so you can't sit and say that this. I don't even know what to say to that. I really don't. You know what I'm saying? Because,
yeah, same here, bro.
I mean, it blew my mind when I saw that shit because I found this shit just this morning. You know, and it blew my mind seeing these images that are being sold and directed at, you know, adolescent children. What do you think, Chaotic? Let's get you in here. How you doing today, sir?
Awesome, man. I'm actually preparing for my show for tonight, man. I think you're doing the work of the Lord, Angry Snowman, by exposing these yentas and Target as a nasty corporation. Did you see Stein going there with that onesie on, mocking the?
No, I didn't.
Oh my God, it was funny. But I came up here to tell you something real quick that has nothing to do with the conversation.
What's that?
But it has something to do with Joy Bar. What's her name? Behar.
Yeah.
Hey man, she was pretty hot back in the day, man. Have you ever seen her when she was younger?
No, I haven't actually seen any pictures of her when she was younger.
Yeah, she dressed up as a pro-black woman in the 70s in college. Hey man, she was pretty hot looking, dude. Yeah, you know. But back to your conversation. I just jumped on, man. I'm in and out. But these stores, these institutions are destroying their fan base, their sales base, etc. And I don't know why they're doing this. But we've seen what has happened with Bud Light. We've seen what has happened with
Bud Light.
NFL. We've seen what have happened with a lot of institutions that are going woke. And I don't know what's going to be the end result. Maybe, you know, I'm starting to believe that these corporations are backed by George Soros, man. You know, I mean, hell, if you lose $1 billion and say, hey, I'll give you $1 billion, man, to recoup that. I think that's what's going on here. Because if I was the owner of it, if I was a CEO or if I was on the board of directors, I wouldn't want my brand to be woke like this. But I don't know, man. I'm just a small time dude on YouTube, man. Who am I, man?
Right. It's just weird, man. It is. It's hard to even wrap your mind around why they're, you know, at the beginning of this, I don't know if you caught that. I was playing on a TikTok discussion that was going on live where they were talking about, you know, the whole transgenderism and basically like trannies at doing the drag queen story hour and the information that they're trying to teach kids in school now, and they're trying to say, trying to make it out as if it's normal and it's something that people don't need to be worried about. That, you know, making claims that what the one dude say, Rich, that gay men actually have a chemical in their brain, more of a chemical in their brain that makes them more decent or you know.
I think I heard of that before.
It's just
supposedly, you know.
It's weird, man. I mean, because look, let's be honest with it. Nobody had a problem with the alphabet community at all.
No,
you know, when the alphabet community was just about adults doing whatever weird kink it was that they were into, you know, in the privacy of their own home or in the privacy of whatever warehouse they decided to have their orgy in, that was their business. Didn't care. But then when they started directing that shit at kids at school and having, you know, you start seeing videos of these over the top demonic looking drag queens at that, some of them, you know, reading to kids and kids asking questions that they really would in no other instance have asked the question, you know, some off the wall questions of their parents that parents don't even know how to answer. Or you got, you know, videos now that you see of these drag queens going and fucking giving lap dances to young girls in high school and shit in the gym. It's absolutely insane. It's insane. It's disgusting.
It really is.
They're child predators, if you want my opinion, doing that. And everybody that's fucking allowing it and sitting back and watching it is fucking perverted as hell.
Yep.
I gotta roll out Angry Snowman, but check out I saw something earlier today about why businesses or corporations are doing this now, and they are incentivized through some sort of social credit. I'm gonna have to like look into that in depth, but yeah, it's like they're in like it's like some sort of social credit, I guess, with a company. So the more woke they are, the higher their social credit is. That means the higher that you're more likely to get stakeholders who are willing to invest a certain amount of money into your organization, et cetera. I don't know, but
well, it's interesting that you say that, Chaotic, because my wife's on what is that, LinkedIn for business professionals, and she said there are a lot, and I mean there's a lot of that woke ideology and woke agenda that's being pushed on LinkedIn. For that inclusion shit, and more so inclusion and equity kind of shit, rather than meritocracy and equality.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh shit, we got Barnabas up in here.
All right, then, bro. I'm gonna see you later, man. I gotta roll out.
Hey, hold up. Take it easy. Appreciate you stopping through.
Well, Barnabas, what did you say, Barnabas?
What are you doing tonight? A podcast tonight?
Yeah, I'm gonna go on like in a couple hours, man. Yeah.
What's going on? What's the topic? What is the topic?
Your mama.
I have no idea. I don't know.
I think it should be Barnabas's mama.
Did you see Derek Jackson's wife?
Yeah, I'm about to look at that right now, actually.
Okay.
Yeah,
because I hate Derek Jackson, but I listen to that Anton guy. I usually don't, but I always hated this Derek Jackson guy because my ex-girlfriend, she's always like, "Look, he's telling me what you're doing and all this shit," and then he ended up being who he was. But Anton's siding with Derek, and it's like, well, that's pretty neat. That's a good take, honestly. But anyways,
you know what I mean?
All right. Yeah.
Peace.
All right, peace.
All right, man.
Hey,
All right,
take it
man.
easy, AI. Thanks for
Take
coming.
care, bro.
I think it's no problem. Take care.
It's,
Right now, we talk.
What's up?
it's no I have a comment, bro. Look, I'm almost 50 years old, right? One thing I'll say is this, bro. Because look, yes, there is all this, these soft, young males now, right? Nowadays, right? Okay, don't you think? Well, look, this is just me saying. There's not a lot of males in the homes anymore, and you have all these, soft ass boys, right, who are raised by a bunch of very emotional females and shit. So like, don't you think that that can play a role?
I absolutely do.
Yeah, right.
I've been a big mouthpiece as far as the fact that I think that there's too many that men and young adolescents and kids in general being raised by nothing but women.
Yeah, exactly, bro.
The lack of fathers in homes all across the board,
Yes.
in all communities is I mean, as time has gone on and as the lack of fathers have,
and the hood too, right? With the hood and shit. Yeah.
I'm just saying, as the fatherless rate has started rising, and the way the children are reacting and the young adults that are coming into adulthood are being, I mean, it's showing in real time that that's not a healthy environment, so to speak. That's not the ideal, way that you would want to bring children into this world. It doesn't actually. It doesn't.
That's true, bro.
Doesn't yield promising fruit, so to speak. What do you say, Barnabas? I know that your liberal ass is going to have something to say, and you're muted.
Oh shit, liberal. All right, it's all good.
I mean, I have lots to say.
Let's
I
get
don't
feedback.
even know where to begin with you. I mean, first I need to talk about your hair.
What?
Nah, man.
First,
just go with the fucking topic, homie.
Yeah, hold on, Rich. Let him go, man.
All right.
Mike.
I'm not going to let that hair slide. I don't know what's going on.
What's wrong with my hair?
Everything.
You know what I think that is? I think that's
Jealousy.
just the fucking heartache and the tears of a man who can't grow hair anymore. That's jealousy.
Could be.
That's jealousy. The fact that you're 10 years younger than me and I have thicker and more luxurious locks than you do, sir.
I am jealous. There's no doubt about it.
Let me gray soon.
I hate being bald. It's a blight upon my looks, my sexual marketplace value. It's just horrible. It is horrible.
Well, just be like Akeisha, man. Go get a glue on.
I'm not gonna.
Just grow old, bro. Grow old.
I didn't know where to begin. I came on because you were saying like that people used to let the alphabet community give them a free ride. Dude, you're stupid and you're lying. I mean,
no, I'm not lying. That's bullshit, man. There was the people that were against that and and the attacks that I know that you're going to sit and try and throw out. That was a very, very, very small, minute group of people that was involved in that. That was not America. Most Americans as a whole didn't give a shit as long as they kept it in their own home. Yeah, we didn't agree with it. Yeah, we didn't think that it was the most, it was the right way to go about living your life. But are you trying to say that people aren't allowed to have an opinion about it?
Can you mute Rich unless he's talking, please? It's too much.
Oh yeah, I guess your background is you got a lot of background noise.
Look, you can preface that with things have changed since the future, and there was a lot of quote unquote progress in that. The alphabet is more tolerated, just on the I guess the L and the G and the B, right? You can say that, but in the history of it was not tolerated. I just wanted to say that. Okay. So anyways, moving on. Here's what I really want. I'm very excited that you're going to do some groundwork or field work. And I'm a genius. I know a way to make you go viral and become the most popular YouTuber in the world.
Is that right?
Yes. I think you should find that swimsuit with the tuck feature, buy it, and demonstrate like what does it do? Like, how does it help you tuck more? Do you tie your penis to a Velcro strap and like strap it backwards? Like,
so you're talking like buy it, bring it, do a live stream where you're literally dissecting the frickin'
it's called
how it works, right?
Can you make my picture bigger? I want to see myself. This is not working for me.
What's your problem?
I want to see myself.
Oh my God, you are such a fucking let me edit this. What's up, Georgia? How are you doing?
Hold up. Are you going to try it? Do you like the idea? For you to sit there, it's called try on haul. That's a girl's.
No, I'm not going to try it on.
Why not? Demonstrate it, dude. You're going to go
because
viral.
I'm not a fag like you.
It's for science.
For
it
science.
Would be funny. It would be funny to see you in a bathing suit for a woman that has like the tuck feature. You know, it has the tuck feature, right? Have you seen that?
Yes, I have seen. Is that here? Let me see. Is that?
I don't
better?
understand how that works. It's better, thanks. How does it work?
I don't know, but you know what? You
Please demonstrate it.
The thing is I ain't going to demonstrate it, but dissecting it and tearing it apart and figuring out how it works is interesting.
Try it on, dude. Do like before and after.
You're dumb.
Don't
Georgia, tell him he's dumb.
Don't do that.
Do it.
No.
Dude, you're going to become popular. It'll be great. It's right on.
Dude,
you love talking about transsexuals. It's like your favorite topic. You love it. You love it. You know you love it. If I dissect your content, I bet you at least 50% is transsexuals. And
negative. Negative, sir.
It is your favorite topic. It's your hottest topic. And it's the thing you're most passionate about. Transsexuals. Admit it.
Nah, it's just a culture.
No, and that's what it is. It's just a culture being exposed. And it's actually a lot of it's a very perverted culture, whether you agree with that or not.
It was just a couple days ago, the Google home screen was some kind of like Native American transgender.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
what was that?
thing. I didn't really look.
It's
I
not
was just
even.
like, what is this?
It's not even LGBT month yet. They're getting warmed up, dude. It used to be like a day, then a week, now a month, and now it's like a month ahead. And it's like, dude, it's gonna be all year.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I think this year, since I live in a bigger city than what I used to now,
Where do you live?
And I'm pretty sure Fort Wayne does a Pride Parade. I think I'm going to go up and I'm going to live stream the Pride Parade.
Are you going to
You're going to get a community strike or something.
Hey, you know what? If I get a community strike, then all that goes to show is that what they're promoting on YouTube and everywhere else is perverted and disgusting and is basically pornography.
Yeah, well, they're always getting
up.
naked at those things. You know, you're gonna have to be careful.
Pornography, really? I mean, come on, stop.
How many pride parades have you been to, Barnabas?
I accidentally drove my bicycle through one.
He said accidentally, accidentally on purpose.
It was honestly an accident. I was going to work.
Were you becoming curious about your own sexuality there, sir? Did you want to go see something fresh and new?
It was like 1998, I think. I lived in Brooklyn, and I had no idea about anything. They didn't even have the internet. I didn't, and I didn't even know that gay parade was even a thing.
1992,
but they were different
98,
back then.
98, I think.
They were still kind of about.
I was just riding my bicycle to work, and I was like, "What the fuck is this?" And
Yeah,
that's
they
the only
were-
time I've been to one. And I just
They
I
got-
didn't stop. I just had to go. I had to go to work.
They a lot of them were taken over by trans activists. So it used to be like old time gay activists who are running these parades. But they collect a lot of money and all that kind of stuff. And then after gay marriage, the interest kind of waned, and then the trans took over. And they've even stolen money from some of these parade organizations. I think Boston fell apart.
There's
when
no
trans
way.
took over.
I mean, there's no way there's not a LGBT parade in Boston. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's like the organization that runs the parade, like the older people who had been organizing it for all these years took a step back, because
Yeah, no,
being
they
gay
won.
wasn't
They
as
won.
big of a deal. Yeah, so then the trans took over, but the trans people are always just so severely mentally ill. They ran off with the money. I can find the article for you. Just a moment.
See, and that's just it. Is we need to stop ignoring the fact that this is a mental illness, because that's what it is. It's a mental illness. It's a mental disorder, and the fact that we're sitting here glorifying mental disease and trying to make it a normality. I mean, at this point, it's been pushed so far that you now have registered sex offenders that are running for government seats in their states and local governments. This is absolutely insane.
Wait, stop. That's happening?
Yes, it is.
You wouldn't lie to me, would you?
No, I wouldn't. And if I had a quick link to the first one that I saw, or I would throw it out there for you. But all you got to do is you could probably do a quick Google search of, government officials that are running for office, and you're going to see them pop up. There's one. What was it? Conservative was showing one the other day. I think it was. Or was it him or what? Yeah, it was somebody. I forget who it was. But anyhow, yes, you have that issue going on, and that's just crazy. I mean, we're to the point now where we're trying to say that pedophilia it isn't pedophilia and change it to minor attracted persons. I mean, how far are people really going to allow this agenda to continue to go forward before someone actually starts, like, real shit really starts happening? How far are we going to allow this? This delusion of reality to continue on unchecked? Is it going to take, one child openly being assaulted in a bathroom somewhere? Is it going to take 10? Is it going to take a bunch of kids coming up missing somewhere? I mean, what's it going to take for people to open their eyes up and see that this is not sitting and back and literally incentivizing and rewarding mental disorder is not a healthy, nor is it a fucking safe thing to do for society.
I know what it's going to be. It's going to be that Jazz Jennings, because that's like America's trans princess, and she's already complaining. She's had like 3 vagina surgeries, and it's like it sounds like it's not going well, honestly. And probably in the future, hopefully she finds peace and her decisions were the right ones. But I suspect that in a couple more years, she's going to just totally flip the script and say, I should have never cut my dick off. I'm really just a gay dude. and people convinced me at age 5 and 6 to become a woman, and that's the wrong choice. And maybe that'll lead to pushback to answer your question, Mr. Snowman. I don't know. Just a guess. It's a long shot, of course, but it's possible.
Oh shit!
I'm just saying though, don't you think that this is getting a little just a little outrageous, the how much that it seems like they really are aimed and directing all of their focus and attention on underage and adolescent children. I mean, Barnabas, even you got to admit that there's something weird about the fact that just in 10 years, the amount of gay, lesbian, and trans or non-binary or gender confused people that are in school, as opposed to 10 years ago. I mean, it's the rates of what multiplied by like 100 times, dude. It's insane.
Yeah, they're teaching people.
That's not even a healthy or natural growth of shit like that. That's there's no other way for that to have happened that fast without there being some kind of indoctrination.
He just said, bro.
I agree with you. I agree that it is now a learned behavior at this point because it's so prevalent.
He just ignored everything I just said. That's all right.
No, I didn't ignore you. I agree with Snowman. It is.
Yeah, but look,
a learned behavior. It is being taught, and people are picking up on it.
Okay, but look,
it is also being rewarded. People that are trans are like extra special. They get more points or something.
Well, I get that, bro. But look. Earlier, you said, "Snowman, mute me." I'm like, why, bro? I mean.
No, the only reason why when you're not talking, there's like a real heavy white noise in your background.
You serious?
Yeah.
Yes, it's horrible.
Like a turbine.
Well,
I'm not trying to
everything's awful
violate.
weird.
I'm not trying to violate your First Amendment or whatever. No, it's just distracting.
Well, I'm sorry, dude.
Oh no, you're good. It's just
no, it's okay. Just mute when you're not talking.
A lot of us, that's a practice that we all practice now anymore. Is if we're not talking, we generally mute up.
No, but it's fine when you're talking. Go ahead.
But yeah, this
I could leave.
there's no other way to explain this other than learned behavior.
No, don't leave. Just when you're not talking, it's better if you mute. That's all.
No, what I'm saying is what I can do is leave and just come back and shoot.
Yeah, it could just be your mic.
If that works out. Nah, I mean.
Okay.
Jesus, me out for blowing the chat up.
What the chat's
Who, me?
blowing?
Oh wow, yeah, that is a lot.
I always do.
Is Blacks in the house? Is he here?
Yeah, he was in the house. He might still be out there. I dropped a link for him to come up if he wants to, but Blacks is one of those dignified black men who actually care about his family and is trying to build generational wealth and teach his children to be leaders instead of followers. So he's probably doing schoolwork with his kids right now and just kind of listening in on lunch break.
I think he should buy.
Yeah.
I think he should buy the dude, someone has to buy that thing and demonstrate it.
Why would anybody want to demonstrate that?
Dude, you'll go viral. You'll go viral, man. You'll go viral.
Dude, I would rather go viral for reading pedophile jokes.
No.
Seriously.
Alex Stein who did it. He was like prancing around a Target in that.
But I am. But look, dude, I am going to go up and because I've had so many different people that have went to Target and talked to me personally on streams now saying that it's ridiculous what is in Target, that they thought that it was all a bunch of, just media, gaslighting, for lack of better words, on it, that when he went in there, he was caught off guard. And other person said that they were caught off guard. So, dude, it's pushed me to have to go into Target myself,
please,
here in Fort Wayne, and see what's going on.
And listen, please be a good reporter. Just state the facts as they are, right?
Right.
Look
I'm not
for the
going to
evidence.
sit and gaslight and say that it's something that it's not, but
Okay.
I'm going to let people see it for what it is.
And I want you to buy the pants.
Try
them
dude,
on.
I am not trying that shit on. I am not going to try and tuck my wee-wee, dude. My sausage is going to hang between its legs like it's supposed to.
I don't understand. Like, what is the tucking device?
It's probably just like a little pocket.
Fabric. It's
What do you think it is?
Some nylon. It's like when you have control top nylons that's like just woven to be extra tight.
Oh, you think it's like
do you think it's like a spandex material that holds it in place?
Yeah, so if you're a lady and you buy, stockings or something and they're
Spanx.
control top, no, like normal, the ones that used to come in an egg. It used to be, kind of stretchy with the leg part, and then like kind of from bicycle shorts length up, it's a much firmer material that kind of is extra tight.
Right.
So I think they just kind of make a tighter pocket in the front.
I think it's like a Velcro thing that you like Velcro your cock and balls around, and then you like pull it back. And
You
then
see that? Look. You see
no.
that, Barnabas? What the fuck? Some pussy ass shit? Hell no. I'll lose respect for any man that does that shit, Snowman.
Dude, we want to know what it is. We want to know what they're selling the children. Someone needs to have the balls to man up and do it. And I nominate you, Snowman.
No, not happening,
You're a coward.
Like I said, I have no
You're
problem
a coward if
buying.
you're gonna like it too
Look,
much.
I have no problem buying one of them and bringing it back to the house and showing people what it looks like and how it operates.
Listen, buy
but
it.
I'm not, dude. I'm not going to sit and put it on.
Okay. Buy it and demonstrate with a banana, please. That would be good. And maybe you can get like a mannequin too. That would be awesome, dude.
We got mannequins. We got mannequins out in our garage.
I don't want to know why you have mannequins, but let's
for Halloween, dude. For Halloween.
Sure. Okay. Listen. Get a banana. Get a mannequin. Please do that. It would be the best content ever. Please.
Hey, actually, that ain't a bad idea.
See, I'm not so bad.
That ain't a bad idea there.
If you see when they're actually tucking, they're actually like placing the parts inside of themselves. Like it's not
really. So
yeah.
what they're doing? They're wrapping it around and laying it right in their crack.
Yeah. So they'll,
So what about doesn't their nuts get in the way?
And the nuts go first, so those kind of get pushed up into that cavity, and then they pull the thing around, and then they're like taping it up, and then they wear several layers of like nylons and
also
shorts.
Snowman, just stop at the sex shop and find like the softest
shut up
dildo with the nuts
Barnabas.
connected.
You gotta get the fuck out of here.
Oh my god.
No, we can't have that gay shit, man. You got to come correct, sir.
This is a family show,
right? I mean, this may be the island of misfit toys, but we still try to keep shit somewhat.
No, you don't.
Shut up.
You're in the gutter.
I'm in the gutter.
You're below me in the gutter. Yeah.
I mean, these people are narcissistic, so they show off everything they do. It's not hard to find.
But dude, there's another part of this that I wanted to share on this view clip that I found interesting. Let me see if I can find it real quick. If it'll play now.
Dude, Whoopi used to be pretty, by the way. I know you're talking crap about her.
Oh, Snowman, I sent you my Whoopi Goldberg Black History Month photo that I made for Facebook.
Is it in the back? In the private?
The Discord.
The Discord?
I don't know how to put images on the private chat.
Did you get rid of your IG, Snowman, or did you block me or something?
No. Why would I do that?
Maybe because I pissed you off. I can't find you. I wanted to send you something.
I'm still on there.
What's it called?
It's the same as it was, dude.
You don't want to tell me? It's a secret?
No, I don't want to tell everybody because it's for some reason on
that's
Instagram,
fine. That's
it's
fine.
My real name.
Well, just
and only select few people have my real name.
Just message me, man. I'm just gonna send you some music I wanted you to hear if you're interested.
Okay, I can do that. Yeah, because it showed that you were live, or not live, but you were active the other day. Damn it. Where'd that go?
Just, I mean, not now. You don't have to do it whenever you think about it.
No, I'm trying to get that whoopee thing back because, like I said, there was there was something else that they said in that little clip too that I found interesting that I wanted to share, but it was acting weird for some reason. So I backed out of it. I got to hop back in real quick.
I mean, what are they even talking about?
The whole Target thing.
Oh.
Where is that? Bookmarks. Here we
I'm
go.
not against selling a swimsuit where you hide your junk. I mean, I don't have a problem with that. People want to hide their
a lot
junk.
of kids stuff. That's what they've had it for years. They've had like the kids section. They've had tons of Pride stuff, and like blackety black type stuff.
Yeah.
For years.
Yeah, that's what they were saying is that Target's been a proponent of it for the last probably decade or so. I guess the thing that problem everybody's having is that so apparently this year the type of stuff that they're selling and marketing to kids. Before it was just like shirts that were
right,
pro LGBTQ. You know what I'm saying? Now they're actually literally selling those swimsuits that you're talking about, Barnabas. Those swimsuits aren't just being sold to adults; they're being sold to children as well in Target.
Well, I mean, maybe a dude wants to be a chick and hide his dick. What's worse, that or like some book?
I think it's all equally bad.
I think the book would be more
into
the indoctrination side. If you're already to the point where you're shopping for a female bathing suit to hide your penis, I think you've already reached a certain level.
No, but see what I'm getting at is the only way a child is going to have any kind of sexual involvement or sexually motivated ideas before hitting puberty or close to puberty is if an adult is the one that poses it to them.
That's not true. I remember being a kid.
Okay. What's your anecdotal experience then?
When I was like, in kindergarten, I dreamt of having threesomes. I mean, I didn't know like what sex was. I didn't see porn.
Well, that's because you said that.
But I wanted this. I wanted
with the babysitter.
No,
that's highly abnormal.
That is highly abnormal. Generally, the only time a child is going to be having, especially an 8, 9, 10, 11-year-old is going to be having those kind of thoughts, is if somebody's done or they have displayed that kind of.
Nothing, dude. I had a blessed life. Nothing happened to me. I'm telling you.
Because look, dude, I'll be honest with you. I grew up and I didn't know anything about any of that stuff until someone that was older than me, extremely older, who had already hit puberty before I did, introduced me to pornography as a kid.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I didn't listen when I was in kindergarten. It's not like I knew what sex was. I didn't know. But I knew your daughter's.
Yeah, I know. She's all right.
Oh, can she hear me?
He's got headphones on, I think.
Headphones? Okay. I didn't. I never saw porn. I didn't know what sex was, but I knew. I was just like, right before I went to bed every night, I was like, I wish these two of my classmates were laying right next to me. I remember the thought when I was that age.
Okay, so you wish they were right there beside you, but what were you going to do? Did you have, what were your thoughts on what you were going to do if they were? Did you have the, sexual thoughts like that? Were you having sexual thoughts, or were they just laying there beside you?
I mean, it wasn't two dudes, right? It was specifically the good-looking girls. So it was something, but I didn't understand like what it was. I wasn't exposed to anything. But anyways,
I don't know. Like
I've said this before.
I find that to me, that type of those type of thoughts and someone who hasn't even hit adolescence yet is highly abnormal.
You didn't have a crush when you were young, prepubescent?
Yeah, I had a crush, but there was nothing sexual about it. I just.
Well, what do you think it is? You didn't have a crush on a dude. It was
You can just
specifically a
like
girl.
you can just like people.
No.
Like you probably saw two cute girls at school.
Yeah.
You're not
No,
gonna,
I thought
you're
she was
not gonna
pretty.
like the
Yes.
but you can
What do you
notice
think that is?
you can just notice which
Dude,
child
not
is better
everything,
looking than the other one.
not everything has a sexual nature and connotation to it. I think my wife is pretty, but every time I look at her, I'm not sitting and constantly having those type of thoughts. And specifically, like I said, when I was a young kid and, before I hit adolescence, I remember at 7, 8 years old, yes, there was a girl in the apartment complex that we lived in that I did have a crush on, but there was no sexual nature behind it.
Dude, a crush is sexual in nature. Okay, maybe you just don't understand it because you're young. You haven't experienced it or seen, the bad stuff. But it is sexual in nature. There's something there. It goes back. Listen, if you talk to these old gay men, I've said it on your channel before. I'll say it again. They always love to tell their gay origin story. And if you talk to the really old ones, they always say the same thing. The first time I knew I was gay, I was watching. They all love this old like Hercules from like the 50s and 60s, whoever that guy was, and they knew that they were gay, and they'll say that, and like really young. And the same for me. I knew I was straight. I knew I was straight when I was 4. When that neighbor girl and her mom came and asked if I wanted to play, and I was like running down the stairs as fast as possible. Of course, I didn't know what sex was or anything, but I was like, "Oh, it was a girl," and I knew that was better than just hanging out with the dudes.
No, I think you just noticed that she was pretty.
Yeah.
Because the gays lie a lot about their origin.
Well, I'm
gonna have to agree to disagree.
I'm just going to push it at this. If it was sexual in nature, you'd be able to say definitively that it was sexual and you knew exactly what it was you wanted to do.
I didn't know what sex was when I'm like 5.
Yeah, we don't know what sex is when we first do it. Honestly, we have no clue what it is. We just have an idea and we just go through the motions. Think about that for a second, but we still know what it is that we want to do. Think about that for a second, though. Seriously, think about that. If it was something that was in sexual nature, then you would be able to definitively say what it was that you wanted to do to these young girls.
I didn't even know.
And how it made you feel inside, rather than I just know that I had dreams that they wanted to sit and is that really be brave? It is be brave and think.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up, man?
Well, I hate to break it to everybody, but we all know that women are free now, right? As it should be. They've been set free over the last 40, 50, 60 years, 40, 50 for sure. They've been set free in a sense of things. You guys are probably too young to remember when women still were under the thumb of the household. But
that was still going on in the late 80s, and I remember that.
Yeah, I had to obey my parents.
So now their freedom is on steroids, and I think it should be. I'm thinking if we can't have free women, we can't have a society. But what's happened with that is, because I noticed it about 30 years ago, I'm thinking to myself in the workplace everywhere I work, I'm saying, now all of these women are free, and all I'm seeing is a bunch of punk-ass white American males. Okay? So, if the white American male has become punk, sissy, and dropped every bit of manhood he had in him, I knew men, I hung around with ruffians. I knew guys that were 150 pounds and girls couldn't keep their hands off because these 150 pounders could protect them. They were men. And they had reputations of being rough and ready. So, if all these white men are being punk-ass males now, and the women are free, they're not going to choose the punk-ass males. And I guarantee you, that's where a lot of this is able to set in. A lot of this gay stuff is able to set in. Now, the school system across the nation, we all know, has taken males and made them even more of punks. They've turned them into nothings. So the men were already the 160-pound men that couldn't fight their way out of a wet paper bag. In the old days, could get a wife because society said you have to marry or you're a whore. So there was pressure for the woman to.
No, it wasn't that you had to marry or you was a whore. It was if you were going to go out and you was going to engage in being a sexual deviant, and you weren't going to be married. Then, and specifically, it was for women that went out and had kids. You know, you don't have kids out of wedlock. That that made you, like you said, a whore.
No, yeah, a woman, if she wanted to stay single 50 years ago and didn't want to marry, she was not thought highly of. Okay, the word whore might have been a little strong on that one, but I'm guarantee you there are people in the churches that if a woman did not want to marry 50 or 60 years ago, she was a whore. Okay, and again, maybe not to the degree that I maybe I overstated it, but anyway, the woman had to marry, so she picked a punk male by the numbers, by the droves. Women ended up with punk males, and that's not happening now, and that's a good thing too.
No, now it's easy. You could just as easily say that these women are actually creating punk males.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The whole
they're going out of their way instead of now, because they don't want to be with a man and they don't want a man in the household. You got women raising effeminate men. That's just compounding the problem. So I don't see where this whole feminist movement has been a net positive in any fashion.
You're overlooking something. Women don't want men that are punks. Women want a man. You get a big old strong, handsome man. He can get wives real easy these days.
Well, my question then is, if they don't want men that are punks, why are they creating men that are punks?
Because it's a natural thing to do. I was going to write a book and I never did. I was going to call it Discover Your Masculinity / Pig Within. And I was going to aim that book at these weakling men that are just that aren't getting it. They're trying to be too much of a gentleman. They're not able to tell a woman or their girlfriend to go to hell when she's got it coming. They're not able to stand up to a woman at all whatsoever. And I've seen them all over the place. And I don't even know if any information like that would even help anymore. Because you're right. The women do what they do by nature is they're going to take a punk male and they're going to force him more into being a punk because they're disgusted by him. I always said, I never hit on a married woman in my life. I never have. But I've been with married women, a good number of them. And I always said, here's how this works. And I told men this. If you don't tell your wife to go to hell when she's got it coming, she's going to come and see guys like me. And that is what is happening. And that's what we're not facing up to, is the lack of men for these damn women. And I'm not saying the women are right in this thinking. For God's sakes, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is they're just going by a natural tendency to protect themselves, self-preservation, and the men aren't offering any resistance, so they're just going further and further. And what we got in America is white males are now punks. Way too large a numbers.
Oh, I don't think that. Well, see, I don't think that it's just, it limited to one demographic. It isn't just white males; it's all males, and specifically Western civilization males.
Well, the white males and the white females are the ones holding up the American culture, and that's why I'm more concerned about them than any others. The black culture's shot. That's over. That's been over. That's done. Their confusion when you see the panels and streams, I don't even watch much of them. I look at them. It's all about black women this, black women that, men this, men that, and I'm going. Neither the black women by numbers and neither the black men have any ability to be in a household because both of them are completely off mark about life in general.
All right, hold on. Did you say you were going to write a relationship book for men? Be brave. I just want to clarify.
I said I was going to write a book. Yes, Discover Your Masculinity / Pig Within. Yes, for men that are 140 pounds, but they're still men. And I'm saying you still are a man. If you discover your masculinity and you understand the pig that needs to come out once in a while for the woman to respect, you can still get a woman even though you're 150-pound weak.
When's it coming out? Can I buy it? Do I get a signed copy?
I'm all show and no go. I don't do anything. I'm a quitter. I don't do anything through. I just, I'm thinking, so what, So, but no.
So Wolfpack asks, who's the dude in the bottom right? That
It's the Lone
I guess
Ranger.
it would help. I guess it would help if I showed names, huh?
It's the Lone Ranger.
Yeah, Santa, Lone Ranger, Free
And
Bird, thing, whatever.
I put a study in the private chat for you guys. I think it's from 1991. And it talks about how mothers of boys, they call it gender identity disorder, but it's like kids who would grow up to be gay. How the mothers are, what do they call it? How they have personality disorders.
For sure, they're crazy.
Says page
Yeah,
does
so-
not exist.
If you think about it, what it would be kind of funny if and I'm a firm conspiracy theorist. I think we're being engineered way past what we're even willing to admit. So if you think about it, wouldn't it have been funny if they didn't set a gay movement in motion for manless white men to get partners in sex? If they didn't set that in motion, what would you? It'd be kind of comical to look at all of these white men that can't get wives and all of these white women that obviously don't even want them.
Well, see,
That'd
it's
be a-
interesting that you're putting that on the white people though, because like I was like
I am. Yes.
like I was addressing earlier, I find it interesting that the actual alphabet communities movement, they've attached themselves to the black communities plight and movement as well. That way they can move one and the same.
Yes.
So
As I said, the engineering is
who's really being targeted then, and who
Well-
are the ones that are really actively involved in this? Is this the white community or is it the black community?
the engineered comes from the top, the corporate machine, I call them. They want to do away with white man power. We're the last vestige. We're the last holdout against their complete dominion over the planet. The white American male is the last place. We're the last ones. When we're done, it's all done. Tyranny sets in. I'm not saying it's bad tyranny, but it's going to be tyranny. And so the combination of the LGBTQ community with the black community is obviously doubling down on the straight white man. That's all that is, and it's simple. So when the blacks complain about it, or the white, or the LGBT, and when they come together, it is just, if you look at it, everything boils down to, in the last 10 years, reducing the white straight male in America. That's not, like, it's so obvious now that that's why I'm surprised that people still run to the Democrats or the Republicans for solution. I'm going, folks, we're in a one world order and have been for 100 years, and they're changing the script now. And it's being done so that the white American male can be reduced to a beggar of many things, as opposed to a producer. Because they need beggars. They don't need producers. We all know that. They need people to follow, buy, consume, shut up, eat shit, go to bed, go consume some more, work when we tell you. But they don't want the natural order of things, because that creates too many questions for that global corporate machine to confront all the time. Plus, it's a bad thing for other cultures to catch on to. They do not want the American culture that existed, that they even created, and I hate to break this into people, when we talk about the 50s and the 40s, hello, the same corporate machine was creating the psychological order of the fantastic 60s that involved marriage and families. In other words, they created Leave It to Beaver, correct? Now what are they creating? Dead zombies. See what they did? They had us to Leave It to Beaver while they built their strength, finalized their global entrenchment. Now that they don't need us anymore, now they got zombies, dead zombies, attack zombies, and that's what society's resembling now. Society resembled Leave It to Beaver when they wanted it to. So now they got dead zombies. What are people doing? Tattoos on their necks, pieces of steel driven through their eyebrows, stupid haircuts, tattoos. So I mean, they look like
What's
dead
wrong with
zombies now.
tattoos,
So
buddy?
they take us wherever they want to take us.
Well, what's wrong? What's your problem with tattoos, buddy?
On women, it's horrible. Horrible. When I see a woman with tattoos, I'm thinking mental illness.
My wife has a tattoo.
I don't care whose wife has them. Please don't personalize it. I'm just saying that as an
I'm just
opinion.
saying, man. I think that there is a
How tattooed is she? Is it concealed? Is she all over?
She's got one tattoo and it's not exposed. She keeps it in a place. My wife's a business professional, so her tattoo.
Well, there you go.
Where it can't be where it can
So,
be
and I always say my sister, my wonderful sister, who is the most wonderful housewife in the world.
Me, on the other hand, I'm
Now hold it. My wonderful sister got a little tattoo. Well, no, men with tattoos that's not abnormal.
No,
We're
it is.
warriors.
It is. Hold up.
No, hold on. Let me finish this. We're
You've been
warriors.
talking for goddamn 5 hours.
All right, go ahead.
Man, about 50,000 different things, and you said something I want to get on with.
Anyone
with a tattoo on their hand like Snowman, that's a red flag. Show them ugly tattoos you got on your hands. That's an immediate no. That's like some kind of 3%. I don't even know what. I don't even want to know, man. Just please don't tell me what that is. It looks like something. And dude. Okay, good. I'm taking over. I'm usurping the channel. Anyone that's got hand tattoos, neck tattoos, especially anterior or on the side, unless it's a woman that has one on the back and her hair covers it, which is still bad, and definitely face tattoos, red flag.
Yeah, face tattoos are, I mean, look, it
gets out of hand.
It does. Look, one place I don't think anybody should ever tattoo is their face.
Have you seen the eyeballs?
I do think that there are extremes to shit, and people take shit to the extreme. And
kind of crazy.
Look, to a degree, I kind of, I used to be one of those guys when I was younger. As I got older, I started actually seeing the actual benefit and value and being a little bit reserved on some things, and how some of the choices that you make as a young individual, and specifically a young adult, can affect the outcome of your life as you become older and a more well-versed in the way of the world adult. You know what I'm saying?
The tattoos on a man, like I said, though, they're not. The reason they're not offensive is because men are warriors. Tattoos resemble warriors. Tattoos resemble rough and tough. I'm not saying they're good. I'm not saying they're bad on men. I'm just saying if I had a son, I would say don't get crazy with them and be very careful. In fact, try not to even worry about them. You don't really need them. But they're offensive on a woman. There's no way a woman who is gentle, sweet, that's what women are. I don't even care if they've gained 300 pounds. They were and used to be gentle and sweet and petite. And there's nothing about a tattoo that looks good on a woman because it just makes them look tough, which is a complete psychological abnormality. Women cannot be, never were tough. Why would you put something that makes you look tough? Not to mention, here's the number one thing that makes me sick when I see women doing it, and I feel sorry for their dumb, stupid men that let them.
Damn, see, now you ran Georgia off, man.
Oh, man.
I got to go too, but you didn't run me off. I just got to go. Peace out, fellas.
Thanks.
Say no to face and hand tattoos. And definitely the women, don't forget they're getting them on their legs and stuff and like wearing bikinis. That's a no, man. No, please no. But or who cares? Just do what you want. No one cares what I think. Anyways, it's good talking to you.
Yep.
Take it easy.
Appreciate you coming through, man.
Thanks.
Take it easy.
When a woman puts on tattoos, she's putting on like a piece of clothing that she can never take off. That's what kills me. You'll see them cover their whole breast, and I'm going, that's my tit. What are you doing? That's my titty. I want to see it naked. Your hip. On a woman, they see tattoos on their hips. Why are you covering that hip? That's my hip. That's what I go to work for every day. When I want to look at that hip naked, that's what gets me to work and come home. That's why you're my wife. So why would you put on something, a piece of clothing you can never take off? And I'm slayed that men would let their women do that. My first occurrence when tattoos became popular on women, I'm going, you're putting on clothes, you stupid bitches, that you can't take off. What do you think gives your man the motivation to get out and go to work? Is the tattoo, your nudity. Nudity makes the world go round. Why would a woman cover that up with tattoos? That's why, so women in tattoos is probably the indication that we are finished as a society.
Well, I know there's a lot of men that don't like it. Me personally, I don't think that the women with tattoos is the indication. I think the fact that we got men trying to be women is an indication that America, specifically in Western culture in general, is finished as a society.
You could probably go ahead and point out 10 things that are very real indications that society's over. I'm just saying women in tattoos is one of the outstanding ones. It's outstanding that we're done. Women have now lost their fucking minds. I don't give a fuck who says what, how, or where. As I was saying, my sister put a little tattoo on her calf, a little butterfly. I said, you still defiled your nudity, you stupid woman. I gave her all kinds of hell. I don't give a shit how small a tattoo is. Stop it. It's just a stupid fad that if you look into it, and taken to its extreme proves how stupid it is, with women all over, tattoos all over them. So why would it? So if you're going to associate yourself with that dumbass woman that tattoos all over by putting a little tattoo on your calf, why would you want to even associate with that? And I jumped her ass good. She told me to shut up, but I said I had my piece though. But the woman don't need to put a damn little rose anywhere on her. Your body is the magnificence of what makes the goddamn world go round. We do agree on that, I bet, Snowman. Nudity of a woman makes the world go round.
Oh, well, hold on. Yeah, I'd be willing to say this. Sex definitely sells. You know,
it's what men die and fight for the whole time of humanity, is the nudity of a woman.
So I'm curious if you or anybody out in the chat has seen this yet. This is the new ad for North Face that just came out.
What is North Face?
It's a clothing brand, and it's mostly popular with kids in high school and college.
Hi, it's me, Patagonia, a real-life homosexual. And today I'm here with the North Face. We are here to invite you to come out in nature with us. Wow, this is nice. We like to call this little tour the Summer of Pride. This tour has everything. Hiking, community, art, lesbians making art. Last year, we gay saw shade across the nation and celebrated Pride across the nation with hundreds of you across the nation. This year, we're back again with 2 new stops. Atlanta, GA. Why? Because you're there. In Salt Lake City, we're coming for you.
Hi, can we go?
Of course. This year, all these fabulous speakers will be coming from inside this TV to a nature near you. So come outside and celebrate the beautiful LGHG-TV community.
If you look, I think I can't, what's funny is men in this day and age, we don't get to go, you sick ass freak motherfucker, get the fuck away from me. See, we don't get to do that. Now, I understand I don't want violence against gays. And as you said earlier, Angry, I've been in and out of your program since you got on. And you said that they used to be left alone. They were. Barney tried to make the case that they weren't. He's full of shit. I'm old enough to remember.
The actual attacks on gays back then were very isolated incidents.
Very. And nobody gave a shit. Nobody cared. It was rough in the 60s and 50s. I'm sure I was a kid then, but immediately it got to where nobody gave a shit. And as you said, as we all say, just keep it to yourself. Now, with it in public to the degree that it's in, we don't have the right to go, man, you're making me fucking sick. A guy called me a homophobe. I said, no, I'm a fucking homo repulsive. That's all.
It ain't even that. Be brave. It goes as far as now you don't even have the right to say that you're not attracted to a trans woman. If you say that you would not have sex or that you are not attracted to a trans woman, you are now a transphobe or a homophobe and a bigot and all this shit just because you do not, feel sexually in any way towards this person that's pretending to be something they're not.
Well, that is certainly a sickening thing. But even more than that, we're not allowed to just say, "Get the fuck away from me, man." I don't want to hear your fucking talk. I don't want to hear your fucking. I don't want to be around gay shit. I don't want to hear nothing about it. I mean, it's just it's just that the way it is. I've had gay friends. We had a deal. You don't talk about your gay stupid shit. We talk like a man, and I won't talk about pussy with you. It's simple. But now you don't get to be repulsed. So it's getting like, okay, this is not getting good. So I mean, the whole thing is, and it boils down to a lot of men accepting it, and a lot of men that people want to claim are violent. If they say, "Get the fuck away from me, you freak! Get the fuck out of here! You and your boyfriend holding hands." If my son was gay, if he came to my house, I'd say, "You show 1 ounce of gayness in this fucking house, you're not going to come back to it. This is my sanctuary. I don't know what happened. I don't know what you chose, but you're my son, and we can talk as men." You bring your boyfriend over here, something like that, and you do one gay goddamn thing. I'd throw his fucking ass out and say, don't ever come back here, you filthy bastard. It's not that I hate gays. It's just disgusting. I'm sorry. That's it.
Well, I don't like watching people sit and, make out and all that shit in front of me if they're straight.
Me neither.
There's
You're
a
right.
place for that stuff, and
You're
that
right.
it belongs in the bedroom.
And the gay movement.
This whole movement that's been going on since, I can remember, probably since MTV came out, where they're trying to over-sexualize everything and put sex in the forefront and, basically make sex this mainstream, accepted perversion. It has gotten out of control, and that's why we're where we are today.
Well,
they basically been pushing it and throwing the sexualization of kids has been going on all my life, and it's just been progressively getting worse and worse and worse. And now we're at the stage now where there's parents that are really advocating for not just pornography but gay pornography being accepted and pushed in their own child's schools now, and that being accepted practice, and that's not okay. That's being predatory in nature, and it's just it's disgusting and perverse.
Well, nobody stopped it back when I was a kid. Nobody stopped it. When you seen on the TV, when you seen very risky commercials, I remember them. I remember the sexualization. It wasn't homosexualization. It was just sexualization.
Right.
I remember I remember being up to my neck in everywhere I lived, even though we were the low income people in the neighborhood. Everywhere I lived, there was men and women. Now everything. Then I remember the commercials, and what's funny is people think they can get away with this shit and nuding up women. We think we got away with that. I said it a long time ago. I said, you see that thong bikini that everybody's accepting? I don't want to hear anybody fucking complain when we're all acting like animals when that starts. Because you set the nude woman in motion, she's going to they can do anything with society they want. It's a known fact. Nude women compete with self-governance of any culture. I don't give a fuck where, how, or what. You throw a nude woman into the mix, it's like throwing a wrench into the machine, because nude women are too much energy for men to handle. That's why you need monogamy. That's why if it's not monogamy, I would go polygamy. But you don't put women in nude in public. Do you know? I don't know if you're aware of it. I'm on looking through these YouTube channels, and I'm going, look at these yoga pants models. Fine, great. Provocative positions. It's nothing got to do with yoga. Fine, okay, nasty. Then up props. I did not know this. In women's diving competition, have you seen they would now wear thongs?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, there's a whole stand of people in the gym, and the women's diving competition. They've got on thongs, and I'm going now. Now who fell for this shit? See what I'm saying? The corporate machine pushes whatever they want. And the more they push it, the more they use the woman. So people say, well, they perform better. I'm sure that's what somebody would say. I say, oh yeah, what about the gymnasts that have thongs up their ass now? You've seen that lately, right? The gym suits went further up their crack of their ass now.
No, because that's the thing is I don't watch.
I don't either. I'm tripping across it by accident. I'm serious. I don't. If I want pornography, I ain't bashful. I'll go look at it.
What I'm saying is I don't watch any mainstream TV at all.
No, I don't either. It's on the YouTube feed that I go on, because this YouTube feed has documentaries, debates, stuff that are fucking mind-blowing as far as intellectual. And in this also, they've got this. So the gymnasts have thongs on. And I'm going, okay, if somebody brings up the fact that, well, it's for their performance, I'm going, hey, fuckhead, why don't they have men in thongs? Yet. They will. Mark my goddamn words. And that's the day that I'm going to go, you faggot ass goddamn man. And can you get your channel in trouble for using that word?
No, but I actually I found a spot on this view clip. There was another section of it that I wanted to listen to because they brought up something that I found interesting.
Go ahead.
Employees are in danger. I think they need to hire pronouns, which entered the major conversations about 5 or 6. Misunderstanding and ignorance. I don't.
Your watch is interrupting.
Oh my God! Something answered. You guys, nothing. I don't know what's going on here.
But what is your ultimate
my point here is that I was willing to understand. I'm a huge advocate. I get that some people don't understand gender, transgender issues, pronouns, which entered the major conversations about 5 or 6 years ago. People are catching up in understanding that part. And yet what they're doing is when they're having conversations in Florida about we shouldn't be talking about all this sexual stuff before 3rd grade, there's a thoughtful conversation to have there. But what they're doing is they're moving the goalpost on the whole LGBT, the queer community
No, we're
is
not.
being punished for parts that should not be part of this conversation.
So you agree Target should not have done this?
Yeah, because Target should if their employees are in danger.
So
I think they
and
need
not
to
hire the police.
Just
Well,
get the
last-
cops.
Security
Yeah,
guards.
that would be
Like
awesome
last
if
week
they could,
we
but
had-
the fact that they're
Do we know if
protecting
they
their
call the
employees,
cops?
I don't
Do we know that they do it? So we don't have all that information.
Last week
So
we
we
had
don't have the
two gay
rest of it.
Sorry, we had 2 gay pastors in the audience who had "God loves gay" shirts. That is a unifying message that I don't think would have people protesting in stores in the same way. There are some people who are always going to be bigoted, and you're never going to win with those people. But I feel like it could have been avoided becoming something where you're going to have now the left and the right boycotting Target.
If they had
I don't
taken the
think
Satan
the
thing
right-
off, is that what
If
your
they
argument
didn't
is?
highlight someone who was a controversial designer
But
already.
I'm sorry, I don't know what controversy means. Having been called controversial.
Is this a
for
conservative,
most of my
supposedly?
career the last 40
No.
years.
Yeah.
People decide what's controversial and they point. They say, oh, you got that on your shirt. You don't know what this is, and you've made a decision about it. So I'm all for protecting the folks. I don't know if they called the cops. Maybe they didn't. They felt this was the right way. I am sick of people moving my desires because their desires are not being met in some way.
I find that interesting that Whoopi, of all people, just stated that.
Yeah. Well,
sick of people moving my desires because their desires are not being met in some way. I am sick of people telling me I can't go to a drag show. I'm sick of people telling me that my friends are different because you don't understand them. I'm sick of it. This is America. You're supposed to be able to be whoever you are.
And again, I find that interesting that you just said that as well, because look, nobody cares if Whoopi wants to go to a drag show. Nobody cares if an adult wants to go out and engage with sexually explicit and perverse people. Nobody cares. That's your business as an adult. What we have a problem with is when you start directing that shit towards children, towards minors. This shit where they're making it to where it's acceptable and allowable for drag queens to go up and do drag shows and gymnasiums and give high school teenage girls who are only 15, 16, 17 years old lap dances. That is a grown-ass man grinding his fucking dick on a young teenage girl, and there are adults and parents, mind you, that are sitting there and allowing and advocating for that shit. That is sick. It is
not only is it sick that they think that children should be involved, I think it's sick that they think we don't get to think they're sick. I don't give a fuck what you think about what I think. I'm just thinking you're crazy. Don't worry about it. If you're not crazy, I'm the one that's wrong. It's okay. People can't even think. People can't even have the notion that this is some nasty, dirty, filthy shit as adults. We can't think that. We're supposed to she's implying that people aren't satisfied. Oh, you mean that one? Oh, insecure males. Oh, you mean that bullshit? They always break that shit out. Which it works on many men, but the whole thing is the acceptance, and they're acting like they have a right to be crazy, and nobody gets to point out they're crazy, and it's winning. It is now getting to where there's only a handful of men, a handful of people that will go, get the fuck away from me, you're nuts. You're nuts, I don't give a fuck, I ain't worried about you, carry on, do your job in life. But you got mental problems. Go get some goddamn therapy. Nope, nobody can think that anymore. And I don't know. I don't even know what else to think about it. I'm sure you're probably the same way. What else do you think about people acting crazy at some drag queen parade? It's like
I think it's lunacy. I mean, look, the truth of the matter is even with the Pride Parade, let's be real. If the Pride Parade was meant to be all inclusive and it was supposed to be encompassing of the actual community itself that the parade is being held in, and it's supposed to be something that the entire family can go and engage in and feel comfortable doing so, then why the fuck do they got guys dressed up like gimps on dog leashes walking around in it? Why do they got people, riding around completely stark ass naked? Why do they got all this perverse, fetishized shit going on that is over the top and extreme, and doing it in front of kids at a parade and expecting grown ass fucking normal people that don't suffer from mental illness to why do they expect to not have a problem with it? Why am I supposed to be okay with you sitting and sexualizing everything that goes on with my children? Why are you the one that gets to pick and choose what is right for my children, and when my children are supposed to have an understanding or be taught stuff, and I have no right at all to the seed that I created? Why are you the one who can't create life sitting and telling the people that make life how they got to raise their children? Why?
Well,
The only way to garner more supporters is you got to indoctrinate youth. You got to indoctrinate these kids into your beliefs, because that doesn't just happen naturally.
No, it doesn't. Most people are repulsed by it. Could you imagine a gay pride parade where everybody was fully clothed, decent clothes, suits, and just mentioning?
Nobody'd have a problem with it.
And the problem is nobody would care. Nobody would even show up. It wouldn't even be worth it.
I disagree. I think people would show up, and I think that nobody'd have a problem with it if it was treated as a parade like every other fucking parade that has had in the United States of America. Any other time we have a parade for anything, be it a Halloween parade, of 4th of July parade, a local fucking town's fucking festival parade, a Memorial Day parade, a Valentine's Day parade, a Christmas parade, any of these other fucking parades, we make sure that it's family fucking friendly.
Well, I disagree with you. I think if they were in suits and all gentlemen and all dressed real well, I think there's the attendance would be nothing, because because humans, we have become in America. That's why we're finished. We are circus people, and we have to be entertained. And now more than ever, since everybody's in a frame of mind that really nothing matters, everything goes. Now the flamboyance and the sickness is just an attraction that just is a draw. And what's really, like you mentioned, what's really pathetic is these fucking adults that want to go to these things are bringing their kids for a political statement. It's like you're bringing your kid to a perverted show so that you can be looked upon by your fellow idiots as doing the politically correct thing. It's like, and that's why I don't do the liberal Republican thing. Fucking Republicans ain't saying nothing about this shit, man.
Well, that's what the reason why there's such a high uptick in, minors that are some kind of a gender abnormality now is because now it's a social thing. It's become part of, social life for them. It's a way to garner clicks and likes and friends and, more followers, and to become that builds popularity now. And that's why a lot of these kids are doing it. They're being misled, and it's the new trendy, cool thing to fucking do. And that's why you have so many. And what they're doing by sitting and trying to allow and push this, what's it called? Genital mutilation shit on our children. Dude, the people that are advocating for this should be arrested. They should be arrested. They should be fucking imprisoned.
Yeah, there was a day when they would have been. But you got to look back, too. I'm telling you, a lot of it has to do with the American white male has now been emasculated.
Well, yeah.
Scientifically, it's over for the American white male. That's why they can so easily consider being gay.
There's an anti-whiteism movement that's going across America specifically, and Western culture as a whole right now.
And it kicked in about, I remember it kicking in, kind of a little bit of it was there in the 90s, a little bit of it, but the 90s they really ramped it up in the 20th century. They really have ramped it up in the last 10 years. It's like,
I would say more so in the last 10 years. I think it started more so after the Obama administration. That's when it really got kicked into high gear, because I was in high school in mid to late 90s, and I remember, dude, I'm gonna tell you what, that's one thing that wasn't even discussed anymore, was when I was in high school, was race. You know, it wasn't talked about. All this shit that you see now where everybody's pushing, you know, this whole new wave age and era of white supremacy and oppression in this country. That you didn't have that. The race relations was on its way to amend. You know what I'm saying? Where white and black people were actually starting to get along and see eye to eye and try and move collectively. And now what you have is because they saw white men and black men actually getting along and seeing eye to eye and actually starting to, create and make better decisions for the country as a whole together. That's why they brought in this whole new age fucking push on racism. And now it ain't even that. What's interesting is you got one group of people that's claiming that they deal with white supremacy and that they're being marginalized and oppressed while they're literally trying to marginalize and oppress and be racist towards the very group that they're saying is doing it to them.
Well, I think in the 60s is when the black-white meld was really happening. I remember it. I was too young to really take part in it, but I was old enough to take notes. And no, blacks and whites were getting along very well. I lived in a projects in my city, and blacks and white families lived together. And across the street was a whole black neighborhood that my black and me, my friends and myself, could all go into that black neighborhood with no worry of any assertion or any aggression at all. So I mean, it started in the 60s, the real meld, and they have to knock blacks and whites apart for the control. But there's a reality that they're taking advantage of, though, and that's blacks and whites are not the same people, and they're jumping on that with both feet. They won't let two groups that are not the same people just figure it out peaceably. Nope. They're not going to happen. They're not going to allow it. They're not going to have any part of it. And that's part of it. That's just one of the, like we said earlier, there's many things that are an indication that we're over. The race relations that are taking place right now are so ridiculous that it's an indication that we're over. And the whites have completely given up their behalf. So not only can I think of 1,000 different ways where a good portion of the black community is nuts, I can also say the white community, you're not saying anything. You're not offering any resistance anywhere. So the white community,
some of us are, but you know,
not near enough. Not near enough. The entire nation is now the white people in this nation are now subdued. The people that have brains and the masculine men that could say something are too entrenched in earning a living, so they don't want to lose their income. They don't want to lose if they have an image in the community, they can't challenge that. So we've been entrapped to materialism. So it's still, materialism is as a weapon. It's always been, and they're using it now on steroids. And the entire black-white relations now is going to get so bad. And I don't know. I can't ever see a race war. Can you?
No.
I don't either.
It'd be the dumbest thing that. Well, first off, it'd be the dumbest thing that the quote unquote black community could ever do is try and go to war with the
now hold on.
The more dominant as far as population wise race in this country. I mean that wouldn't make sense. You only make 13% of the population. Why are you going to go to war with a group of people that make up over 50% of the population?
Okay, so let's scrap the notion of, I don't think there'll be a race war, but let's scrap the notion of conventional kind of war. So here's what's going to happen. You're going to have more and more blacks understanding that the whites are dared. Just a couple of days ago, there was two teens and two adults, black teens, two adults, that beat a white man to death because they wanted to fight his son that he protected, his stepson. So he come out of the house. He said, I'm not letting my stepson, this happened at school. We can take care of it. Two black teenagers, two black adults, probably 18, 19. They're calling them adults 20. They killed the guy. Now, could you imagine, again, the old question, because it's a good one and always a good one, if that was reversed? Two white teens, two white adults killed a black man for protecting his black son. That would be national news. They would have a statue and memorials. So the white man has been neutered. And that's obvious. The race war would take this form. A lot more blacks just knowing that they can do whatever they want as far as crime and suffer no consequences. When the George Floyd killing happened, the day it happened, I was on a white supremacist channel, and this guy is, I don't know if you've ever heard of him. He's not apologizing for white supremacy, and he makes a lot of good points. But Scott Roberts.
Well, why?
So,
well, first off,
no, hold on, let me finish. I predicted. I said, here's what's happening now. Because reparations was real strong at that time. Here's reparations. Blacks are going to get to beat the fuck out of whites with no consequences, rob whites with no consequences, do whatever they want violently to whites with no consequences. 2 years later in the inner cities, that's happening in droves.
well, it is happening quite a bit now.
Well, they're letting it, because whites, if a white did the same thing, they would find them, punish them to the fullest extent of the law. We all know that. You're not going to sit there and carjack a black woman as a white man and get away with it, drag her down the street and
But,
murder her.
to what you were saying, who is anyone to tell me who I have to like or dislike?
That's right.
You know, I have the right to like or dislike whoever I want, and who are you to tell me that I have to like someone just because of their skin tone or their background or culture? I mean, that's absolutely absurd. If I decide that if I want to be a racist or a white supremacist, I should have the right to do so. You know, just like I feel that if someone wants to be a black supremacist or a black racist, they should have the right to do so. Who the fuck am I to tell them that they have to like me?
That's why
this whole fucking push for everyone to have to like everyone in America is absolutely absurd.
Well, here's the funny thing. How many white people do you know that you can't stand? I know a lot.
I know a lot.
So again, you're right.
More white people
What do
than
you
I know
mean we
black
have to
people.
like each other? Oh, wait a minute. When it comes to skin, everybody has to stop, put the brakes on, and like the black man. I'm going, nah, I don't like a lot of black people. I think they're kind of fucking idiots. I think they make themselves into idiots. And I think, again, the bottom of the barrels, like our white trash are not creating low IQ kids in thousands and thousands. The black culture is now creating low IQ kids in the inner cities by the thousands. I'm kind of not a fan of that either, because now it's bleeding out to where there's no family. You turn low IQs loose with no family. It's no boundaries. It's nothing but chaos, and it is engineered chaos. You can bet on it. People talk about Soros funding people. I'm going, now go a little higher. Soros is just one of their puppets. There's a corporate planet machine that owns this planet. That's who Soros is answering to.
Well,
so, I mean, I get going to Soros as far as the DAs and the prosecutors. But we're not looking into the reality of just what's going on, the attacks on the white race and who's actually doing it. And if you look up, a lot of it is Jacob and Esau.
Well, shout out to Lawrence for coming through. Hey, and everybody that knew that's coming in now, man, make sure you hit that like button, that thumbs up as you're coming in the door. You know, help keep this in the algorithm, keep us relevant. And also, if you would like to help donate support to the stream, you know, the Cash App and PayPal links are always pinned at the top of the chat and always in the description of the channel. Real quick, I'm going to play this since we got into the whole racism spiel real quick. I got this little 10-minute TikTok thing, and this is a discussion between some black folks in the Communitah and white people being racist.
So,
can you hear that all right?
White people are inherently what? That's not for me to fill in. That's for you to fill in.
Racist. It's inherent. It's within. That's what I feel, and that's what I believe. Because I've seen it all the time. And even when I go in rooms, I'm comfortable. That shows me my energy is like, why should I feel uncomfortable? You know, I don't feel uncomfortable around any other race.
Now, to check, because I remember Mark, he was in here. He said, if you're in a room, he used some different races, but he was like, if you're in a room with Asian people, do you feel uncomfortable? And I was like, no, I don't. And he said, if you're in a room with another race, you feel uncomfortable. I'm like, no. I'm like, wait, hold on. Matter of fact, the only people I feel uncomfortable being in a room with is white people. If I'm in a room with nothing but white people, I am super uncomfortable. And every person of color in this box right now is going to relate to what I...
Right there. Now that he got away with saying that stupid shit.
Well, let's make this quick, man, and let's not make it a 30-minute diatribe.
Oh, no, I won't. That he got away with saying that shit proves how far this has gone, because there's no room of white bunch of goddamn people that are going to make any black man feel uncomfortable. And they're saying that shit because they wanted to catch on. Go ahead.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I've heard.
You know why I feel
Look, I'll be
uncomfortable
honest
in a
with
room
you,
full of
Star.
black people? I'm thinking if I walk outside, 3 of them's going to knock me out and take my damn money and shoot me for a $20 bill. Go ahead.
As far as the whole argument that they're making, I've never heard that until I got on YouTube and started hearing people on social media make that claim. In real life, I've never had a black person tell me that they feel uncomfortable in a room full of white people, or in a place that's predominantly white. I've never ever heard them say that.
Because you can't. Black people know that whites are subdued. They know we're peaceful. I don't care. The record shows it. There's no white attacks and there's no violent white attacks on blacks throughout the nation. It's all bullshit. I don't care what happened 80 years ago. But if I ask you to stop the video, I'm not going to go on any diatribe. I promise to make it like a 20-second thing. But go ahead.
Right on.
So what I'm about to say next. Being at an event or whatever with all Caucasian people, and then once you see that one black person, that's when you
So now he's quoting a meme.
Yes, there's one. And when you guys lock eyes, like, yo, I see you, you see me, I bet we here together. You know what I'm saying? Because I feel like, and I can't speak for a lot of people. I'm gonna speak for me. So I'm originally from New York, but I live in Atlanta, right? The only time I started experiencing racism when I moved out here to Atlanta.
And that's predominantly black.
Like how I view white people now, I didn't view them this way when I lived in New York. And how I view them now is because of white people. You know what I'm saying? It's because of the racism that I face being down here. So it's like, yes, I may have faced it from, let's just throw a random number out there, from 20 different white people. Cap. So if Danielle comes up to me, automatically in the back of my head, I'm thinking that I'm already throwing up caution.
Okay, now here's the reality.
Because I've experienced this from way too many people that look just like her.
Here's the reality. He's got no stats to base that on. None.
No, it's all anecdotal.
No, but it's worse than that. If you had no stats to base that on, what the hell machine is enabling you and pushing such a percentage of the black community to be able to say that and mean it? You know what makes him sound stupid? He says there's one person, one black man in a room full of whites. You know why you feel inferior? Because you are. You're thinking inferior. Your mindset is inferior. Your soul is inferior. You're in full of a room full of white people that make a whole culture go around top to bottom. So shut up and relax. Nobody's going to hurt you.
Well, I don't think all blacks as a whole are inferior. I do think
I didn't say that all blacks. Please don't pin that on. Be angry. I said there's a good percentage of blacks that are inferior. Their behavior, their thinking, their whole everything about them is inferior to a sensible society, not just a white society, but a sensible culture. Everything they do is an opposite of what it is. And I'm calling 70% of blacks are shot to hell.
What's up, Mayo?
Oh,
I dropped the link for you if you want to hop up and engage. He says it's weed-driven paranoia.
It's weed. No, I smoke a little weed. I ain't paranoid.
But shit, he caused me to forget what I was even going to say. Well, we'll listen to some more because it gets better as it goes.
I mean, so that's why certain times when like the young lady, the older player, she was like, "Yo, how come when how do you Nah, man, and she was like, "Yo, how come when I go up to a black person and I give them a compliment or something like that, they always like all cautious and stuff and like just don't want me to come next to them." I'm like, wow, did you ever think the things that person may have went through with people wanting to touch their hair? Yo, this happens all the time. Oh my gosh,
what a horrible
your hair
thing.
is so thick and nice. Can I touch it? Oh my gosh, your skin is so chocolatey. Can I rub it?
Oh my God, you are so traumatized because people come up and ask to touch your hair or feel how soft your skin is. You poor fucking baby. Mayo, what's up, brother?
Dude, nobody does that shit.
Nah, I don't. Well, I think people. I was in a garage band. I had long hair. I can't count the girls that wanted to touch my hair and play with it.
I get more of women wanting to touch my beard.
Yeah, beard. Or a man's got a good bicep, tricep.
Nobody's walking up to some stranger and saying, "Can I touch your hair?"
I think it happens more than.
I mean, if they're shooting their shot, that's another story. That's just
Well,
a way
that
to
too,
shoot
but
their
I
shot.
think women are more apt to go up to another woman and go.
So this guy's afraid of white women.
Right, and he's afraid of somebody touching his hair. So
Come
I mean,
on, Mayo, you already know the answer to that one. You know he's afraid of white women. Becky going to call the fucking KKK on him.
As he's thinking, as they got it whipped. Now, just the fact that he's got to bring up, he went from I'm afraid of white people to they want to touch my hair. Nobody's catching on to that fucking insanity.
Oh, dude, I'm telling you, this is weed-driven psychosis. I swear to God.
It ain't. I ain't blaming it on weed, Mayo. I disagree. I've smoked a lot of weed in my day. Not much anymore, but I don't go into wonderlands.
Dude, the weed they're smoking nowadays
is
I know.
100 times more potent than what you have.
My friend used to grow shit. And I used to tell him put warning labels on this. 4 tokes is fine.
Yeah, dude, but they're smoking this shit all day.
They are, and they're smoking blunts, which is like a sign of insanity. Who needs a fucking blunt when you need 4 tokes and it's fine? But no, I don't think it's weed driven, Mayo. I think that's kind of
no. I think
it's kind of removing some of the danger.
No, I think
there's
Mayo
real
might be
danger
hitting
here
on
with
something
this.
because,
The
look,
weed isn't. I'm not blaming the weed for this amount of danger.
Well, no, but because look, that Mayo does hit on something. I mean, you look at most of these brothers that smoke, they don't just sit and smoke a doobie or smoke a bowl.
No,
I
they
mean, they
don't.
smoke blunt after blunt after blunt until they're fucking retarded.
Right. But okay, I'll go with the weed. If completely overdone, it could be very true. But it's too serious. The race relations are too serious to blame on weed. Is my point.
I think a lot of it's.
We got to get past blaming weed because there's something real serious going on here.
Well, I think algorithm psychosis too.
Yeah,
this is the kind of shit that gets views.
Yeah.
This is the kind of shit that gets views.
But look, Mayo, we've actually sat and listened, and a lot of this is coming from what they're taught as kids growing up by their mothers and their aunts and their grandmas and this that, and the other. Look, be brave. I'm telling you, I've had a lot of discussions with black males, and this isn't necessarily the school. This is more so women in the community raising them to believe this.
I would go there.
Also, what event are you going to in Atlanta, Georgia, where there's hundreds of white people and only 2 black people?
Right. Because Atlanta, when he said that he experienced more racism in Atlanta than he did in New York, it had to have been by black people because Atlanta's fucking like 98% all black.
Well, Atlanta's Wakanda.
For the record, go ahead and have 2 whites go into a place where there's 1,000 blacks. See what happens to them. Now, you want to talk about one race being in danger of the other? Go ahead and walk your have your car break down where there's nothing but in a black neighborhood. Do it. See what happens.
A lot of that also depends on how you carry yourself, too, though.
Well, listen, Angry, you're a big old man, and I'm a badass, and Mayo's a badass. I'm talking about regular run-of-the-mill people that have a right to have a car breakdown, whether you're a 120-pound weakling or you're a female. 2 white people in a whole group of blacks, you're in fucking trouble. And if you can carry yourself, you better get to carrying too.
Well,
not carrying a gun. I'm saying I understand what you're saying. I don't walk around like some sissy, but it doesn't matter. You shouldn't have to. My point is, he's talking about being in danger, switching that to somebody touching his hair, and I'm speaking the reality of put 2 fucking white people in the fucking black area and see if somebody wants to touch their hair or they want to shoot them and take a fucking $20 debit card and kill them for it.
What say you, Mayo? That was an awful lot there.
Yeah, a bit much.
Well,
I mean, don't get me wrong. I've always thought this whole art, Mayo. You know how when you hear even today the whole argument about sundown towns, how they still try to make that argument, and the truth of the matter is like acting as if yes, there probably are some rare, scattered across the backwoods of America, white sundown towns. But let's not act like that there aren't black sundown neighborhoods all
Every
over
neighborhood,
America
every neighborhood in America that's black is a
Can
sundown.
I get my thought off without being interrupted there, sir? Please.
I'm sorry.
But there's black sundown neighborhoods and towns where white people can't walk in after dark without having the same threat thrown at them. So I mean, to sit and say that it's only one group of people is very disingenuous, to say the least.
Yes, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but my point is, if every single
be brave.
Wait, just let me finish this thought. One sentence. Every single neighborhood, every single black neighborhood in America is a sundown town. Every one of them.
That's not true.
You said something. No, yes, it is. You're full of shit.
No, it's not.
Man. Yeah, if you found me a full, complete black neighborhood, there wasn't a sundown. It's because it's a black neighborhood where the homes are $1 million a piece.
That's not true either.
Yeah.
All right.
Go ahead.
A black man in America is safer walking down any random street than I am walking down any street named after a civil rights leader.
Gracias, muchacho. That's my point. Angry seems to think there's MLK boulevards where you can walk without worry at night or period.
They're all over the place, man. I mean, shit, I used to walk down MLK Boulevard when I lived in Elkhart, Indiana, and Elkhart, Indiana is a pretty rough fucking area.
I lived in, I'm not going to tell you where I live. I know right where you're talking about. And I'm telling you to this day, and when you're talking about, you're right. That's because the towns that are smaller are still somewhat resemble law and order. Here's how it goes. Go there now and do it.
Dude, I could go.
Okay, I'm sorry. You're a big man, Angry.
I'm just saying, dude.
You're a big man. You don't get it.
I've never had a problem going into any neighborhood, be it white, black, or otherwise.
Oh my God!
Walking around and engaging with people in that neighborhood.
No, I've never had either. Angry Snowman. Do you look like somebody that you could just walk up and kick his ass? I'm thinking if you're gonna walk up with an angry snowman and fuck with him, you better be real serious. That's not what I'm talking about, sir. I'm talking about white people in general, across the board. You better not get caught on a MLK Boulevard if you're a woman or a slight man or anything. Sure, just because you can, sir, as an elderly, I'm giving you hell for speaking that silly. Of course you can. Look at you badass.
No.
You dream on. Let a woman break down where you think you can go walking.
Well, no, I ain't gonna. Dude, I won't let my wife go to Walmart nowadays alone.
That's what I'm saying. So I'm saying you can't say because you can that it's in general a white can. That statement is just stupid. It's just silly. I'm pretty rough and tough myself. I'm not saying I can. I'm thinking of the white society in general cannot. That's what I'm saying. So when you personalize it, it's like, well, no shit, Angry. I don't know very many men that would want to fuck with you, black or white. What are you, about a 6-footer?
No, I'm 5'11", but
that's still close enough. You got some broad shoulders, and you got an attitude. I mean, come on, man.
No, I just treat people with respect if they give me respect. Everybody that I come across has a general level of respect given to them until otherwise.
That's right. And so you're saying that I'm implying that the whites that get attacked on the MLK Boulevard are assholes?
So some of them are, man.
No, they're not. They're not. They're not. I mean, if you got a racist that's going to go walk up Martin Luther King Boulevard,
be brave. The truth of the matter is let's be real. There are just as many fucking dumbass, worthless, enabling fucking white people. The ones that I can't stand are these self-hating, self-loathing, self-deprecating fucking white people that think that they got to kowtow to black issues and that think that there's some kind of crime to being proud of being a white individual. I can't stand. And those people are in my opinion just as bad as these pro wackety blacks.
So then that means that the blacks that are afraid to that say they're afraid to go into white neighborhoods, take a really simp black that says I want to be down with whitey. Nobody, even the black that says fuck whitey, nobody in the black race is going to get fucked with in a white community. Now, if you got a stupid ass liberal that's going to go think they want to kumbaya and gets attacked, you're right. But it doesn't mean that they should be attacked. My point is that there's a good chance they will be, no matter where in this country it's an MLK Boulevard, and angry snowman don't count. That was my point, and I'm standing on it. You ain't going to go where you don't belong as a white person. And for that son of a bitch to talk about him being in a room full of whites and afraid is just proves how far that to the degree that whites are now being attacked in the media, and it's being approved of. That distortion between the two. Whites dare not, blacks can go anywhere, but whites are the ones that are the danger. What the fuck?
Well, let's hit some more of this anti-whitey shit that they're talking about real quick. Because like I said, this is only a little 10-minute clip, and we're about 3 minutes into it.
This happens all the time. I mean, you're not the first person to say this to this individual. You're not. It happens all the time. So yes, I'm always gonna throw caution. I'm always gonna throw caution up, and when a white person approaches me.
Jesus.
Always.
Host, can I say something?
Yes, please. Just don't tokenize.
This is where it gets.
I don't mean to laugh. No, I'm not going to tokenize.
I'm not going to tokenize, but listen to this.
No, I was going to say that, you know, we're very, us YT people are very entitled people. We're nosy and entitled, just by nature.
We are.
And those things, like when you said, you know, how do I deconstruct? And it is by addressing those issues of being entitled, and being the center. Do you know? It's, I don't know. To me, it's wild when you start to really address it and deal with it and implement it in your everyday life. The amount of stuff that, you know, maybe I've said over the years or done. And I go, oh my gosh, you know, it's crazy. It's crazy. But, and that's why, like, when I hear, like, I wanted to talk to Toxic was, you know, I don't feel bad for other white people when people call, when you're in a black space and a white person comes up and is dismissive or invalidating or whatever that case may be. I don't feel bad for that white person. I just don't. I don't know. We need to be called out on our shit.
Or beat up.
I mean, see.
Now, look, there's so many things wrong with what was just said there.
Now, hold on, though. I do agree with her on one thing. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
What's that?
We are entitled because we've earned it and we want it and we want to keep it, so fuck off. Deal with it. Deal with it. Deal with having deal with having to prove yourself to me, and I will also prove myself to you as a white man, because the racial tension is now at that place.
No. Notice she used that word entitled with nosy.
Yes.
Right.
I did.
We are.
Well, guess what? Nosy people are the ones who keep their community safe.
That's right. That's how it's done.
Dude, I love Karen. Because Karen will walk up to my neighbor's door and bark at them if they leave trash in their yard. Karen will make sure that everybody's dog doesn't defecate in your front yard.
Yep.
Karen will make sure the town street sweeper comes by once a week.
Karen also sometimes doesn't understand the rules of the country, and because she decided she wanted to move into a suburban neighborhood that has migrated out into the country, because that's where they're going now. Karen sometimes gets so nosy and doesn't realize when she's calling the fire department on somebody for burning their trash in a burn barrel that is perfectly legal, and she makes herself look like a moron too.
And that's part of Karen's learning.
Yeah. That's a good way to put it.
And I say that anecdotally because that just happened.
No, but See, Karen learned something today, and she will accept that learned behavior and move forward from it.
Well, see, the problem that I have is I live on 2 acres of private property surrounded by what is it? What are those called? In those suburban communities, what's that called?
Fences?
No, the fucking the policing inside those communities. What's it called again?
Gated community.
No, it's a fucking when you move into a community that has that home fucking whatever the fuck.
OHA, yeah, Home Organization Association.
Yeah, HOA,
HOA,
yeah. I have a private property and I live around a bunch of HOAs, dude, and they think that I should have to follow their HOA rules, and they don't.
Do you have a burn barrel?
Yeah, I do.
I'd be on your ass as a neighbor too, inconsiderate prick.
Hey, you know what? Not my fucking problem.
I got you. I'm just speaking to you as a neighbor.
My house was here.
This is another beauty of white community.
Before your house was, new guy.
What's that?
My house was here before your house was, new guy. Maybe you need to learn to understand how the country runs.
That's true, but what I'm saying is the beauty of it.
I'm not on city utilities either.
That's true, but here's the beauty of it. If you're close in and you got a burn barrel, one white guy can go over and say, "Hey, you inconsiderate piece of shit! You think I want to breathe that shit? The wind's coming right over your barrel is right in the wind of me. No matter when you burn, I get it now." But we're not going to shoot each other. See, that's the beauty of the white.
And I'd look at you and say, "Well, you know what? What are you doing? Fuck off! What are you doing on my property?"
Gotcha. But that don't mean I ain't going to tell you you're an inconsiderate prick.
You know, I'm just saying. And you know what? I would have respected that move more than someone calling the fucking fire department on me. The fire department show up, and the fucking fire chief even saying, "What you're doing is perfectly legal. You're burning non-biological waste."
And in my old age, I would have taken off running after I said it. I said, "I'm getting the fuck out of here," but I got to tell you.
But yeah, you know that's the thing is a lot of these HOA communities, like I said, I'm surrounded by them, so they think that I should have to follow by their rules, and they got maybe a little fucking quarter acre lot, whereas I'm sitting on 2 acres of land here, man. You guys can go fuck yourself.
Yeah, well, burn barrel can tear up a half square mile if it's done wrong. Unless you burn and get it done. Some people don't do that, man.
I burn and get shit done, dude.
I
do it twice a week. You know, I go out there, and I don't burn.
Well, you're not leaving it smoldering?
No.
Yeah, well, I might not say nothing to you either. I might come over and roast a hot dog on it. But
you know,
we are entitled, and it's a good thing.
You know, the thing, and like I said, I don't even have city utilities. I'm not hooked to the city sewage. I'm not hooked to the city water. The only thing that I have that's a utility is my electric.
Yeah. Well,
you know, so you know, I'm basically they all have that shit. Look, you know, they have a trash man that comes and picks up their trash, but for some reason the trash man won't pick up my trash.
Well, you can get your trash picked up for $60 every other month.
No, they'll come and I tried that, dude, and I got charged for 3 months worth of fucking trash pickup after only having trash service for a month, and they only picked up my trash twice in that month. And they tried to charge me for 3 months, and no, that shit ain't working.
Well, now hold on. Then you got a hold of a bad trash hauler. There's trash hauler
management, dude.
I know. Who? Waste management? Yeah. Well, wow. Yeah, I think you could have called somebody and gotten results from that, man.
No.
Come on, pay for 3 months and get it picked up twice. Somebody fumbled the ball, but you know. But the point is we shouldn't be ashamed of being protective. It doesn't matter. Yes, we want to stay white. So what? Fuck off. We want to stay calm. Fuck off. If Asians move in, we're watching them too. Just so happens they don't cause much problems. Whoever moves in, we watch. I live in a completely hillbilly area of life. There's no crime here. Why is that? People stick their fucking nose in other people's business when necessary.
Well, see, that's what's funny is there's break-ins and stuff all around me except my house. My house is the only one that hasn't been broke in the last 2 years. But on these what's it called, the neighbor app or whatever that the wife has, there's people all the time on there all around us talking about how their garage got broke into, their this got broke into, their that got broke into. I think a lot of it has look, we're getting into really, kind of sketchy a time right now. Inflation's high, fucking people aren't making the type of money they want to make, and then when they do finally get to where they think they got the bag, now inflation is up to where they're right back where they were when they started. You know what I'm saying? So people are doing fucking crazy shit, and I honestly, I don't think that I would want to live in one of these upscale neighborhoods, because those are going to be the first type of people that are targeted by people that are doing home invasions and break-ins.
Oh, dude, that's the nighttime feeding grounds.
Yeah.
And they're looking for change. They're looking for money, and they're looking for guns in those cars. Every good neighborhood at night is being patrolled by teenagers looking for guns.
Oh, absolutely.
And you can also bet your bottom dollar that they know that even if they get caught, they don't do any time.
No,
There's no penalties.
They'll probably get some kind of diversion program.
Yeah, there's no penalties.
They'll run, they'll drop what they got or hide it in a bush. And if they get caught, they get caught with nothing.
Sometimes I see these homes that are out by themselves, and I'm going, damn, if shit really cracks down and breaks down, I hope you're in good with your neighbors, because being this far out here by yourself, man, I hope you're ready to go. Woo!
Hey,
because that's where they're going to drive down roads. They're going to look for them if it breaks, if it cracks.
But those houses have 200-yard kill zones.
Right.
Those are the houses that I wouldn't fuck with, because I actually have a little bit of knowledge of that shit. Those are the houses that stupid individuals are going to make the mistake of fucking with and get picked off as they start coming down the driveway.
And that's my point. They're the stupid ones are going to say, this is out in the middle of nowhere. We can get this. And whatever happens, the sad part about it is, and you fellas know it, there's a whole lot of them houses that aren't thinking like you guys. They're going to be caught off guard.
Like my house that I live in, like I said, I live around a bunch of gated communities, and I sit on 2 acres, and it's an old Amish farmhouse, dude, with the siding on the garage is peeling, or on the fucking outbuilding, because it's actually like a 4-car garage and a shop. And then it's the house that's got like that old asbestos siding on it. And the wife's been wanting to actually we've been entertaining the idea of making an offer on buying it. And I told her if I did, I'll do work on the inside, but the outside's going to stay just the way it is. I want the outside of the house to look like it's a rundown, dilapidated house.
Well, not only that, but asbestos siding is very strong siding if you don't disturb it. It's good solid siding. I got it on my house, and I'm telling you, I'm not at all concerned about covering up, because it's still nice. And I'm telling you, it's like little slabs of concrete hanging on your wall. It's very sturdy and very stable. But you are correct. That's why my little Ford Ranger that I've had since it's brand new is getting a little rust on it. I'm not fixing it. I want raggedy. In times to come, I need raggedy. Thank you very much.
Because that's what people are going. Desperate people are going to look for things that show that you have wealth and have things that of value. I'm happy with my old fucking Amish farmhouse that looks like it's half run down on the outside. I'm quite all right with that, because if it deters fucking thieves and fucking unsavory characters from breaking into my house and them actually losing their life and me having to deal with going to court over that shit, then so be it, because I'm not putting up with it. I'm the type of person that if you come in my house, you're leaving in a body bag.
Well, not only that, but the raggedy old house also it implies white trash. They know white trash are crazy when they need to be. So you're safe on 2 areas. That's right. My house is raggedy, and I'll blow your fucking face off if you mess with me. And they know that shit. So I mean, it actually adds to your security, as opposed to, as you say, having a real nice, pretty little, perfect little house. It's like, well, hope you. I don't. I'd never live out there unless I had a couple.
Before we moved to where we are now, we lived in an area that was a gated community. It didn't have an HOA, but it was an actual gated community, and it was newer construction. I think the house was built in like the late 90s, early 2000s. So it wasn't even 30 years old yet. And I'll be honest with you, I didn't like how when I would go to the grocery store, my neighbor would sit out on the porch and watch everything that I bring into my house. I felt like it, it felt like that was just a bit much.
How do you know he was watching you and he just wasn't
Because the bitch was staring right at me, and she.
Oh. Hold it. You said the bitch?
Mm-hmm.
Well, she may have had the hots for you.
No, absolutely not. She was married to whatever, but
Marriage means everything these
that's
days.
when she came out. She wouldn't come out until then. I just fucking lost my headphones. Go ahead. Actually, yeah, go ahead.
No, I would just
hit
say
play on the video, man.
Go ahead.
Do what?
Hit play on the video.
I don't think you really want that, though.
Me? Call me out, please. I don't mean it like that, but I'm just. That's where growth is.
I had to restart it.
So let's be honest here.
Okay.
Let's be honest. I've had too many conversations, and if it sounds like I'm comparing you to them a little, partly I am, partly. But I've had many conversations with people that said exactly what you said, and then when they got a little bit of heat, they weren't even close to the fire. Got a little bit of heat, they reverted back to what they were comfortable with.
No
so
shit.
It's like, once it happens so many times, you gotta ask yourself a question: Do you really want to be called out? Do you really want to understand? Do you really want to have this conversation?
Yes.
Yeah, call me out. I'll tell you to get fucked.
Well, you know what? Maybe some of them do, but you can tell by the comments in the chat that there are so many of them that are not ready for that conversation, because here we are right now sharing that, like you said earlier. I do agree, Danielle. You said earlier that white people or white tea people are nosy by nature. And this right here, looking at these comments, these are okay. This is a conversation that Black people are having, and yet here there are white people running into the chat to try to give their version or be a part of it. And I mean, everybody, it's America. Everybody's entitled to whatever they want to say. But how silly do you all look running into a conversation that you don't even want to be a part of?
Probably just as silly as you look having a conversation specifically about white people and then expecting white people not to have a comment or something to say about it. That's absolutely absurd. I mean, just once, Mayo, can you agree with this? Have you ever sat and listened to an all Black panel and them talk about the ills and the woes of the Black community, and sometime throughout that conversation, white people not be brought up as the reason?
Never. Doesn't happen.
Or white people be brought up as not being brought up as a part of some solution?
Usually not in the solution, usually in the blame phase.
No, the solution is white people give them money and all their shit.
Or change. Somehow change.
That's the whole reparations argument.
So it's either give us money, but you're the reason for all of our problems, but this is a Black people conversation and has nothing to do with you. Keep your fucking nose out of it. Stay in your lane.
What I've been saying for the last 20 years of my life is this: to Black people that complain about their life. I'm going, you know how many white people live miserable fucking existence and they don't lose their goddamn minds over it? Is that why I think we're superior? Yes. Fucking deal with it.
No,
if we're dealing with bullshit and we're keeping ourselves together, I'm sorry. That's an indication of some sort of spiritual wherewithal or intellectual wherewithal. And if you're going to think that this stupid shit that the Black culture is taking part in is because of some sort of that everybody's exposed to, but they're the only ones that act out, and they're getting off the hook. They're talking as if they're the only ones exposed to the new bullshit that's coming down the pipe. That's what's disgusting. It's like, you filthy lying motherfuckers. Everybody's exposed to this shit. Like when they talk about crack. I know white crackheads. Crack was everywhere. They didn't go kill people for it.
And I'm sorry, the CIA did not drop crack in the black man.
Well, look, look. The thing is even if they did, the CIA did not tell
I'll
these
be back.
people to go out and sell it to people in their community.
That's right.
I'll be back, guys. Got to step down.
Right on.
No, and that's the whole thing. That's the whole thing that they never get called out on, and I know they don't because I'm one of the few rare that has been doing it for 2 decades. I'm going, excuse me, white people are exposed to all the bullshit too, but we're not losing our minds. And that's when I bring up the fact. I hate to break it to you. Hey, folks, does this mean something? Is this an empirical piece of evidence that proves that maybe we're a fucking superior race? I don't know. Or
well, I'm not going to go that far. I'm not a white
supremacist I will.
by no means.
Because it's too obvious. White people just aren't acting out violently against strangers anywhere in the country.
Well, that's not true either, though, because
no, and by and large, it's not near the numbers that the blacks are doing. By and large, it's not near the numbers. I ain't saying that a white person that goes crazy. We know, this and that. But I'm saying, as far as the actual violent crime against strangers, nice try, folks. Not buying it.
Black God Monolith, you are correct. Meth, right there. Meth. That's all I got to say. Meth. Meth has actually fucking destroyed the white community. Meth and heroin.
And we're still surviving.
But
that's why I brag about it.
Look, sir, the thing is we aren't surviving though, because look, one thing that I've watched, and I can't count on my hands how many of my own personal friends I have lost to meth and heroin, dude. What you might be saying may have been the case. What are you, 60?
I'm 68, and it is still the case.
That may have been the case 30, 40 years ago, but my generation, what I've seen is the dope has been just as fucking prevalent in the white communities as well, man.
I agree. I agree with that.
The only difference between the white ghetto and the black ghetto is the fact that it isn't a fucking war zone in the white ghetto.
That's just what I said. So I don't know what you're disagreeing with, my friend. I said that. I understand whites are destroying themselves. Quite frankly, even if it was my friends, I'd say, here, shoot this up in your fucking eyeball and get it over with. You self-centered, pity, self-wrapped up, stupid bastard. You're a white man. You're living in the most magnificent country in the world, and you can't fucking enjoy your sobriety. I say go kill yourself. I was going to write a book. Would you please go fucking kill yourself? And I never did that one either. But no, I get it. But what I'm saying, that's my point. If we're exposed to all of this shit, taking part in it, but we're not actually destroying the lives of other people, except maybe your wife or your loved one, and we're not attacking people in carjackings and mob robbing stores, I hate to break it to you, this might be the indication that, by golly, maybe we are a superior race.
Well,
I'm sorry, I can't out of that square. The stats prove it.
The truth of the matter is, though, I can't sit here and say that if it got to a point to where I had no option but to go out and start doing that shit just so my family, my wife and my kids could eat and live and survive. Damn, I'm here to tell you that I would do whatever it takes if it got to that. And how do you know that ain't where some of these people are? That
you got to be kidding me. You think the blacks are fucking doing this for food because they're hungry?
I don't know what the fuck they're doing it for.
Well,
dude.
It's not because they're hungry. We're feeding them, housing them, air conditioning.
Sir,
yes,
sir. I am not going to sit here and co-sign a claim that white people have no record of having this kind of same kind of criminality and debauchery when they do. They don't. They have done the same things.
Yeah, and much smaller, smaller numbers.
Dude, it doesn't matter.
Yes, it does.
What matters is that it still happens. You can't.
You are full of shit.
You can't sit and discount and say that one race is superior to another. Just because.
Yes, I can. Now I can. Because I'm not saying they're born superior. Make that clear. Get that clear for the record. I'm not saying they're born superior. I'm saying the behavior of this race is vastly superior to the behavior of the black culture at this time. Yes. And for you to say that, and for you to talk like meth heads are going out and robbing people and shit like that in anything close to the same numbers, angry, that's crazy, man.
Are you serious, dude?
I'm very serious.
I grew up with my fucking one of my fucking my daughter's fucking half brother, his dad went out and fucking a heroin addict went out and robbed an old lady at a fucking ATM, stole her purse, her money, her car. Now doing fucking 15 years in prison because he robbed an old lady with a fucking knife point because he wanted to go and get some more fucking heroin. Don't tell me that shit don't happen.
Oh, hold it.
I know
Did
it
I say it
happened.
never happened? Hold it. Did I say it never happened?
Yeah, you kind of did.
No, I didn't. No, I don't say something that stupid.
You're making the insinuation that white people don't do this shit, and it does happen.
I followed it within the numbers. Come on.
Dude, the numbers aren't going to be the same because the population density is
I don't give a shit. No, the numbers aren't the same because there's about 1,000 to 1. Violent crimes against whites is 52 times more than whites against blacks. 52 times. 10 times when it comes to murder. And for you to bring up a situation, Angry, where a guy does this occasionally, doesn't discount what I said because I made it clear. I know whites do it. I'm saying they're not doing it in destructive numbers.
Online and you can look it up and you'll find a fucking case of a white person doing that every day, just like you'll find a case of a black person doing that shit every day.
No, you won't.
That's the problem, man, with this fucking country is everybody wants to sit and make everything about white and black and who does shit.
Well, it is
when really, in all honesty, we need to just be seeing the shit for what it is and just foolishness and a bunch of bullshit on both sides, regardless of who's doing it, what more or less, sir. It shouldn't be happening at all.
There's 2 content creators that defies anybody to send them the videos of white people doing what they got videos all day, all through their streams, all through them, all black teens, 3s, 4s, all of them doing crazy shit, dirt biking, robbing, carjacking. They defy, the 2 content creators are black. They defy anybody to send them videos of whites doing the same thing. Colin Flaherty did the same thing. Send me videos of whites doing this. They defied anybody, and this is Colin Flaherty was like 5 years ago. These guys are lately. And I knew 10, 15 years ago, I said, fuck $13.50. You get in where blacks live, it's $13.95 for the violent killings. And for you to sit there and say whites are doing it in anything close to the same numbers, you are very misinformed, my friend.
I never said that they were doing it in anything to the same numbers. I said that whites are still doing it, and to sit and claim that whites are superior and to sit and act and discount as if they aren't doing it, because that's the premise.
I didn't do that,
sir. That is the premise, and that is the platform that you're sitting here presenting, is that white people don't do shit, that they're superior, and they don't do the same shit that black people do, when in fact they actually do. And the truth of the matter is because the single mother rate is starting to become the same in the white community as it is in the black community.
Yes,
it's becoming more and more prevalent in the white community to see the same kind of fuckery, because you're getting the same kind of result of your child rearing.
That's true. That is happening. But I did not say whites don't do it. Quit fucking assigning that to me, Angry Man. That's bullshit. I said they don't do it near the numbers. I know they do it. Quit saying I'm implying like whites are perfect. Try that shit somewhere else, sir.
But you kind of are implying that whites.
No, I don't. No, I'm not implying it. I'm saying they're not near as destructive with their numbers. Their numbers are not taking America apart at the seams.
Are you?
I'm saying, Angry, I did not say whites don't do it. God damn it. I know you're a big dude, but if you were here right now, I tell you, I might hook you.
Look at the people and the policy that is fucking going in place right now. The majority of policy and the majority of this fucking leftist agenda is fucking white pushed.
Yes.
They are the ones that are literally destroying America.
On that end of it, you're right.
You realize the white population, as far as ideology, is pretty much split right down the fucking middle. Yes. So to sit and label white people as a collective on any fucking scale is absolutely disingenuous, to say the least, anyhow.
Nope. I said they're not as violent. I understand what their contribution to the social decay is. They're not near as violent. Not near as violent during the fucking. Okay, let me restate it. Let me restate it. Not near as violent to strangers. It ain't happening. You're dreaming. You're talking crazy shit.
You saw just as many white kids out there at them BLM riots during the Summer of Love as you did black people. And in a lot of cases,
I don't care. I don't care. I don't care if you saw them at all. I'm going by the statistics.
And in a lot of cases, the white people were the ones that were actually pushing the violence.
You're right. You're right. They are agents. I've never denied liberals weren't agents. I never denied they weren't being used by the corporate machine to set blacks in motion. I never said they didn't. What I'm saying, my point is you don't have meth heads going out carjacking old women everywhere you go in the cities. You don't have people you don't have 3 teens going around looking for somebody in the driveway that just pulled up, and 3 teens pop out of their car and gunpoint rob everybody in their driveway. You don't have that shit going on in the white community. Now, if you want to go to a different style of decay, I'm there with you. I will talk. But I'm saying when it comes to violence, that's the most determining factor of the strength of a culture. How much violent crime is taking place against strangers. That's the foundation of a society. That is what is being destroyed by blacks, not whites.
I don't even know what to say to that.
There's nothing to say. We're just on two. I always say genuinely.
Anybody in the chat, feel free to hit the link and come up and engage in this conversation if you want.
What's that?
No, I was just putting the extending the invite for anyone else in the chat to come out up and engage in this conversation.
It's too rock solid. It's too obvious who's doing the violence against strangers across the country against strangers. I know white people kill their wives. I know they kill their children. I know they do meth. I know they shoot heroin in their eyeballs. I didn't say they didn't. I didn't say a white doesn't occasionally go out and kill somebody for a $20 bill. I didn't say it doesn't happen. We obviously have white school shooters. Do you know how many mass shootings there were last year? 640. Did you hear about them? No, you heard about the 3 white ones. This is what I'm saying. So if you got 640 versus 3, okay, this is a racial thing. I don't know who in the hell thinks that we don't get to talk race anymore, but right now more than ever, it's like, let's not divide, let's not get too crazy, but you're not going to erase the racial factors out of any of my goddamn thinking. I ain't that much of a pussy. I see what I see.
It's nothing about being a pussy, and I
know we disagree. This is why I was saying
I resent the fact that you would even suggest that I'm a pussy.
Oh, I'm not.
Just because I.
Why are you taking it personal?
I see reality for what it is.
Why do you take it personal? If you said something in general about the way I'm thinking, and you said something, I'd say, well, I'm not taking it personal.
No, I'm just saying. Well,
I'm saying anybody that thinks
several times now, and I'm just saying I resent the fact that you are implying that I'm a pussy. Because I actually do push back against this fucking anti-white narrative all the time. You can ask anybody that's been a part of my platform since.
Then why would you include yourself in my statement? Pray tell me. Why would you include yourself in my statement? Why would you take it personal if you know you're not doing it?
Because I don't agree with what you're saying.
Well, that doesn't mean that you need to take it personal.
Because you're.
Doesn't mean you need to take it personally.
I'm not.
One of us is a goddamn fool. Angry man. One of us is a goddamn fool on this. I'm not mad at you.
I'm not sitting here taking shit personal.
Well, you just said I implied you're a pussy.
Oh my.
You said I implied you are a pussy.
Yes.
Do you think I'm crazy to go ahead and say, well, right out of nowhere, I think I'm just going to call old badass angry man a pussy?
Dude,
why would I do that?
You want, dude? I don't know where you live. I don't know who you are. All you are is a guy online.
I know, but I'm just saying, I did not call you a pussy.
Let's not sit here and act like people don't sit and say shit online because they know that ain't nobody gonna be able to find me.
Nah, you know what? I think if I was out, you and I were man to man, all you'd tell me to do is shut the fuck up, old man. You wouldn't hear
I probably would.
Yeah.
You know?
And I tell you to shut the fuck up. You don't speak the fucking young man.
Honest,
You're trying to tell me some shit about meth and whites doing violence. I'm going here. Shut the fuck up. Huh?
I said half the stuff you say is outrageous to me. Outrageous, and it really kind of makes some of the stuff you say makes white people look fucking like they're a bunch of fucking authoritarian fucking supremacists.
That's because we have to start being that. I'm ahead of the curve. You'll catch on soon. Trust me. When the black crime gets enough in the inner cities and it gets to where whites can't do anything, and if they do one thing wrong, they get prosecuted past the extent of the law, it'll start dawning on you that, oh shit, the blacks are being engineered into attacking, and guess what? They're ramping it up now. I don't know if they'll ramp it up in the future or not, but no, I don't care what I make whites look like. Are you crazy? Man, I'm so fucking confident in myself and what I'm saying. Man, get real angry, just like you. I'm telling, and I didn't mean you were a pussy. I said whites are pussies that don't sit there and fucking make this a race thing. It's a fucking race thing now. It's that by the force of the blacks, what the blacks are doing in the inner cities with their violent attacks against whites. It is now a race thing because whites aren't doing
I
it.
do agree that there's a race thing going on right now. I'm not going to negate that. The only thing that I pushed back on is the fact that white people are just as violent as black people are.
You're
The
crazy.
reason why it looks different is because there is a larger population of white people in
You're
this
out of your damn tree. And if we had time for statistics, you would be proven so wrong on that you'd be embarrassed that you even said it.
Hey, no, I you call it anecdotal, but I've actually witnessed so much of the shit.
I didn't say you did. I didn't say you
know.
did.
So in order for me to have witnessed enough of it myself out of white people that and to be able to say that, I mean, anecdotal or not, at the level that I've witnessed it, I find it hard to believe that it's only me that has ever seen it at that level as a white person, or that has ever been around it.
How often do you see 3 young white dudes going around robbing people?
How often? I don't personally.
Thank you.
How
You
often
don't see it on clothes. You don't see it.
Dude, ask me how often I personally see 3 black dudes go out and rob people.
I see it all over on closed circuit television. It's all across the nation. All of the footage of all across the nation. It's all over on closed circuit television.
And you know
Find
what?
3 white dudes going around robbing people on closed circuit television. It's not there.
What's up, Cyber? What do you want to add to this?
Hey, is my mic working?
Yes.
Good. I wasn't getting any signal from it, and I'm on my phone. I couldn't get in with my laptop. I think my headset is messed up because the headset part doesn't work. I can't hear through my headphone speakers on my laptop, so there'd be feedback interrupting the whole time.
Sounds good.
First question for you, Snowman. Would you like me to behave?
No, man. Blackout.
Okay. Mr. Be Brave and Think, I would like to just express this to you. It is not anyone's fault but your own that you have spent so much time living around pussy-ass white folk. It's no one's fault but yours. And you sound just like them. Now, I have a question for you.
Okay.
Do you base your trust of people, whether primarily or in any way, on their extrinsic immutable characteristic of skin color?
You goddamn right I do these days.
Okay, so would you like to go camping with me?
What's that
Don't
mean?
be a pussy!
What's that mean? Go camping? Why would I? What the fuck question is that?
Men go camping. We do stuff like hunt and fish.
Right.
And build things.
Right. I guess I'm not
out there in the wild. Out there in the wild, taking risks.
Yeah. Oh, I'm not talking about necessarily physically
like
pussy.
Our people always have.
Yeah, I'm speaking more in terms of intellectual pussies.
Intellectually pussy?
Yeah. In other words, you're afraid to say shit, chicken shit, sheer chicken shit pussies. Yeah.
No, that's not intellectually pussy. It's not possible to.
I
it is not possible to be intellectually pussy. You're talking about being socially pussy.
Okay,
right?
I'll go for that. Whatever. You can switch the two. Go ahead. Social pussy.
Look, I'm not switching the two. I'm correcting you because calling it intellectually
intellectual pussies is a very
disingenuous.
viable description. I don't know what the hell
you, because you've spent too much time around pussy ass white folk.
I just live where I live. I work where I work.
And that's no one's fault but your own. You are
I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying it's a reality.
Sir, since you have been getting more information about more people outside of what you're familiar with, doing so online, I know for a fact, whether you've noticed or not, I know for a fact that you have witnessed black people outside of this stereotype you made for them, and you have witnessed white people, even now, you witness white people who are outside of your stereotype for us.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Fuck you.
Earlier, I said 70% of the blacks. I said 70% are fucking shot to hell.
You can't.
So I didn't. So obviously, that leaves 30% that are being reasonable.
Well, who said white people can't dance?
What the fuck? Who cares?
You got rhythm like a motherfucker for a white boy.
I'm telling you. Shit. No, I said 70%. I didn't say all black people. So nice try on that.
You
one.
have before.
No, I've never
I'm
said
not
all
talking
black.
about anecdotally. I'm talking about your general disposition.
I said, okay. I said black people, the black culture. I did never say all black people, and I've made it clear 100 times. I'm talking about 7.
You've had me
70%.
dancing around with how I feel about you because of how you dance around with your words. Yes, I agree when you say there is something decrepit and terrible in the black culture. But I've also heard you, well, maybe you misspoke when you said black people. And do you know for a fact there are black people outside of your fucking stereotype? So,
Man, I've been friends with many of them.
I want to know, are you doing this on purpose, or is this something that someone else has purposed in your life and you're just puppeting?
I'm a pretty original fella, in case you can't tell.
Then you should be able to accept the originality you are being shown. You're not receiving it, but you're being shown other originality that contradicts your racial stereotypes.
You haven't brought any up. You haven't brought any up, because I've said clearly 1,000 times if I said it once. I'm talking about 70% of the black folks, and I think 30% of them are fine, upstanding people.
You might have said that 1,000 times.
I've said it 1,000 times. I don't have to say it every fucking
You've
time.
said it wrong 2,000 times.
I don't give a fuck. Then listen, if you heard me say it right the way, you don't get to assign it to me the wrong way just because you want to jump on something.
Okay, so we're on an individual basis now? Are people on an individual basis now? Or is it just you gets individuality?
No, I mean, we're talking. I mean, whatever the hell you mean by that question. I'm just saying that.
Dumb. Don't be intellectually pussy.
What's that?
I said, don't be intellectually pussy.
I don't feel like I'm being a pussy, but I might be. I don't know.
Well, feeling and being are different things, and those two things are also completely different from intellect.
Oh golly!
If you're gonna mix things up,
thank you so much. I didn't know I was so fucking stupid.
Hey, if you're gonna be the one with the stick stirring the pot, then you have to stir the whole pot all the time.
I do it, yes, because it needs to be stirred. We're being overridden by a small percentage of black people that are tearing the fuck out of our white country, sir. You don't get it? I can't help you.
Well, I get what you're saying. It is a small percentage of... Yes. Look, it's not a small percentage of our country. 70%
of the blacks apologizing for it.
It is not a small percentage of our country. It is a small, very, very small percentage of a minority group that is being empowered by the ones who want to use them and you to gain more power.
Yes.
By pitting you against each other.
I got the balls to say who them are, you?
You can fuck yourself. And you can go fuck them. But I'm not going to join you in helping authoritarians get an excuse to bring down their hammer.
I don't want you to join me. I don't care about who joins you. I'm not a joiner. I just speak truth because I'm speaking truth because I don't hear it.
Brother, I'm white. How dare you tell me you don't want me to join you?
You're talking
You've already included me with you.
I have no use.
You have already included me with you.
No, you're talking silly. You're trying to accuse me of something that I'm not saying. You're trying to deny something that maybe doesn't exist. I don't think I quite heard you do that.
I'm trying to make your position obvious because you dance around a lot.
No, I don't dance. No. Can't accuse me of running from what I'm saying. Nope, try that on somebody else.
Oh, I didn't say running.
In my whole life, I ain't done nothing but speak straightforward, man. I'm good at it. Been doing it. I know what I'm worth. I know what I'm capable of.
Talking about you running from things, I didn't mention that. You're not being straightforward. You're being what you call intellectually pussy because you're avoiding the subject matter and talking about running away. I didn't say anything about running.
Okay, you're off. You've done lost your way, fella. You've done lost it. You're trying too hard.
No, sir. I am simply something you cannot put on your way. And you don't decide what their way is. That's already been decided.
I got that. Okay. That's very good. Look, we disagree. I always say, there's a good old saying that I made up, and it really serves a purpose. One of us is a goddamn fool. And it's nothing personal. It's just one of us is a goddamn fool. It might be me. Hell, it might be me. But one of us is a goddamn fool by the way you're talking. I think you're talking like a goddamn fool. You think I'm talking like a fool. So we're even.
Why do you think I came up here?
Because I draw intellectual athleticism out of people. It's my nature. I make them put up their dukes. It's what I do real well.
You don't draw things out of
No,
people.
I know. Don't dare.
You spill things out of yourself,
you just
demanding contest.
You just asked a question.
Yeah, and that's your position.
I just answered it. My position is I'm a contrarian, and I'm a contrarian with content, context, and reality. And the purpose of being a contrarian at times is very valuable to a culture as a contribution.
You're absolutely a contrarian. You're contrary to yourself in every conversation I've heard you have with people.
Sure. Okay, like I said, now I don't even to call me inconsistent. Now I know you're talking like a fool. Are you drunk?
I didn't say inconsistent. You are very consistent in how you contradict yourself.
What do you think being a contrarian to yourself means?
Contrary to yourself, yes. You are very consistent in the way you contradict yourself.
There you go.
Very consistent.
Okay, so you're assigning me with some sort of inconsistency.
No,
but in the end, you're saying I'm not consistent because I'm contrary to myself.
You said I said you're not consistent. I say you are very consistent in how you contradict yourself.
No, and I say I don't contradict myself. That's your foolish perception. Sir, you are a fool. One of us is a fool here. One of us is. It's okay.
Dance. I'll keep shooting, you keep dancing.
I'll be okay. If you think you got me dancing, you're crazy. If anybody with brains is listening, they're saying that poor boy, he brains making that poor boy look fucking like an idiot.
You were dancing before I came up here.
No, I don't dance. I've been doing this too long. I don't dance, sir. There ain't nothing.
Well, you haven't answered my question
Go
yet.
back to my conversation with Angry. Bring up your fucking stats if you think I'm dancing.
You haven't answered my question
Other than that, I've got a
whether
right to
you'd
say
go
there's something
camping
going
with
on that
me.
we're ignoring.
You haven't answered my question whether you'd go
I
camping
don't give a
with
fuck
me.
about your question because you're sitting there trying
But
to
I'm
debate
white.
my personality. What about the subject matter bothered you? What about the subject matter bothered you?
Brother, I'm white though.
I don't give a fuck. Didn't I say earlier?
Good.
I think white people are idiots. A lot of them.
Good.
That's what I said earlier. I said, you know,
Now we're getting somewhere.
there you go. By golly.
Why would I have any scruples regarding hypocrisy during discourse with a hypocrite?
Right. If you need to think that about me, it's okay. Because I'm done trying to tell you I don't give a think what you want. Because right now I think you're an idiot. So see, we're even. Don't you get it? Can't you just understand? We're even.
You can absolutely say you think I'm an idiot. That's fine. You can also say that one of us is an idiot. That's fine too.
Thank you. Thank you. I agree.
I agree that you're a contrarian. Do you know what purpose a contrarian serves?
Good. If you don't think they do, I'm done trying to convince you about me. I'm not selling myself to you, sir. We were talking about crime. Who's doing it? Whites or blacks? Who's attacking people violently? Strangers. Who's doing that? And that's what we were talking about. I don't know where the fuck you come up just because I say whites are pussies and want to try to go behind the, hey, we're all one. Fuck off. We're all two different races.
Maybe it doesn't matter as much as to who's doing it, but who is allowing them to continue doing it.
Who do you think is allowing them? And I'll give you my word. Who do you think is?
Have you heard of District Attorney Alvin Bragg?
Have you heard of George Soros funding him?
Absolutely.
Okay, and now I'm saying somebody's funding George Soros. Don't try that shit with me, man. I'll go as far as you want to go with conspiracies.
Yeah,
somebody's funding George Soros.
We're working on that right now.
You ain't getting nowhere with
You've been
it.
to Target lately.
George Soros. You know what I hear you guys do? You stop at liberals. What a goddamn foolish thing to say.
Have you been to Target
Democrat
lately?
and everything will be all right. Shut the fuck
up.
No,
liberals are not the enemy. The left want the liberals destroyed.
Okay, you are right. Okay, I'll say
Yeah, I
the
am
modern.
right.
I'll say modern liberals really wetback, no good for nothing, stupid. Not wetback, but just yucky liberals are engaging the blacks to do destructive things to their own race. I'll say that.
Right, because they're cannon fodder.
Right.
On both
Ta-da!
sides.
Golly, ta-da!
Whites and blacks who are too stupid to
Yes.
follow structure
Yes.
are being used as cannon fodder because they
Yes.
just want to fit in somewhere.
Yes.
And the left is like, hey, we got this big cannon you can fit into.
Yes. And the
Yeah.
whites are not doing the destructiveness that the
And
blacks
you're
are
trying to
doing
be the
as cannon
catalyst.
fodder. As cannon fodder, we're still not as destructive as the blacks. We are both being engineered. You are correct. You
I'm
are.
not cannon fodder.
Oh, yeah, you are. You think you ain't. Angry, I heard him say the other day on the
No.
show. Where was
You
it at?
and the
I
people that
heard him
you're
say,
familiar with
Angry
might
said he
be.
ain't affected by none of it. I'm going, oh, I got to chuckle on that. I say, oh, yeah, you're outside of all the influence that's taking place in this filthy society that they're tearing up.
I was raised outside of it.
No, you weren't.
Yes, I was.
What'd you do? Go out in the middle of the woods?
I grew up on the road. I grew up in Mexico. I grew up in many places. I've traveled.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot more of the world than you have.
Yes, you have.
And you
Who do you think
probably
owns the
got
world?
20
Who do you
years
think? Who
on
do you
me.
think owns every place you've been and has basically control over every place you've been?
The creator of it. You dumb fuck.
Okay. All right. Well, I got you. Praise the Lord. I'm not going quite to that pay grade, my friend. I'm saying there's a corporate machine on this planet that has had ownership now for the last good 150, 200 years. I think they've had it for even longer. If they refined it in the Industrial Revolution, now they're unstoppable. Now
I'm glad you said it. I'm glad you said it instead of expecting me to speak your words for you. That would just be intellectually pussy of you. To have me
I need you to speak for
use your words instead of you doing it, because you're perfectly capable.
Do you think I need you to speak for me, sir?
You just asked me to.
No,
less
I
than
didn't.
a minute ago.
I made a statement. I didn't ask you anything. I made a statement. That's not
Right
a question.
before you made your statement, you asked me to make it for you.
No, I didn't. I asked you
Yes,
who
you
you
did.
think. I said, who do you think?
Why do
That
you
doesn't
care
mean
what
I'm
I
asking
think?
you to
You
say what
have
I'm
your
gonna say.
statement.
Okay, back to arguing about me again. What, do you have a crush on me or something, buddy?
The color of your mask is enticing.
Okay.
It makes me want to fly.
I think you
That's
got
what
a
I
pretty
call.
mouth.
That's what I call. I call myself concise man. Ta-da! Because I don't fuck around, and I'm super at it, superior at it, superior at making a point that needs to be made. I've done it all my life. I've gotten real fucking good at it. I would be rich if I wanted to have been rich. Well, I don't know about rich. Wait,
Right,
I wouldn't be in my low income category. Put it that way.
Do you know the difference between a 6-inch barn brush and a 2-inch precision angle sash?
What the fuck? Who cares?
I thought you were an artist. My mistake.
I didn't say I'm an artist.
No, I didn't say you said you were.
Oh.
Fuckhead. I said I thought you were. My
well,
mistake.
Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, no, I'm not an artist. I'm very good at drawing and musical. I can sit down and create fucking bars of music better than people that can play their instrument like a virtuoso. I'm that creative.
Well, it's good you're creative.
Wow, you just
Because
walked
people
right
who
into
aren't
that
going to be
one, man.
creative.
What's that?
People who are. What's that?
I don't know.
I can't believe. I was just commenting. I couldn't believe that he just allowed himself to walk right into that.
Walk into what?
Tripwire.
Help me. I mean, if I'm being an idiot,
I'm glad that you're creative, because people who aren't going to be creative, people who aren't going to be constructive, people who aren't going to learn to edify, had better fucking learn to swim.
Okay.
Enema's coming.
Okay. I wouldn't disagree with that. We're in trouble. That's kind
Not
of what I'm all
surprised it
about.
made you smile.
No, man. No, look. You got
look. When I was a juvenile, listen.
That.
When I was a juvenile and I heard enema for the first time, I almost busted a nut.
Why?
Because I hated the world just like you.
Oh.
You know why I hate the world?
All right. Why?
Because it hates me.
Okay.
You know why it hates me? Because I'm not a part of it. You know why I'm not a part of it? Because I wasn't brought up in it.
Wow. Cool, man. Cool, groovy.
Oh, see, now you agree. You were
No,
calling me a liar for stating that 5 minutes ago.
I'm just saying what you want to hear. I'm not going to argue with you. It's like, I think you're an idiot. But plain and
good.
simple. Well,
That's good that
I'm
you
not
think
agreeing
that.
with you on anything much. I just think you're a dipshit.
Any
I
fool
don't
can
think you're
calculate
stupid.
strength.
Get me wrong. You're not stupid. You're an idiot that you won't use your brains.
Any fool can calculate strength.
There you go. Oh, anyway, you came up here like with some disagreements. Are you through attacking me?
I wasn't attacking you.
Yeah, okay, whatever. Okay, are we through talking
I was
about
just
me?
up here to make fun of your dance moves.
Very good, very good. You thought you tried, you didn't, and I'm very consistent. So go ahead.
I may have not been successful. You said I thought I tried, but I didn't. I didn't
Doesn't
even
matter.
try.
Okay, you did. You tore my ass up, man. I'll tell you, boy, you got me today.
No,
God
we're
damn,
not talking about
I'll never
my
forget this day
success.
as long as I live.
We're not
You got
talking
me
about my
today.
success. We're
I'm just
talking
saying.
about your word salad, your
Is
word
there-
magic.
Is there anything
Okay,
else?
we're not talking about whether I was successful or not. You said that I came up and thought that I tried, but I didn't. How
I'm pretty
can you
sure.
say that I didn't try, whether I was successful or not?
I don't
What
give a
makes you think that I didn't even try?
Whoa, dude, you're way off the
Because you
deep end.
are deliberately
Sir,
ignorant.
you are way off the deep end, man. I'm
You are
telling you.
deliberately
We're not
ignorant.
getting anywhere. We're not getting anywhere. That's when you just step back and say, look, one of us is a fucking idiot. It's okay. It might be me.
No,
But stop.
it's not idiocy. It's ignorance, and it's yours.
Okay, whatever. Good. One of us is the most ignorant
whatever. Then
motherfucker
get
in the
off the
world.
panel. Get off the panel, and don't join anybody's panels ever if it's whatever.
No.
Oh yeah.
I only joined a few panels, and they have to be on my time because I'm not going to stay up late and get on these fucking things. And that's if I see somebody on the daytime, I'm going, hey, that guy has said some pretty interesting stuff, and it's someplace where I would never get on like the Fight Club. Get the fuck out of here. I wouldn't even lower myself to that shit.
The Fight Club.
Tommy Sotomayor, I wouldn't even lower myself to Tommy Sotomayor's show. He ain't nothing but a fucking jackass, a vulgar jackass. I mean, he's got a lot of knowledge, but he's a vulgar jackass. Who would get on these panels? Come on, man. No, I'm not going to stay off panels, though. But that's okay. And I'm going to get on with my Zorro mask. God damn it.
Actually, if you guys don't mind, I'll finish playing the last
yeah, do it, please.
2 minutes of this blackity black shit, man, just to see what happens.
Thank you.
You might want it. I mean, some people do say, "Oh, give it to me." You know what I'm saying? Just give it to me straight, no chaser. But we can wholeheartedly agree that there are many white people that are not ready for the truth, because here we are right now saying some things that may be truth and all, it's, oh my gosh, you all are blaming people and you're calling all white people racist, and nowhere in here is anybody saying that. It's not even written on the, on the screen. But there are so many people that claim that they want the truth. Oh, tell us what you want, Black people. And then the second Black folks start explaining and Black folks start saying, oh, wait. No, hold on now. We're all equal, okay? We're all equal. You all can, you have the right to go to the schools, and you have the rights to, walk across the street and walk on the same side of the street. And then when I see people say, I don't know too many times that there's been a grouping of a lot of Black people, and not saying that there won't be white people there, but a lot of us have professions. I have, I have a profession where there are not a lot of melanated people in it. Whether there is and there isn't, okay? So the university that I attended, out of my entire class, there were 65 of us in this particular class. 65 of us. 5 of us were Black. So when we would go to our
what class was it? Was it affirmative action? she's either a conniving, no good for nothing, dishonest person, or she's low IQ.
Yo,
The way
that
she's
came
talking.
on by accident.
You see, I muted myself. I folded my hands and sat up straight and muted myself.
Hey yo, that came on by accident. Nah, go on,
Get your finger off the button.
Go on.
So we sit there, and so when we would go to our residencies, we were it was 5 of us. And when it made it even crazy, it was 4 females and 1 black guy, right? So going to these residencies where everybody else sat on the other side, and we had to go secure our own table. So that's all you ever saw at that table. So sometimes I hear, when white people say, "Oh, well, I feel uncomfortable anytime I'm in a room full of black people." How often does that happen in your life? How often do you find yourself, unless you are dating somebody black? Now, if you're dating somebody black, you absolutely might find yourself being.
That's where they kicked me.
Would she say, no, look, when they talk about we had to go secure a table for ourselves, this is what I've told blacks always. You've got a small percentage of blacks and 70% of them that are apologizing, that are going to make life completely intolerable for you, 30% reasonable, because nobody's going to know whether you're a goddamn idiot or not, because so many of your black people are acting like just flaming fucking idiots. And that's the shame about the good reason, well-reasoned blacks, that they're being affected. This woman, if she walked in and I heard one thing she said, the minute I'd hear her, I'd go, do I want to sit at the same table with her? No, because if you try to speak any truth with these blacks, it's all of a sudden, it elevates to, well, you're racist. You're not making any sense. Okay, well, then drop it. Because guess what? I'm not a racist. I'm a culturalist. Black culture sucks. I don't want to be anywhere around it. Or your table. Thank you very much. But now listen to the way she's talking. Well, 4 women and 1 black guy. We had to go over. Yeah, what did they feel endangered? Were the white people in the room plotting? Let's go beat their asses and catch them outside. I mean, what the fuck are they talking? What are they thinking? They need to understand that if they act completely unsociable and they defend unsociable behavior, eventually there's going to be a lot more white people that get balls and courage and go, get the fuck away from us, period. Right now, they're not there. Right now, white people are still going, no, pretty soon people are going to go, shut your fucking mouth, shut your goddamn mouths and get the fuck away from us. Please. That's coming. It's coming. Like I said, I don't think there's going to be a race war. But it's going to, if it continues, you'll have white people getting braver and braver with admitting they don't want to live any fucking where around them. It'll happen. You got, right now I'm in a, I sought out when I moved from my city because of blacks moving in. I sought out an all-white town and cities. There's many of them. I don't think they understand what was coming their way, but at least I said, good Lord, just give me 2 years of white land in my life because I'm sick of black people. God damn it, I'm sick of them. Did I just
Go ahead, Cyber? You got the floor.
Yeah, go ahead, Cyber.
Sorry, I was muted. I've been working on my headset. I think I've got it figured out.
Oh, good.
So.
Oh, you didn't hear what was.
Right, I wasn't paying attention much to you guys, and I think I got my laptop headset working. And I'm about to come back in on my laptop.
Good. I was going to say, with what you spewed over the last 10 minutes, even if you were paying attention, I'm sure it would have been worthless, your response.
But that's cool, Cyber. You can bounce out and hop back in because I think I may have found another interesting Communitah TikTok discussion happening live.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate Brave having his assumptions about my worthless response, but I'll tell you, no response certainly is worthless.
Okay.
right?
We
So
agreed. We agreed. Come on,
quit
move.
trying to make yourself feel better.
Okay, I'm pathetic. Of course I am. Feel sorry for me. I need pity.
Is a
Are you a
pathetic
Christian? Are
excuse
you a
for
Christian?
a 60
Pray
plus
for
year
me.
old man.
Pray for
That doesn't
me.
mean you're pathetic.
Pray for
Your
me.
behavior is pathetic for a 60 plus year old man.
Pray for me then, please. But shut up. Get the fuck out of here.
I only
Say
pray for
something.
my friends and my enemies.
Okay. Good. Play the film, Angry.
I'm looking, trying
you
to.
don't have it up?
No, I'm not. Am I? What kind of nonsense y'all getting into? There he is. What kind of nonsense y'all getting into other than apparently measuring dicks? Ha 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 ha! Funny, funny, funny.
Who said that?
My wife.
Okay. Oh.
Go ahead. You guys can have the floor. I'm trying to find something right now.
Okay. No, I'll take the floor because I'm really disgusted at how we're not realizing that this is a racial thing, and I'm saying this gentlemanly. Please, come on, folks.
We're not discounting that there's a racial thing going
No,
on.
no, I'm saying
that I pointed out multiple times. What we're having the disagreement about is whether
intensity
is the fact that you think white people are superior and better than other people, and I disagree that
at this time
that the skin tone of someone does not designate whether or not they're decent human beings or not.
It doesn't. At this time, though, whites are superior. I didn't say forever. I said at this time in history, whites all around the planet, wherever we live, people want to live around us. There's a reason for that. We are at this time. I'm not saying anything about inherent existence. I'm saying at this time, whites are so vastly superior to everybody else on the fucking planet that it is amazing. It's amazing.
I know some sheiks and some kings and some sultans that would disagree.
No, they would agree with me.
Paper mask.
They know who run the world. They know who is in control of their oil. It's white people.
Yeah.
So,
Joe Biden's in
but my
control
point,
of a lot, isn't he? Except for his
like
bowels
Joe Biden. Come on,
and
Joe
his
Biden.
talking and his thinking and the people that own him. A lot of the people that own white Joe Biden aren't white. Did you know that?
Well, they're light skinned. They're closer to white. They're closer to white than what they'll admit.
Yeah, let's dance around.
No, I'm not dancing. You don't want to get your channel taken down?
You want to take my channel down?
No, not me. I'm asking Angry. We go talking about a certain thing and off we go. You don't do that. Oh, gee, there's no conspiracy there.
This is a free speech platform, but everybody knows that everybody that comes up here on the platform know what the rules and regulations are.
Thank you.
Yeah, he wants to compare hat sizes.
Look, I'm saying for sure they're the administrators and some of the owners. I'm just saying they've got power. But again, well, okay. So I'm just saying they're doing with us what they're having their way with us. They're having their way with the whole planet. They are white skinned.
Right. Have you heard Norm Macdonald's take on it?
Norm Macdonald?
Yeah.
The comedian that passed away?
Yeah.
Oh no, what is his take?
Yeah, he mentioned how somebody was being critical of them and he issued an official apology so that he could get back to work.
Oh yeah, that joke. Yeah, I've heard that. It's about 10 years old. Yeah. No, I mean there's no denying who's pulling strings and who's in positions of influence across the planet. I mean, look at who is in charge of Ukraine bringing our weapons to them. It's not regular run of the mill whitey. Look who has owned Russia for the entire existence of Russia. Who started Russia in 1917? Who took over Russia completely, fully in 1917 with the revolution? It wasn't run-of-the-mill whitey. Who's in Israel now? Did you know that of all Israel's prime ministers, all of them since Israel modern in 1948, did you know all of their prime ministers were Russian?
Real quick, Cyber, hold it down. I'll be right back.
All right.
Hey, wait, real quick. Reese, you want to hop up here? I know you do. I'll put the link out. Hop up here. You want to get in this, dude. Seriously.
My thumb's getting tired.
Where's Greece?
I'm still
But did you
trying to
know that,
figure
sir?
out-
Did you know all of Israel's prime ministers are Russian? Did you know that? Oh, did you know that? I'm asking you.
I still don't know that. I know you told me that.
Oh, okay. Well,
but you have not provided me the
I got
knowledge
you.
that
Never
you
mind.
have.
Never mind. Then
Or,
now, if I'm
or
hell,
is
if I'm
it-
a liar,
is it
I'm not. If
possible?
I'm a liar, get somebody else up here, and you can
Hey,
have them talk, or I'll
I'm
leave or
not
something.
you. I'm not you. I don't
I
call
don't
people
care. It's a
liars
fact.
unless I
Look it
know
up.
they lie.
The two prime ministers that were born in Israel, their parents were from Russia. They're all from Russia.
Do you realize?
Lithuania, a Russian Empire. Ukraine, Lithuania, Poland, from the Russian Empire. They're all from the Russian Empire. All of Israel's prime ministers are. Every last one of them. And people think like Israel and Russia are enemies. Right. Dumbasses.
Okay, well, you know what you do with dumbasses? You educate them. You don't just give them gossip. You don't just tell them stories.
No, I
If you
prefer calling
want
people
some-
dumbasses. I
if
prefer
you
calling
want
people
some-
idiots.
If you want someone to
No,
not
I don't
be a
want. I don't
dumbass,
care. It's kind of like if you
then
hear
what's
somebody
your
saying something
complaint?
stupid, you have a right to just sometimes go, "You're a fucking idiot, man." And just drop
What
it. Drop trying to educate them. You're a fucking idiot.
What is your complaint?
There's no complaint. I'm just asking you if you knew they were all Russian. I'm saying we were talking about people in positions of power. I'm going, this goes way farther than what you may be even speaking about.
I answered your question. I said, I know that you told me they're all Russian, but I
And you
don't
don't
have the
believe me.
knowledge. So obviously, you have that knowledge, but you're refusing to share it admittedly.
I shared it with you. What do you?
No. You just said that it doesn't matter if someone continues being a. So you have knowledge that I don't have, and you want to keep it to yourself so you can continue to feel big without actually doing anything.
I just told you that fact. Why do you mean I'm keeping it to
you
myself?
told me. It's not a fact because you told me. It's a fact.
Oh, okay. I offered that information. I offered the consideration of that information. What do you mean I'm keeping it to myself?
You told me. That is
Oh,
mythos. That is mythos. Give me logos.
Okay. Anyway, so let's go on.
No,
move on.
not
So
anyway,
you got a new
not
fella.
let's move
You
on.
got
I'm calling
who's
you
the new
out.
fella? The new
I'm
fella.
calling you
What's
out.
up? Huh?
You intellectually pussy bitch.
Okay,
I'm
I did.
calling you
Okay,
out.
yes. Okay, got me.
You
All right,
have
let's
knowledge.
move on. Okay.
You have knowledge.
Okay, let's get it. Let's get over
And
it.
you refuse to share it.
Okay, you
because
got
it
me.
helps you feel superior.
Thank you
not
for the
be
analysis.
superior.
I needed it. Do you have a couch I can lay on and just relax while I tell you my life story, sir?
I'll give you all the contact you want if you accept my offer to go
No,
camping.
you're an idiot. You're talking like an idiot. You
But
are
I'm white.
uneducated.
It's okay.
But
You
it
can go
doesn't
camping
matter.
with me.
It doesn't matter, buddy. We're talking about us, and I'm just going, stop it. We're not getting anywhere. Nobody cares about me and you in our differences.
Why?
Real
Why
quick,
are
hey
you not
Reese, what's
going
up, brother?
with me?
Real quick, what's up? Real quick, what's up, Reese?
What's up, y'all?
What's good with you, my guy?
Hey, what's going on?
Was you here earlier when Mr. Be Brave and Think here said that white people are superior to people like you? Superior to people like you?
So let's do this, right?
Okay.
Each group has its like own type of superiority.
Okay.
Right? This could be broken down a lot of different ways. So
Yes.
let's look at whites globally.
Yes.
They are superior in power. Nobody can deny that.
Hold on, what's the echo? Hold on, who's echo? Is that me? Hold on, who's echo? Is that me?
That might be me. Hold on. I don't see why though. I got an echo, y'all.
Is it me? Is it me?
Yeah, you do, Reese.
I'm gonna kill this YouTube channel. See what happens.
Hold on. Yeah, that's probably what it is. Probably got you.
What about now?
Check one. Check one.
Test it.
What about now?
Yeah.
I'm good.
Try it again.
I'm still echoing.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, you are.
Fuck. Hold on.
It's not me.
No, go.
Back in real quick, see if that's what it is. It might be your head. It might. I don't know, man. A lot of times.
All right, I got you. I'm good now.
Yep, you fixed it.
I was sharing the
I was
audio
just
for
curious
PC.
of what your take was of the conversation so far. I mean, you being a brother who is not only just a brother, but also didn't you say your mom was white or your grandma?
No, my grandparents, my grandparents is from Portugal.
Right.
But
You know,
her mom is Portuguese, and she married a Portuguese man that was mixed with black. She did it
but
deliberately.
I was just curious on what your take was when someone says that they believe that
whites are superior.
That whites are superior to black people.
Now, look, I don't think the white race in itself is superior to nothing, right? But if you look at power, right, you got to admit that whites are superior in power, right? Superiority is spread out. There are different groups that are superior in certain things than others. Like I think the Asians are probably superior to everyone else in math.
Yes.
You know what I mean? I think maybe the Samoans are the best farmers on earth. Who knows?
Yes.
Obviously the American blacks are the best physical people, athletes and what have you, right? Dancers and whatnot.
Absolutely. Yes.
Right. And even when you look at Europe, there's different groups of whites that are superior in different things to other groups of whites. And just inside of Europe, right? So there's superiority. It's a thing. It's a real thing. We gotta be real about that shit.
Thank you.
But in power, the white man collective, that's all of Europe and white people everywhere else they are.
Yeah.
They have taken this earth. Nobody can deny that shit. They are superior in power. Period.
Kicking ass.
That's what it looks like. The queen
Now,
is
hold
white.
on.
The king
And
is white.
And Mr. Reese, where do people want to live? Around whites.
I'm moving near some crackers.
That's all I'm saying. There's a reason for it. There's a reason for it. And we are superior when it comes to maintaining tranquility and culture and society. And we might not have that very much longer. But I'm just saying, right now, we're the top dog on the planet and have been, and it's not even a close second with anybody else. And that's why you're moving. You what?
I had to agree with that. They are in power right now. They are in power.
We are. Yes, we
wasn't
are.
always that way, but it was it's impressive if the story is true that you came from caves.
That's funny that you bring that up. Somebody the other day said they had to teach white people how to wipe their ass. A black man said that. And I'm going, oh yeah, you needed to tell us to wipe our ass, but we now own the planet. Something happened there.
Hey, that's
Something
impressive.
happened there.
That's impressive. That's a hell of a comeback.
It is. If it's a comeback, it is.
Look, if you go from the lowest form of human, right? That's what everybody accuses y'all of.
Mm-hmm.
And then rise up to the highest, right?
Yep.
Just in a matter of a few thousand years, and we're claiming to have humans here for millions. And y'all
Maybe
just,
600.
that's like an afternoon in you know what I mean, in Earth time.
Maybe 600 years.
That's
but
impressive.
I do wonder, can somebody please prove that where we needed to be told to wipe our ass? Because that is interesting for what you said, Reese. I laughed when the guy said it. I said, even if that's a point, do you got to understand what that means? That even makes us more superior that we came out of that and went here.
It is
in
impressive.
a matter of this small amount of time.
Knock on wood, though. Time ain't over yet.
I know it. I know. That's what's scary. I think
I thought COVID was gonna get y'all the fuck up out of here. Do you remember when COVID?
So then that means it's not a matter of being superior. It's simply a matter of holding a superior position.
Yeah, they hold a superior position. I don't think they're
whatever you want to call it.
So look, we all got 202 bones, right? The only thing that would make white people superior is if they had like 203, right?
Yeah.
But in terms of power and what's going on in the world, they are in charge. That in definition is superiority.
And there's nothing.
But let's keep it real. That is not the superiority that Be Brave and Think was.
Hold it. Keep it angry. God damn you on that. That's exactly what I'm talking about. I said we weren't born superior. I said right now, politically, culturally, and everything else that matters as far as culture, we're superior. God damn it, don't you act like I'm saying we were born superior, if that's where you're going.
You start talking about the global superiority. Well, the fact that white people are a minority on a global scale, not the minority, but a minority on the global scale, and the fact that the forerunners of global power are white, but a lot of the backing and the money and the ideology come from people of all colors who are not national, but global. They're globalists.
That's because we use them like economic whores. Get real.
No, because they have no problem having people in our country be used as cannon fodder to further their agenda, and you're helping them.
Whatever. I'm just saying whites are superior, dude. Go start in the U.S., go across Europe, go through Russia, right around Russia, comes back to Alaska. That whole band on this planet is white. We own the planet right now. Everybody wants to be around us. Everybody wants to live where we live. Everybody.
Would you give credit to the blacks for your talents, though, like the Africans and the Moors and all that came to Europe?
I would give credit to blacks. I've always wondered if they weren't because I know everybody did war, but Reese, I'm thinking blacks might have been less warlike.
I agree, but I'm talking about like the knowledge that whites acquired over the thousands of years.
No, I'm not buying that blacks handed that to us. I'm saying they contributed. Contributed.
Yeah,
all right. Yeah,
that's
don't
fair.
get me wrong.
That's fair.
Okay, that's all I'm saying. I'm saying
there was a time when no Africans were coming over there and there wasn't no nonsense going on. We were just sharing ideas and we were teaching y'all some things. You know what I mean? It wasn't always like this. A small group of people decided to fuck things up.
Yeah, let's not take blacks as little innocent flowers. Okay, them motherfuckers tore each other up. We came in and probably stopped a whole lot of death amongst themselves.
There's a history of that. But I swear to God, man, I hope I'm wrong about some of that because I hate books. I think books were written by liars, man.
Yeah, I don't trust no history.
If books were honest, man, we wouldn't be up here debating right now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't
trust. Everybody would be sure about what happened. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I don't go by no damn books. But what I go by, I'm an empiricist. Sounds like you are too. I go by what the fuck I see.
What's happening right now is all the counts.
Right fucking now is what I'm speaking of, folks.
Man. I stubbed my toe yesterday. It healed.
Yeah. There's no questioning that.
Tomorrow
right now,
is what matters to me.
There's no questioning the superiority of the white race on this planet. There's no questioning it. I'm sorry.
Well, all I'm sitting and saying is the white race ain't looking too fucking superior right now in America.
No, we're still superior. We're not good. We may not be though.
Now's a bad time to be white in America, though.
It is, but we may also lose it. It depends on the whites that own the planet if they throw us out of the party completely.
Here's the thing: the whites in public, right? Y'all not superior right now, but the ones in charge are, because right now white people are fucked. Like everyday whites, like y'all that are just 9-to-5ers and not cabal members and all that. See, look, I told my boss, right? I work with all white people at my job, right? And when my boss took everybody to lunch, we're all sitting down, me and 4 white people, and I said, we're joking around because we tell racial jokes in there. We're all cool. So I was like, you know that I could get up and smack all 4 of you crackers right now. And all I would have to do is make one call to Black Lives Matter. And by Sunday, y'all would be working in fucking Alaska and this building would be in my name. I told them that's how fucking crazy this woke shit is going on right now.
And that's why I brought it up earlier, that whites one wrong move and we're fucking arrested past the limit of the law.
Your ass is Derek Chauvin.
Fullest prosecute to the fullest. For hell, we go past. They're going to get us and hang us under the jail. No, we're in trouble. We're in trouble. However,
watch what happens to that. Watch what happens to that Marine on that train in New York. And he bets.
Well,
I say his ass is out of here. What?
No. I mean, no. I think he'll go to prison, but I don't think. I think he went too far, Reese. I do.
You did?
Yeah. I'm an old rough motherfucker, man. If I got a dude and I got him, I'm gonna let up. That's just my nature, you know. And I'm sure Angry's the same way. I'm sure.
I don't know if the dude was fighting back the whole time. You know what I mean?
There was
kind of had him. He had him, but the thing was, the guy was threatening to hurt somebody. Now you got. I live in the city, right? And I understand crazy motherfuckers.
Yep.
I'm telling you.
Yeah, I'm glad
you let a crazy motherfucker go too soon, something real bad could happen.
That's true, but I'm just saying there was a point where he stopped, and then that's when you go, okay, if you've got something around his neck that's holding him, and he stopped, you have to let up a little. I didn't say get up and brush him off. Don't get me wrong. Don't
Hey,
misunderstand.
you know what that reminds me of? Like, I'm not with the George Floyd shit and none of that other bullshit. But
George Floyd was killed. That
y'all
cop
remember-
needed to be shot. I wish
Wait a
that
minute.
fucking somebody would have shot that fucking Derek Chauvin. Go ahead.
Yo, George Floyd took enough fucking drugs to kill a dragon.
I don't care. He died because of drugs. Chauvin didn't need to be on his neck for 9 minutes, Reese.
Yo,
that was stupid.
I am like on the fence with that.
No, hold on. Let me tell you. Let me put you further on the fence. Here's George Floyd. The minute he got out of his SUV, he was handcuffed. That made him powerless. He was handcuffed the minute he stepped ground with the first cop, stepped out of his SUV, he was handcuffed. He was done right there. Okay, he's a big man. I get it. Then at the end, before Darren jumps in, you got two guys, one on his back, one on his legs, and he's handcuffed. God damn it, get off his neck. If I would have been a cop there, I'd have kicked that cop right in the fucking head. First of all, I'd have been thinking to myself, you want to set these goddamn blacks off? What happened? That'd be my first thought. You want to give them a reason to riot? What are you doing, you racist fucking prick? Even if you're racist and hate black, you don't kneel on a man's neck for 9 minutes. That's subdued.
I got some people that think the whole shit is fake.
I do too. I kind of think it is. I think George Floyd's in the fucking Caribbean because it was all too ready to set. It was all too formulated to set everything off.
Everything was perfect, dog.
Everything was perfect. And it came together like a fucking recipe. And I'm
there
going.
was even comedy in the shit.
Even. Look at Derek Chauvin, the way he looked up like "fuck you." You think? Fuck you.
Yeah,
he wasn't
had his
looking
hands
out
on his
about
hips
that.
like he was a cool cat.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I think it was fake.
Hey, listen,
I mean,
man,
I wouldn't bet against it.
Listen, the left has been trying to fucking push a race war hard as shit for the past couple years.
Well, hold
Every
on a
other
minute.
story is about some type of hatred or something.
Hold on. The left are idiots, and they're participating. They're not pushing anything. They don't have the power to create anything. Who are you calling the left? Who are you saying is doing it?
Well, for the most part, it's the left.
The left are being used as tools. How about we agree as that?
They are. I think Soros and a couple others.
Soros is a paid man too.
There's a power on the left that is using people as tools. Those people, the ones that Be Brave and Think is familiar with, are the ones that the news media puts a megaphone to. They give them a megaphone, they amplify them. They're using them as cannon fodder to make a big mess, a big scene, big damage. Those people are on the front lines. There are people being used because they have leftist ideology.
Yes.
The leftist ideology, the study of one's own, that one's own is a global power on the left using people with leftist thinking.
You cannot call the power, the global, the corporate machine that owns this planet ain't fucking left or right. Get over that shit.
I didn't say they were. I said they are.
You implied it just now.
Using those people.
Yes, they are.
They're using ideology that uses leftist thinking because it doesn't process things logically.
I'm sorry if I misunderstood you. I thought you were implying that also right up to the top, it's a leftist ideology.
No, here's the problem. You didn't think about what I said. You just
I'm sorry. I apologize. Shut the fuck up, man. Go.
Hey, listen, y'all, I got a question for y'all, right? A good question for some white people. So, in the black race, right, in America, the thing we hate about ourselves the most, right? The thing we disapprove of about ourselves is the way we kill each other, right? The way our young people kill each other, right? So that's our biggest pet peeve.
And a lot of other people, but go ahead.
Now, this is what's going on in y'all ranks. We all agree that y'all running shit, right? Okay. The ones that are running shit have thrown you under the bus. How do y'all feel about that?
Nobody even realizes that's been done. I refer to it as being thrown out of the party by the whites that control. The whites at the bottom have been thrown out of the party, but we can call it being thrown under the bus. Reese, 90% of fucking white people still think if you vote for a Democrat or a Republican, it's going to be okay. They don't understand that we've been thrown under the fucking bus. And that's my point why I am so intense about making goddamn sure that things are put in the contrast that is needed. This is black against whites. It is whites against the power structure. We are all being fucking engineered, and we got to stop trying to go, well, then maybe it's okay. No, if you don't crystallize and actually put your finger on what the fuck is going on, you'll never get to the bottom of it. Whites don't even know we're being thrown under the bus, Reese. They don't.
I don't see any hope for the future, bro. I know people.
It ain't good. It ain't good.
I know people that are not going to break. And they're going to always blame y'all for all the world's ills. And even if you weren't responsible for it, looking forward, there's enough whites on this planet that don't give a fuck about that shit where we could fix things. And ain't nobody trying to do it. Everybody wants to dwell on this dumb bullshit from hundreds of years ago or thousands of years ago. The group that we got on the planet now, crazy as they are, right? Racism is the last shit they're thinking about. The ones behind us, like our generation, we're still a little racist. But the kids behind us, they don't give a fuck. They're the only ones that can fix the shit, but they're all stupid as hell.
That's
we
how
got
they
problems. We got problems.
It's called social engineering. They know what they're doing. In the schools, they're turning all the kids into fucking complete flaming idiots. Instead of chasing around the horrible white-black relationships that exist, they got them chasing around whether young guys should fucking whack off their penises and become girls. I mean, they know what they're doing. The people at the top know what the fuck they're doing, and you are right. And I don't see any hope for it, but I do see this. I see where when the blacks kill enough of themselves and start really killing a lot of whites, the whites will insist on, okay, let's just bring in the National Guard, and the whites will give up their freedoms too. I'm thinking. I can't picture whites ever getting the ability to...
I hope it don't get to that, but I'm going to tell you like this. In the past 3 years, everything bad has gone up.
Yeah, everything. It's not good. And Reese, okay, you're a black man, Reese. Hey, Reese, you're a black man, right?
So that they can bring their hammer down. That's what I was talking about earlier.
Yeah.
The acceleration on both sides is
both sides. No.
Is giving the tyrants an excuse to bring their hammer down.
Yes.
That's why they're giving the worst elements a magnifier. That's why they're amplifying them so that people like you will respond in kind.
Yeah, people like me. Shut the fuck up. Hey, but and me and him went around earlier, Reese. I'm not.
Hey, shut the fuck
that's an insult he just threw. But listen, but Reese, I got a question for you. Since I said this and it seemed to be wrong.
Fuck up.
I want to hear this question.
Okay, Reese, tell me, whites. Do you see whites doing violent attacks on people in the cities?
No, shut the fuck up. I've had my face punched.
Philly's a little different, man. We got some hardcore white people over here.
Right, but I'm talking.
White boy bodied a couple people the other day, and you know what I mean? Kensington, I don't know if y'all know about that. Those are the craziest white people on the planet Earth.
Yes.
And they get busy over there, dog.
Yeah.
So over here is different. The rest of the country I don't know about, but I do know this.
No.
I do know this. I gotta keep it real. White people getting mollywopped everywhere.
That's right. That's right. You participate in a channel that shows constant fucking videos, 2 of them, that shows constant videos of what blacks are doing in the inner cities. So you know what's going on across the inner cities. You don't see any white people in them fucking videos, man.
Right, they doing it, but it ain't like
because they're not in large enough numbers.
I'm gonna tell you like this. Y'all outnumber us greatly here, right?
Right. Yeah.
If you attacked each other or other people at the rate that we're doing right now,
yeah,
there might be 100,000 homicides in America in a
year. That we're not.
If you scaled it up to the number of white people that's here, so if you look at that,
no,
right,
you don't see
bad in the hood, dog.
You don't see 3 white kids walking around robbing people in their driveways, Reese. You know that. You don't see 3 white kids walking into a restaurant and holding everybody up, or kicking the door down on a jewelry shop and going in and robbing it, and or just walking in when it's open. You don't see white people shoving people into the subway systems, man. What I'm saying,
I do see some of that stuff. There's a police got a channel and they show some of that shit, but it's not as much. Like you'll see 1 white story and you'll see 10 black stories after that.
More like 1 white story to 100 black stories.
There's a bit.
It's more like 1 to 100.
There's a bit of conflation in the dialogue because this context we're talking about the black community when it is not 13% of America behaving this way. It is not the black community. It is
nobody said it was
a percentage, a very small percentage of the black community,
and you got a very large
being given an amplifier and a free pass on
you
crime.
Got a very large percentage of the black.
Real quick, I just wanted to interject.
Responding.
Hey, hold on.
Apologize.
I just wanted to interrupt real quick and say I can't believe in this entire 4 hours I haven't gotten a single Cash App or PayPal because I got new clips that I wanted to give as gifts today. New funny clips, and nobody's giving me a Cash App and giving me a reason to play any of them.
They're probably sick of me. I probably better stay off your show, angry. I piss people off, man.
No, shit like that. brings cash apps.
Right.
Well,
Hey, secondly, I wanted to also let you know that here in 30 minutes, Ray's going live, so I'll probably be dropping this stream and doing a simulcast when Ray goes.
Yeah. Oh yeah, fine. Yeah, shit.
Hey,
no,
listen.
but the bottom line is the bottom line is what the other fellow was saying. I've never said all blacks. You know, I've never said all blacks, Reese. You know, I'm smarter than that.
We should be past the point where anybody should have to say not all.
I know, but we are. But see if you agree with me on this. I'm saying 70% of the black race is apologizing for the 5% destroying America.
Yep.
70%. Think that's not too high? I don't think it is.
Man. If you look at an average city block in the hood,
you said 70%.
There's going to be about 10 assholes on that block and about 90 regular people that just, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Did you just say 70% of the black race is apologizing for what 5% of it is doing?
Yes.
It's 0.5.
Because I thought earlier you said 70% of the black race is what's causing half the problems.
I said they're contributing because they're apologizing. I've always said 70% is apologizing for the violent small percentage, which in the end empowers that percentage to the point to where 70% are contributing to the downfall of the American culture.
You're using the wrong word. It's not apologize. You mean making excuses for it.
Whatever the fuck you want to call it, dude.
There's a big difference.
Oh man, buddy.
Apologizing or being an
there's
apologist.
like Black God Monolith says, there's no reason to say sorry.
Yo, you know why I think a race war is impossible? It's
Why?
because we're kind of already like segregated.
Yes.
And the blacks that live around whites don't hate whites.
No, I think they'll join whites.
So I don't think it will ever happen. I don't see how it could.
I think the blacks that live around whites will join whites if it kicks off.
Well,
I think they will.
By just the numbers alone and statistically, if the black race tried to actually have a race war with the white race, it would probably be the quickest war ever in the history of mankind. Because look, black people make up 13% of the population. Then you got to sit and separate another 6% for the women, and then maybe possible 2% for the kids. So now you're left with 5% of the population going against 30% of the population. That ain't going to end well.
Yo, name an American city with over 1 million people that doesn't have the hood smack dab in the middle, surrounded by crackers on all sides.
Not a single one, dude.
Not a single. It's already, we got a lot of machine guns, right?
Devastation, man.
We got a lot of machine guns and canned goods and all that shit.
Just got led right to the fucking.
But we're surrounded
by the Pied Piper, dude.
Surrounded and outnumbered, and there are rivers that run through all these cities.
And
niggas don't have boats.
Not only that, the government has provided most of the housing for it, so they know how well the community's built. You know what I'm saying? They know how.
Look, you'd have some problems attacking the projects, though.
But
you might
think that, but
a concrete structure and shit. Unless you can get it on fire.
Think about this. You don't think the projects weren't systematically constructed just for a situation like that? That way, in case they had to actually control people in mass, they could do it very easily.
Who knows, man? Probably.
I mean, that's why all these high rises that are turned into apartments. Yeah, that's done for a reason. It's done systematically. That way, it's easy to keep people trapped.
You know that's you bring that up. I think if it kicked off, I think the government, not our government, not the government, but the corporate machines government would attack the whites if the war kicked off. The government would come down harder on the whites than the blacks to make sure that the whites didn't win. They don't if it happened. I don't think it's going to happen though.
It's to make sure that the fighting continues.
I don't understand. This is confused. This is confusing, right? I don't understand why your own people are throwing y'all fucking under the bus like this.
Because they're in reality. Look up Jacob and Esau.
Yo, do you see how many black people they're using to do it too?
Yes,
you got all types of. You got Ilhan Omar, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Maxine Waters, a whole slew of black journalists on daytime primetime news channels. You got Kamala herself, Joe Biden, and everybody underneath that whole umbrella pushing the same bullshit every
old lady
fucking
And what's funny, Reese, do you see any Republicans
calling for soldiers?
Huh?
I forget her name. She was part of the AOC squad. I forget her name though, but she's that bald lady that was calling for soldiers, saying, "You know what to do."
Oh, damn! What the fuck?
That was like 2 years ago.
No, the entire white race. This is why when people talk about Democrats or Republicans, I feel like bitch slapping them, because the Republicans ain't saying shit. The conservatives ain't saying shit. Like Reese, what you just said was nice. You're hearing conservatives in Congress say what you just said. Why are you people setting up the white people for attacks? Have any congressman ever asked that question, even though it's a completely legitimate question? No. That's what I'm saying. People go, hey, it's Democrat, and they voted for him. I'm going, shut your fucking mouth, idiot.
These social media companies are in on this shit too. These media
well, of course, I'm
companies are in on
saying you ain't gonna get no Republicans in there to do anything. You ain't gonna get the Democrats ain't doing it. It's the two parties are serving the corporate machine.
I can sit on my channel and say cracker, cracker, cracker all day long, and nothing will happen to it.
Nothing.
Y'all let one N-word fall out. This shit is gone. The stream
Bullshit. I
wouldn't
say
even
the
finish.
N-word all the time on this channel, Reese.
On the stream?
Yeah, but
and they
you
don't
said
take it away?
Yep, and they've never taken it down. I swear to you.
I'm surprised a hater ain't get at you or something.
No, ask Cyber, dude. I've straight up Cyber. How many times have I dropped the N-bomb on this stream on a live stream?
Multiples.
You say it with the A.
And you're more likely to get censored for showing someone's hate speech against you than you are for your own work.
That's what happened. If you recall, Reese, that's what happened. Is I actually got censored for exposing someone else's hate speech that was directed at me. But when I dropped the N-bomb with the hard R on someone, they didn't have nothing to say.
It keeps the fight going. When you show someone attacking you without cause and being what they say they can't be, they have to get rid of that.
Right.
And when they see you being what they're telling everybody else all white people are, of course they'll leave it up.
Reese, have you ever seen that clip?
To whatever extent they can get away with. It keeps the fight going.
Here, I'll show it to you real quick. I got it right on my TikTok. I'll show you the clip. It was an edit that I did of somebody literally fucking going at me, like saying some of the most absurdly racist shit I've ever heard in my life, you know? And so I ended up I was going to do a series called Asshole Projectile, because the dude's name is Action Potential. So I changed it to the Asshole Projectile Show. I only got to episode 2 before YouTube said, no, fuck that. We can't do this shit.
Y'all crazy on YouTube, man.
Well, here, I'll show you this real quick.
I can't do what y'all do, man. Only on panels. I'm a professional panelist.
Hold on. Let me get up here. There it is. Here, you'll get a kick out of this. This shit's fucking hilarious, though, all right? And it's early on that I found that if I play it in the middle of a long or at the end of a long live stream, I won't get struck. But if I do it just separately on its own, it's getting hit.
People, when you got a time to say something, but you didn't have, when you had the floor, you didn't say shit. So why don't you shut the fuck up when somebody else talks?
Shut me the fuck up. What you want to do?
If you was in front of me, white boy, I would beat you purple.
I don't like it front of them apples, bro.
That's a threat of violence. But you want to distract from what I'm talking about because it makes sense, and you don't want to buy people that hear somebody that makes sense. So be the detractor that you are. Be the detractor that you are. Because the things that I'm saying make a whole lot of sense. The first relationship a little boy has,
you focus on nothing but color. You know,
a white woman cannot relate to us.
When we talk about the children of the community, they are children of the community.
No, it's not about color. It's about genealogy.
We got to take this stuff seriously as you are, because you have been forced to have to take it seriously.
It's about genealogy, sir. It's about genealogy.
Whatever we have in store cannot be known.
You cannot take a penguin. You cannot put a penguin in the desert, you dumb motherfucker.
What is life like for a desert penguin?
You cannot put a penguin in the desert. We have anatomical makeup that have biological responses that cannot be ignored.
And what challenges do these animals face in today's ever-changing world?
That's how come people with AB blood types are mostly European and have blood disease.
Attention! Well, hey, you know where she was when she said that? Where Kamala was?
She tried to make me try to use epidermis, ID skin, to denote that people don't have variations about the way they respond to their environment.
She was talking about gun control. We got to take this stuff seriously because you've been forced to have to take it seriously. How's that? By holding the cops back?
Right? I know you're too stupid to keep up, white boy.
My fellow Americans, words have many meanings, and sometimes instead of conveying our meaning, they can suggest other meanings.
You know, now that I think about it, sending you niggas to a school all by yourselves is a bad thing. You got to be mixed in with some white kids. You gotta get stupid.
Okay, look, Rebut my argument. The floor is yours. Rebut.
Talking about the significance of the passage of time, right? The significance of the passage of time. So when you think about it, there is great significance to the passage of time.
Dad, my 8-year-old.
No, man. Let that man intellectually rebut what I said.
You have in your whole.
You don't have a response.
I can't believe people
let that man rebut.
Dude, that's.
Do you have a rebuttal what I said, Lizardo?
You need to shut the fuck up. Yeah, HBCUs suck. This is what they produce.
And I didn't go to college.
I just hate niggers.
I remember that movie, yo.
Stupid now, bitch.
I remember that movie.
But yeah, that's what got me flagged. And that one was the mild one. The first one was more rough, dude.
It's because it ain't you saying it. That's why I don't understand that shit.
Look, listen to this first one. It's shorter.
It's funny how when I come up on these panels, you motherfuckers always interrupt me when I'm trying to say things that maybe you should think about.
This coming.
Chief, mate, what do you want to do tonight?
The same thing we do every night, Pinky. Try to take over the world.
Think about. But first you gotta listen. Right? First you gotta listen to ask yourself, should you think about it? But then when I'm not on the panel, it's motherfuckers like this hunky that get to run in their fucking mouth.
I heard that word in a while.
Moron, fucking idiot. You're a serious fucking idiot.
Shit to say. So why don't you let me have the motherfucking floor? Now, when I brought up the concept of why a white man, an Oriental man, an Arab man cannot teach my son about dating and relationship. Wanna know why? Because that white man wasn't raised around our mother.
When a black woman measures a good black man, it's literally him having a job, him having an education, and
aunties, they didn't go to the schools with the women in our community,
and him being in a relationship and not having got arrested.
Our family reunions, you do not know our social dynamic.
You're right.
There's no way to get around the thinning of the black male population. There's absolutely no way to get around it.
You shut the fuck up because when you had time to speak.
You need to shut the fuck up.
You shut the fuck up because when you had time to speak.
You need to shut the fuck up.
Social dynamic is all about feminism.
Do you know how to be quiet?
Shut the fuck up.
Fuck me, pal. Fuck you. No. Fuck me.
No,
do you know how to be quiet?
No,
make your own point.
I just want to sit here
You're not
run
smart
my
enough.
mouth, dude.
You're not smart enough to make your own point.
Because
when you had it,
it'll get me a couple 100 miles across the country. I'll take a shot in the mouth.
Just to make your own point, you didn't have nothing to say. You talking about old fight. You talking about old fight. You talking about old fight. You want to attack black people when you got a time to say something. But you didn't have when you had the floor, you didn't say shit. So why don't you shut the fuck up when somebody else talks?
Why don't you shut me the fuck up? What you gonna do?
If you was in front of me, white boy, I would beat you purple.
I don't like the sound of them apples. Well, what are we gonna do?
It's funny how when I.
But yeah, me exposing that was me putting hate speech on YouTube.
How dare you?
You know, how dare I expose a racist black dude?
But he said some racial slurs too, so you don't know which ones might have got it struck. It might be something he said got it struck.
It was, I guarantee you. Because I didn't say a racial slur. Dude, that happened on New Year's Eve. And it wasn't until that day, it was after that engagement that I had with him, that I decided from that day forward that any person, I didn't give a fuck who they were, what shade they were, what they looked like or whatever. If they wanted to come at me with that type of energy, I was coming right back at them with the same type of energy. If a black person with me and wanted to try and push me and goat me into dropping the N-bomb so they could have their fucking gotcha moment, they didn't have to. I would just be their fucking huckleberry. You don't have to work that hard. All you got to do is give me that energy. You want me to drop the hard R on you? I will.
Hey, I'm not asking for it.
I know you ain't, man. And see, that's the thing is there's some people that didn't like my stance on that. And I'm always like, why do you have a problem with my stance? Because I'm not going around and just throwing that out at anybody. You know, anybody that has the same level of respect for me that I have for them, I'm going to treat them with that same kind of respect. I'm not going to sit there and just start throwing out fucking racial slurs and slanders at you. But if you're going to come in on a panel and come in with that kind of fucking energy and come at me with that energy, then you can bet your fucking ass I'm going to give you every bit of what you want, because you know what? You can sit and say everything you want about me. You can come up with all kinds of new fucking racial slurs and tropes to say at me. And you know what? It don't fucking matter. I'm literally sitting here laughing with you while you're saying it. But all I got to do is look at you and drop the fucking hard R, and I just ruined your next fucking 4 days.
Hey, you know what? I hope you never have to do that. But listen, I use the word cracker all the time. I do it in a jokingly like way. I'm mixed. I ain't racist at all. But
ain't nobody worried about cracker.
Do y'all have an N word? A word that's equivalent to the N word, like that hurts y'all like the way that does us?
No, we can't be hurt because we're at the top. We look down, going, "Oh, all right."
Oh, shit. That was a good answer.
Okie dokie, buddy.
No,
that was a hell of an answer there.
Being referred to as white supremacist is equivalent, but I don't believe that.
Salute to brother Kelly, though, man. He's coming in through Facebook.
Yo, so what I mean is, like, there's several for each group, right? We don't care much about Porch Monkey, Jigaboo, and all that type of stuff. But N word is the one that'll make people get. Y'all don't have a word like that?
No,
it's not worse than the others.
Honestly, Reese, there ain't nothing that you could say to me or anybody for that matter, as far as a racial slur, that is going to hurt my feelings. Now, mind you, there are some
Honky, Cracker, and Peckerwood are all the same. They're all.
Yeah, it's all the same. Now, one thing I will say about some white people is some white people have an issue with being called a bitch.
Oh,
I've never met them.
You know, now that I have noticed, it's about a 50-50 on that one. There are some white people that you call them a bitch, and that's the worst thing you could ever say.
Yeah, but it ain't equivalent. It ain't comparable to the N word.
I know you do, brother Kelly. I dropped it on you the other day.
I'm glad I ain't white right now, boy.
No, I'm just saying.
You know, I'd say even in being white, I'd still rather be white than anything else.
Well, look, dude, that's like I said the other day in Chaotic's chat. I made the comment that I'll be cool with reparations, only if and when reparations happens. I get to say the N-word whenever the hell I want now from this day forward, without any kind of fucking pushback.
Oh my God. You want more?
I think it's a fair trade.
It is. I don't desire to say the N-word. I just want to give them reparations so they'll shut the fuck up.
They won't shut up, Ask Reed.
No, I know, but I'm just saying at least you got something to go, shut your motherfucking mouth. Shut your low IQ. And there's a lot of blacks I can say this to. Shut your low IQ.
Watch this, y'all. I'm going to tell y'all why reparations is bullshit, right?
Oh, I think it is.
This is what real reparations would be, right? This is the only thing I would accept is reparations. All of the white people on this landmass leave. Go away. And then you can come right back, but under our terms. Something that will never, ever, ever fucking happen.
Shit, I wouldn't allow that.
We're stuck with what we have today. And that's it. Nobody's going nowhere.
That'd be like us telling you, we'll give you reparations, but you got to fucking leave as soon as you get it.
But we'll never get the land back to where it's us. Like it was before. That'll never happen, man. The world isn't even designed that way. You thought everybody was going to stay where the fuck they were? No.
Well, look, the thing is people are looking at the whole situation back then entirely the wrong way. I mean, America was a conquered land. You can't ask for someone to give you to repair something that they conquered and took from you. You know what I'm saying?
Aegon conquered Westeros, and his family held that shit down for 200 years. Just his family.
And not only that, as much as it hurts people's feelings, and you know, I don't know if you've been over to Chaotic streams when we've gotten into these discussions, and a lot of the guys on there, they get all emotional because they say that, you know, how are you going to look at a human being as an object? Well, back when slavery was legal, that's exactly what slaves were. They were objects to be bought and sold. So they were basically nothing more than, at that time, modern day farm equipment.
They were like a currency, right?
Right. You know, so obviously when a slave owner gets his fucking product that he bought taken from him, he's owed he's owed a compensation for the government stealing his property.
Damn.
You know, and as bad as it sounds to hear it like that's just a realization of what it was. You know, the reason why we see it so it's like such a dirty thought or a dirty word is because we live in modern day America. You know, but the truth of the matter is back then it wasn't just blacks that were bought and sold as property. You know, whites were bought and sold, Chinese were bought and sold, Mexicans were, fucking the Indians were, everybody was.
Yo,
man.
I ever tell you about my ancestors, dog?
No.
My Portuguese ancestors, dog. My grandmother's great grandparents were merchants on slave ships going to South America.
Sure, it's all so mixed up that to try to blame whites. But you know what's funny? You were talking about something equivalent to the N-word. I do know I've had a couple of blacks try this on me. They talk about well, we fuck your women and then give them back to you. And I said, if you give me a big old handsome white boy, we're gonna take our pick and we'll leave you with the fucking leftovers when it comes to your black women. The truth is we don't want your fucking black women. You're lucky.
Y'all, some young white boys got a fantasy about being with a black chick, though.
I didn't say that. I said en masse, black white boys, the successful, big old strong motherfuckers hanging low. Right. They don't want black women. And and all I told him was, if we did, we would have our pick of women, including black women, and then you black fellas could take our leftovers. Wow. Because that's the reality.
You could get a good debate going saying that, dog.
But it's true.
You got to come over to one of these channels and say that shit.
No, I'm just saying it's true. I'm not talking about your regular old skinny ass punk white dude. I'm talking about a motherfucking white boy is going to be the top of the pick for all women on this fucking planet.
But you know what? They say that black women, 90% of them will prefer another black man over anybody, regardless of whatever.
Well, that's a lie. They say that, of course, for racial purity. The point is a white man can take any pick, although a strong, big old white man, that he can have his pick. Everybody else has to take second.
I've been doing that all my life, though, kind of.
And so have I. I mean, I'm picking black women, but I'm just saying, I'm telling you, if I wanted black women, I'd get them.
When I was in Hawaii, I did score a lot of banging white chicks from Cali.
Well, hell yeah. That's what I'm saying. When he said that, I'm going, of course you can get white chicks. I straightened him out, though. We don't want your black chicks. You're lucky. You're fucking lucky. You think
this gender war going on in niggerdom right now, you could definitely get a black woman.
You could have done it. You could have done it throughout the whole system. Everybody wants a strong, big, old, handsome white man first. And then they'll
get some pushback on that, dog. You gotta say that other places.
No, I'm not saying it's
you got to come on some panels and say that, man.
I'm not gonna say what depends. No, I've said it on panels. It was on a panel that me and the guy went around because he was the one that brought up, we fuck your women and give them back to you. I'm going, snap you out of your fucking dream world, pal. We don't want your black women or they would be ours. And then we would leave you with you could get our leftovers.
That's deep.
I'm a tall, handsome white man, but somehow I always feel insufficient.
You should be killing the game in your race.
Really?
I don't feel lonely, though.
Fuck loneliness. I love being alone.
You're not really alone.
It's a freedom, man. I'm not alone. Yeah, I come out my door and see 8 billion motherfuckers.
People that think they're alone are fucking. They just need somebody, and there's nothing wrong with that. But you're not alone if you're alone.
Nah, you go outside and see a human being, dog. It's not.
I mean, come on. Nobody. Come on. Well, you don't have a significant other, Reese?
No, I've been a loner all my life, dog. I've been alone all my life.
I've had offers to marry. I've had many of them.
Me too.
And I just simply told them, I don't even need another woman. You're beautiful. You're fine for any man. I said, I just can't take the commitment and the reporting of it to another human being. I can't do it. I just can't do it. I
don't trust women, man. I've been the other guy all my life.
Get the hell out of here. I trust
I'm telling you, I've been the other guy all my life, and the things I've seen and heard, and the way women can get away with this shit and how clever they are, I just never felt like I should roll the dice on that.
I've been the other guy as many times as you have, and I bet you my women that made me the other guy was every bit as pretty as any woman you've ever had. And I'm
Probably
saying
so.
this. And I'm saying this.
I can tell by how arrogant you is.
I know there are women that you can trust, Reese. Stop that.
But listen, I never thought that I would have like that's a lottery. Come on.
1 second, Greg.
No, it's few and far between, but it's not. It's hard to find. But come on, you kind of said that there isn't any. I'm going, now come on.
Yeah, I overdid it with that, but
yeah, you did.
I've actually had a solid.
You've been around women, Reese, where you know that it just made you a wife for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
There you go.
I'm dropping the link right now, Greg.
About to end it, ain't you?
Yeah,
I got to run anyway, Snowman. I got to go
Kelly
eat
wants
and do
to
a bunch
hop
of
up,
shit,
and
get
I
ready
can't
for
tell
Ray's
him no.
stream.
Well, you know, Ray's going to sit and do his little rant for the first 20 minutes.
Right.
So we got at least 20 minutes before we got to jump over and do the simulcast.
I got to run out the building though. I got to go grab something, y'all.
Oh, that's cool, man.
I'd like I see you over there on Ray's stream. Both of y'all should come too.
Well, I will.
All right. See you fellas later.
Yep.
See you, Reese.
Later, Reese. Well, I'd like to drop a little nugget regarding solitude. And this was written by Nietzsche in Thus Spoke Zarathustra. He said, one man runs to his neighbor because he's looking for himself, and another because he wants to lose himself. And it's your bad love of yourselves that makes solitude a prison to you.
That's where a lot of road rage comes from. People can't stand to be alone with their own thoughts. That's why they're driving so fast and fucking crazy in their cars.
Yeah, and something in the real world happens, snaps them out of it, and it's like being woke up from a bad dream.
Bam. That's why I tell people that have to speed. Just slow down, you'll get there. No, I got it. No, that's because you don't want to be in that car very long with yourself. You don't want to be alone with them thoughts for an hour. That's why you're speeding. Slow the fuck down, man. Quit getting speeding tickets. Relax. No, solitude is a spiritual. It's part of spirituality. That's why when men talk about I got a hobby, I said, no, you just want the fuck away from your wife. There's no crime in that. Quit saying that shit. Just say you want your alone time. You don't have to make shit up. I mean, a hobby is a good hobby, and it's a good way to be alone with yourself. But don't couch it in such like, well, I just have to do my hobby. I'm going, you want to get by yourself away from your wife.
There is another side. There's another side, because we have a duality within us. It's necessary for us to be alone.
Yes.
Not all the time, but solitude is a necessary part of development. Yes. If it were easy, then everybody would do it. But the fact that it's hard proves it's something worth doing. But on the other side, there is over dependency on other people.
Yes. I've always said that's why the black race is suffering. They never allow silence. No matter what neighborhood they live in, it's that boom shit. It's this music. Or it's this. It's like, no, silence is where your culture thrives. Any white neighborhood I've ever lived in, you could hear a pin drop all the time.
I just pulled this up as by Ernest Becker from The Denial of Death. He says, if the partner becomes God, they can just as easily become the devil. The reason is not too far to seek. If you find the ideal love and try to make it the sole judge of good and bad in yourself, the measure of your strivings, you become simply the reflex of another person. You lose yourself in the other, just as obedient children lose themselves in their family. No wonder that dependency, whether of the God or the slave in the relationship, carries with it so much underlying resentment.
That's true. But still, for some people, I still say lose yourself in another person if that's what makes you functional. Don't be afraid of, don't sit there and, look for something in the name of solitude. If you got somebody and you're loving to them and they're loving to you, just lose yourself in each other. You'll be all right. Solitude isn't a necessary thing for everybody. But it's certainly.
I know I'm going to sound like a Vulcan here, but it's not logical to do that. Because.
To do what? Lose yourself in another person?
To lose yourself, period. Now,
well, It's
you
not the
can
best.
confide in someone, you can lean on them, but to
It's not
lose
the best.
yourself in that person, as I just read
You're
from
right.
Ernest
It isn't.
Becker, makes you a slave in the
It does.
relationship.
And if you got a good person that you can trust, handing your enslavement to, you'll be all right. I've seen it too many times in my life. I've seen married couples that they would die without each other. They can't be away from each other for
Right.
5 minutes.
I would
There's
consider
nothing
that,
wrong with that.
I would consider that companionship and compatibility. But if someone were to lose themselves in the other, then they are subservient to the other, and they are
Yes.
no longer themselves there
They don't
for
want to
the
be.
other to love.
They don't want to be. That's what I'm saying. It
Well,
doesn't,
that's
it's nothing wrong with
maladaptive.
it. It's
It's
not that bad of a
maladaptive.
thing. Huh?
It's
No,
maladaptive.
if you lose yourself to somebody that you can trust losing yourself to, you're okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Well, someone you trust would not let you lose yourself, period.
It's an automatic thing with some people. They're so entrenched with each other and everything they do and everything they say, speak, and want to do that it's not even, you can't even tell the difference from the moment that you're not lost or you are lost. So I mean, what
Right,
you're saying is
there's
true,
a
but in
binary.
the final analysis, there are people that depend so much on each other that you could categorize them as having lost themselves in each other, but it's not a problem at all. It's just their walk of life. I've seen it too much. I've had women that I know that if I married them, they'd have been with me till the wheels fall off. It's just there's women that you just know that that's a wife. That, my friends, is a wife. And so I mean, it's nothing wrong with it, even though it would have bugged me because I'm a confirmed bachelor or whatever the fuck you call it. And it ain't about pussy. I tell all my girls, I'm not leaving for pussy. You're a beautiful woman. Are you crazy? Good God. I'll never forget you for my entire life. I just can't do the commitment thing. It's just too much. It was just too much.
My only argument with what you're saying could be expressed like this. If a husband loses himself in the wife, she no longer has a husband. She has a servant, a slave, a toy, some item on her shelf. And now she's the Queen of Hearts and he's a little mouse king.
Okay.
It doesn't work.
No, sir. You got to remember one thing.
My position on that.
I said you got to find a kind master. There are women that have husbands in that position, and they treat that husband like a king. And that husband still is in that complete position. So I'm saying, I get what you're saying. If you got some naggy ass bitch wife, you're correct. Man, I'm telling you, there are women that if that man is all hers, she is going to treat, and she's no. I get what you're saying. It's a risk. But I'm saying, still, it depends.
Confidence, in the true essence and etymology of that word, confidence, is necessary in a healthy relationship.
Hold on, fellas.
Absolutely.
Hold
and
on,
I think
fellas.
that's the driving factor in your point, right?
Fellas,
hold on, folks.
We've been joined by our dear friend and missing brother who's been missing in action for the last 4 months, Mr. Greg Kelly of the Real Greg Kelly Show and the once former great Real Cold Facts podcast duo. How you doing this evening or this afternoon, Mr. Kelly?
What's up, Greg?
I'm good, man. I had a long, good day of work. Came home and figured I'd find out what your ass was doing.
And then you get on here and listen to the fuckery I got going on.
Oh, my God. Okay. Hey, look, salute to everybody on the panel.
Hey.
Salute, man. But I do want to say something. God damn it.
I know you do, man. And
I definitely want to say something.
Give you the floor real quick.
Yeah, and I ain't going to take long to say it. I was listening to my masked brother talk about black people. Sit down, shut the fuck up, get your reparations. This is why I say you got to be careful with that, because as much as we know about the successes of Black America, there are still communities that are suffering. Some of it is directly connected to their own decision making. I think most of them are connected to their own decision making.
Yeah, let's get there.
But do not be deceived. Do not be deceived into thinking that there is no Black oppression alive in America, because that would be an absolute bullshit statement.
Lack of what?
There are still communities that are being oppressed by high level, highly influential Europeans in this country that call themselves Americans.
Europeans are also being oppressed by that same fiction. The black community is not.
I'm willing to go down that rabbit hole because I agree with you. I agree with you.
Yes.
But so what I want to do right now, hold on. What I want to do right now is address your own statements.
Okay.
And if you want to address, if you want to address the remaining statements, I'm open for that. But I'm addressing one particular statement that you made.
Okay.
All right. And I am more than open to have an open discussion about, the fact that Europeans are. I don't disagree with that either.
Right.
But I'm saying, you being, a white male, you got to be careful what you let come out of your mouth, bro.
No, I don't.
Because there are black communities that are. Matter of fact, I drove through one yesterday in Hopewell, Virginia, and this is what I saw. All right, I saw a housing project less than 500 yards away from a manufacturing power plant, and the smell and the stench and the water was contaminated. All right, this is something that's been going on for a very long time in this country.
Yeah.
All right, I would be a fool to deny that these things still happen.
So you think no poor white people are around pollution?
I mean, brother, if I felt that way, I would have said it. And what you'll learn about me real quick is that I say what I mean and I mean what I say. And I'm only addressing what you said. And you're either going to not allow me to address it by asking me questions, or you're going to be respectful and hear what I got to say. And then guess what? I'm going to in turn do the same for you.
Yeah, but we can't go 10 minutes per.
Look, I'm going to sit back and I'm going to listen to what you have to say. All I'm asking is that you give me a couple of minutes to address what you said.
Okay, I'll write down.
You okay with that? Okay. Yeah. Please come back to it because I'm more than open. And just for the record, I do know that there are poor white people that are also surrounded by these industrial plants.
Well,
just so
you said you would have said that, but
I don't have a bias. I don't have a bias toward black people. Just in case you're blind, I'm a brown man. Okay. I'm just trying to address. I just want to address what you said. And again, you got to be careful. You got to be careful about how fluid and how loose you are with telling black people who may even feel that they need reparations to sit down and shut the fuck up, because there are some very, very in dire straits African Americans that could benefit from reparations. I personally don't want the shit.
Well, no, I want reparations. I'm for reparations.
I don't.
Okay, but I'm
not for the shit.
Okay, I am.
You can be for it. I mean, I'm okay with you being for it. Right, I just hope that you're okay with me not being for it.
Yeah.
I don't want reparations from anybody. All I want is an opportunity to work and provide for my own. I don't want anybody to give me anything, because once they give me something, that means they have an expectation of getting something in return, and I'm not willing to pay that price. And if you know anything about our federal government, anytime they give you something, they want something back, and it's going to be more than what they gave. So keep the fucking reparations. I'm good. I don't want the shit. I'm only trying to come from a position of having an understanding that there are lazy black people, there are lazy white people, there are bums who are black, and there are bums who are white. Okay, I don't even put any race on it. I'm only using the racial terms because some people get it confused and they think that being a bum is confined to black people.
No,
and it's not. You got all kind of bums.
Yes.
They think that the N-word is only confined to people of color. Well, that's bullshit too. Well, because I know some N-words that are Chinese, Mexican, Hispanic, European, all kind of N-words. All different races of the N-word exists, because all you got to be is unlearned, ignorant, stupid, and barbaric, and you could be classified as the N-word. Okay. Again, I'm not about bias, but I think where we got to be careful, and me too, calling people, and I haven't done this in a long time, but I think we got to be careful because everybody's story ain't the same. Everybody can't be lumped into a box. Now you got the lazy, feel like he's entitled black guy that want reparations, but you also have, hungry black people that want to work, want to get an education, want to provide, for their families too. So you can't, and they feel like, hey, they just can't get ahead. They be like, hey, listen, the government, you may owe me something. Well, I'm not really upset with them, because when you look at their story, you pay attention, like they're like 4th and 5th and 6th generation welfare, beneficiaries.
Yes.
and they haven't really had that opportunity to come up.
Okay.
I don't think reparations is the answer.
Okay.
But I sympathize with them though.
Okay.
And I want you and any other white person or black person or Mexican person to understand that just like that black man or that black woman might really be broken in their, economic empowerment and not have the money that they need. All right. There are other races of people that have those same issues. And I don't think it's fair.
Oh.
Give him a minute. He'll come back in. He's walking. He lives out in the middle of BFE.
Some form of help.
Hey, you just bored out. You said you don't think it's fair, and then you went silent.
No, I was saying I don't think it's fair for me as a working man to look at somebody's situation that doesn't permit them to work as much as I do or make the most money. I don't think it's fair for me to tell them to get off their ass when they're really not lazy and they really want to make something. But sometimes life circumstances can really deal you a fucked up hand. And I identify with that. You know what I'm saying? For my black people, my white brothers and sisters, my Hispanic brothers and sisters. And I think we have to learn to be more sensitive to that and be more inclined to hear, understand where they are, and really, to be honest, to try to help them if it's in your power to do so. That's all I had to say about it. Yeah.
Okay. Now, gentlemanly, as I can say it, you're full of shit. Lazy people.
This is okay. Hold on. Before we go any further, before we go any further, bro. Hey, before we go any further, I didn't tell you were full of anything. All I did was speak to you. See, this is the shit that get motherfuckers back. This is why you got to be careful. This is why you got to be careful. You can't just go tell somebody they full of shit because you disagree. You know what I'm saying? You just like the fucking Democrats, bro.
I'll say it differently.
You just like the people.
I'll say it differently. You're wrong. Miserably wrong. Now, here's why.
Well, so are you. Are you black? Are you black, bro?
Lazy people are lazy.
Hey,
I don't
did you
care
ever grow up in the projects? Are you black?
Yes.
Do you know what it is to be black?
I grew up in
I'm saying, but did you grow up in the projects?
Yes.
What project did you grow up in?
Grew up around a bunch of
tell you where I live. 1965 to 1968. Right through the.
Okay, but what project did you grow up in, brother?
It was mixed. It was blacks and whites.
No, what was the name of the project?
I'm not going to tell you my life and get
projects did you grow up in?
That. But listen, I thought you said you would piss because I wouldn't shut up. Now who's not shutting up?
What I'm trying to understand is you start your statement by calling me out of my name.
And I apologize. I apologize. I said, okay, you're wrong. That's what I'm saying. I'm retracting it. If I figure we're sitting on a bar stool and we're a couple of thick-skinned men, we ain't gonna fight over nothing. And when I said you're full of shit, I meant it as gentlemanly as could be said. Now hold on a minute. Okay, so take it back. You're wrong. I just said you're wrong.
As possible, and I apologize as well. But shut the fuck up.
Okay, good. Now, so you're wrong, sir. Lazy is lazy. Blacks have not been denied any opportunities for the last 50 or 60 years. Whites are just lazy too. There's no excuse for blacks to be in the condition they're in when it comes to anything to do with any white oppression. You are out of your mind if you think that whites aren't oppressed also. Blacks are oppressed. We're all oppressed now. We don't. That's why I say don't bring your Democrat Republican bullshit to me, because it's this corporate machine that determines where we're going to go.
I know you didn't say it. I don't agree with that. I actually agree with what you said, but I'm also going to tell you this: the last time me and my brother were down in,
so much
Africa,
for me getting to say what the fuck I was going to say, huh? You went on for about 8 minutes. You went on for 8 minutes. Just let me have a couple more minutes.
But again, okay, so obviously you don't understand where I'm coming from. I just told you I agree with what you said.
I'm just saying. I
don't agree that black people in America. I don't believe that black people in America have any excuse. I don't believe in it. What I said is we can't deny that there's still oppression in certain arenas because it is. And I could include all, but I'm specifically talking about what you said. You said black people. I know that oppression exists for all people, but you specifically stated black people. So that's why I
In this stream, I've said white people are oppressed also. I've said it 4 or 5 times. Now, what I'm talking about is if I can make the case, I know. If I can make the case of what I'm saying, I'm going to say it in a straightforward fucking manner, dude. I ain't about worrying about how I say shit. If you're a lazy piece of human shit and you got a large number of people in your race that are destroying the American culture, I'm going to say you got a percentage of people in your race that are taking this entire culture down with you. You alone as black people are doing that in a more destructive manner than any other race on this continent is doing it. And I don't have to be pretty about how I say it.
I would have to disagree because the oppressors initiated the demise when slavery was looked at as something that was kind of like, okay. It wasn't, I mean, but don't get it twisted. Slavery existed long before European men ever existed. So I don't deny that. I don't act like the white man invented, slavery, because I know that's bullshit.
Right. No.
But what I'm really trying to get at, because I'm trying to be a little specific, there are people of color. There are people of color that are oppressed by other races of people, and I can only use the Sudan region of Africa because of the cobalt mines out there. Like, those people are fucked up, bro.
If you would have come on with that, I wouldn't have disagreed with you. You said that I have to watch. You come on. Your position, sir. Your position was that I got to watch what I say, and I'm going, no. If I can prove what I'm saying, and I'm willing to discuss it, I'll say exactly what the fuck is on my mind, and I ain't worried about watching what I'm saying. In fact, my motive is to say it better and more straightforward than anybody ever fucking has, because it needs to be said what I'm saying.
But listen, I wasn't coming at you.
You didn't prove to me what you were saying about the Russians in Israel. Maybe you could get Steele to help you with a dossier and you can send it to me. But you need to give me the knowledge that you have on which you base your statement, because I will not follow your statement blindly.
Look it up. I don't care.
Where?
Look it up.
Well, listen, what I was trying to address.
Huh?
Yeah, I wasn't trying to address black people in America only. I just said people of color. In other words, I'm speaking about people all over the globe.
You know what
particularly speaking, that's why I said it. That's why I said it that way. And you got to be careful, not like in a threatening way, you know what I'm saying? But like, we can't forget that humanity has been empowered with feeling and emotion. They're powerful feeling. And what I don't want you to do is take your good idea about calling out a bunch of lazy black Americans and saying, get off your ass and work. I totally agree with you, because I'm one of them black people that get off my ass and work. But I don't want you to lump all people of color into that same box, because a lot of people of color,
Five times I've said I'm talking about 70% of the people. I understand that. Number one, when I'm talking about all around the planet, you know what I've said about white people? We're the best goddamn mercenaries that's ever been in the last 2,000 years. And we tore the hell out of countries because we're going to get their natural resources one way or the other. Now, is that good enough for you? I'm not dreaming about white people being little innocent wallflowers. I'm just saying right now in America, the black race is sucking the life out of this culture.
Well, what you just said is good enough for me to understand your position, because I know where that narrative comes from.
I do too. I know where it comes from, but let me give you a piece of information. Before white men ever had a mercenary group, Africans had one, and they were the most feared. And so what you really need to give some respect to is that the mercenaries of the day, they learned their tactics from the jungle people. They learn how to fight with their hands and weapons from the jungle folk, aka Africans. However, I don't subscribe to looking at it from race. I think it's a heart mentality. You know what I'm saying? It's all about who you are as a human being. Because I'm black. You know what I'm saying? I'm a black man, and believe it or not, if it came down to it, I'd go to war with you before I went to war against you.
I know you would.
Snowman is saying,
I have always said that blacks.
I just stand for what's right. You know what I'm saying? If you on the side of right, I don't give a damn what color you are, brother.
I got you. Now, here, I understand that. What I'm saying is, and I know blacks are going to join whites. Trust me, 30% of them will be on the white side. Here's what I'm saying. Right now, the whites are being attacked to the degree by the oppressors with the media that own our political system, that own everything we do and think. Whites are being attacked to a degree where I'm screaming bloody murder saying, excuse me, if you're down in whites, you better have a good goddamn position. Because right now what I'm saying is the blacks are the ones sucking the fucking life out of this culture. And I'm not saying that lightly, and I got statistics to prove it. And I don't have to say that pretty. I'm not trying to be your friend with that. I'm just trying to, as an old man, say something straightforward that I can prove, and that's why I will say it.
But listen, I don't disagree with you to a point. It's not black people as a whole that are sucking the life out of this culture. It's a very small group of black ideology that's being perpetuated by the media, that's brainwashing a vast majority of black people. Because the most
about violence in the city
and have known, you know, they actually want something for themselves. They actually want to work. They actually want to take care of their families. They're not all dead. And I believe that there are more black Americans, not the N-words, because you know there's a difference. There's a difference between being black and being a, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I know a whole lot of white niggas. I know a lot of Mexican niggas.
Right.
I hope I don't get my man channel struck with the N-word, but I'm just trying to be blunt with you.
No, but you can be blunt.
That word has nothing to do with skin color at all.
What'd you say? What was that?
I said the N-word has nothing to do with skin color.
I don't even worry about the N-word. I'm saying blacks are violently attacking people across this nation like there's no other race doing it in near the numbers that the blacks are attacking violently, murdering, shooting, robbing, carjacking. The blacks are tearing up the cities across this nation. And all I'm saying is this. I don't have to show
their own people. Look, they're doing it to their own people, though.
They're doing it to whites and everybody. Anybody in their way. Anybody in their way, sir.
Listen, if you're an honest man, and not a racially emotional man, then you would understand that blacks do this to our own. We do it to our own communities way worse than they give it to your people in your community.
Yes, I know that. I didn't say they did.
And listen, what twists me up is if the white man is so evil and so devilish, why aren't we attacking white people more than what we're attacking ourselves? That's right true. There tells me it's not about race.
No, it's about race. You can say it isn't all you want, but it is now about race because the idiots that are the criminals, they are being pumped with the racial animosity. So it is about race. That's why I'm not running from race. Nobody's going to get me to run from race. I'm saying I'm this white man.
I don't want you to run from it. I don't want you to run from it. I just want you to pay attention to the facts. The facts are before we had media and television and social media, you know, there wasn't this real. I mean, there was an ugly, you know, racial divide in this country, particularly, you know, for a very long time. Yeah. But if you look at it as a whole, it wasn't perpetuated as much because it really wasn't that big of a deal.
I'm 68. I know.
But every color revolution that has ever taken place on the globe, race was used as the catalyst to get it started. And that tells me that it's not about race, because when you look at what happens after the color revolutions take place, the people that they stood up and said they were fighting for, they don't get no better.
Nope.
Government gets bigger. So is it really about race, or is it really about the acquisition of power?
Because I'm describing the people that are being the tool presently. The blacks are being the tool for destruction.
I'm actually asking that question to the panel. Is it really about race, or is it about the acquisition of power?
Well, it's about power.
It's certainly about power, and the racial politics that are put at the forefront are in order to help them grow their cause behind the scenes while making fools of everyone on the front line. Cannon fodder, as I said. And it's not just black people that are being used as cannon fodder. There is also the reverse fire or return fire that is being used in the same way. Now, party politics does tend to make the conversation retarded, but race politics does it just as well.
No.
So anyone who has a problem with people discussing party politics, Republican, conservative, Democrat, and all this, should take their racial politics somewhere where that is very important, where the identity politics, because it's all identity politics, they need to take it to somewhere where the identity politics is the key topic, so they can all drool on each other and go nowhere.
No.
My name is Uncle Ruckus, and I will be nigger sitting you two until your grandfather returns. Your granddaddy picked me because I am a licensed zoologist. I have studied a variety of wild animals, and the African male is by far the most savagely cunning. This is an opportunity to observe you niggers in your natural habitat and collect data. But be warned, whatever nigger trickery you got up your sleeves does not affect me.
If one race is causing all the problems, that has to be focused on. Get that in your noggins.
I was supposed to make you laugh, man. You're supposed to laugh.
When you say that it's one race, you are being all-inclusive of that race. I keep telling you, it is 0.5% of the 13% minority community.
Hey, let's let Brother Kelly get in here too, man.
With 70% making excuses for him, I can say the black culture is destroying American culture by itself, doing the most damage. There's no other race compared to destroying the American culture like the black culture.
Well, so let me ask you a question, brother.
That's apathy.
Look,
and I
let me ask you a question.
Is far from you. You are a passionate man. That's a good
I want to ask a good question.
Cyber. Let Greg get in here.
No, he can talk. I'm gonna wait for him. I just want to ask a real good question after you're done, Toxic. Go ahead, bro.
Go ahead.
I'm done.
Ask.
No, what my question is: if black culture is destroying this, if black culture is destroying the culture, was George W. Bush black?
Was who?
George W. Bush, was he a black man?
I'll go with corporate might and what they're doing.
It's a yes or no question. Was George W. Bush
black? Isn't destroying the culture like a young.
All right, slow down, brother. Slow down, brother. I got the floor.
No, he's not destroying the race.
Was Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton, were they black people?
They're not destroying the race.
I mean, I just need you to answer the question. I just want you to answer the questions yes or no.
Your question doesn't mean anything the way you're answering.
I mean, it may not mean anything. Hey, it may not mean anything to you because you don't agree with it. But if you follow me, we're going somewhere. So stop trying to defend and overtalk and answer the questions. Hillary and Bill Clinton, were they black people?
No, they weren't.
Okay, so who destroyed black culture more than Bill Clinton with the influx of cocaine into this country?
Blacks that destroyed themselves and are killing people in their neighborhoods, destroying people in their neighborhoods, shooting people in their neighborhoods, shooting up graduations, tearing up the high school.
Hey, when did it start? When did it start?
It doesn't matter where it started.
When did it start? When did it start? When did it start?
The same time that white people got a hold of cocaine and didn't go around killing each other.
So when did white people get a hold of the cocaine?
The same damn time they brought it into the country in bales.
Can I call bullshit, mass marauder? Can I call bullshit? Crack cocaine did not come into the black community until 1994.
Whatever.
Okay.
Whites got a hold of it too.
Hey, and if we do a little bit of homework, it don't take a lot of homework to figure this part out. American culture was being destroyed long before 1994, brother.
You are correct. You are correct. What I'm saying is what the blacks are doing now. What the blacks are doing.
Who was destroying American culture before 1994?
It wasn't the same type of destruction. It was survivable.
Who was destroying Who was destroying American culture before 1994?
We got to talk about levels of destruction.
I just want you to answer the question. Who was destroying American culture? Who was destroying American culture Who was destroying American culture?
You know what?
But who was destroying American culture before
real with this one. You know what, Brother Kelly? The white supremacist tap dance is strong in this one.
Yes, it is. And this brother right here don't want to say it. He don't want to talk about that. He just want to talk about black. He just want to talk about black people. Hey, and 100%, I agree with him. Hey, I agree with him that black culture. Hey, I agree with him that black culture is a devastating culture. I 100% agree with you. But we can't have an honest conversation if you can't be honest.
You won't answer my question. You got to determine. You got to. Who can you live next to? Bill Clinton or the black guy that's going to shoot you for $20?
Well, that's now you're comparing apples and car motors.
That's what he's doing. That's what he's doing.
No, I'm not. What I'm trying to show you. What I'm trying to show you, brother, is before black culture, before the hip hop culture was ever alive, American culture was already being destroyed.
Yes, you're correct.
Yeah, because if you recall, it was the rock and roll culture that was destroying America.
No, you're correct. It doesn't matter. There was 1,000 things that was being done negatively towards the American culture for the last 80 years.
Don't interrupt me on my own stream, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry.
For one, show a level of respect and decorum. I am the host.
Okay.
And secondly, let's not sit here and pretend that what is considered modern rap culture 30 years ago was what they saw as modern rock culture. Modern rock culture was being degraded, was being used as the reason for the degradation of society. You had record burnings at mass. You had churches and religions sitting and doing everything they could to rid the country of that filth, such as Judas Priest and Ozzy Osbourne and Black Sabbath and so on. So don't sit and tell me, sir, that white culture wasn't, quote unquote, doing the very thing that black culture is doing today, according to
society. You think the hippies that listen to rock and roll were killing and shooting people? No,
hold on.
Damn it. I want this question answered. I want this question answered. This question will be answered, or I will get the fuck off this stream. Answer this question, or I'm gone. It's up to you. I want this question.
I really don't care. Hey, I really don't care. You got something better to do. Go ahead.
I'm asking you. You said something angry. I want this question answered. Are you trying to tell me that the hippies that listen to that stupid hard rock bullshit were shooting and killing and destroying and murdering people in their fucking neighborhoods?
They took it an extra level deeper, man. Those hippies that were listening to that shit, they took over the educational institutions known as our colleges, and now they're the ones that are indoctrinating today's youth and today's young adults with that bullshit ideology, and those children are the ones destroying the nation with those hippies ideology that started the shit. So yes, in turn, yes, they did do it.
You just proved my point. No, they weren't killing anybody. Angry, you're full of shit.
Whoa, hold on. I agree.
You got people listening to rap and
listen. I agree. I mean, you don't even know how to let somebody agree with you. I agree. They weren't killing anybody. Anyway. Hey, they weren't physically killing anyone, but they were psychologically destroying.
Thank you. There's a difference. So that's my point.
So hold on. So here my point. This is why I said, is it really a racial issue? Because what I see is the devastation or the destruction of America as a whole is really the agenda, and I don't think the people in power give a fuck what race carries it about.
That's right. See, you're right. That's why I said that as a racial agenda, it is the whites that in the end will destroy the American culture. They're using the blacks as a tool, and I'm pointing out that the blacks are being allowed to use themselves as a tool in a very violent manner that will make quick work of this culture, quicker than anything.
Sir, you interrupt me one more time, and you're going to.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're
going to have to pay the fee to get back on the panel.
Oh, I'll never come back on here again. You charge me.
Hey, that might be pretty wise because you sound like a white supremacist to me.
That's okay. Yeah,
listen. I don't know if you understand this, but me and Snowman, like we brothers. I don't give a fuck what color Snowman is. Never have. I don't give a fuck what his ancestors did either. And you know what I'm saying? We just Americans that want to look at the facts. And the fact is, this war that we fighting don't have nothing to do with race. Race is being used as a tool to destroy us, and you are part of the problem if you only willing to point out black people.
I'm telling they're the ones who are murdering, the carjacking, and the robbing.
Hey, that's the thing you haven't noticed over here is I give everybody the smoke. Not just black people, but white people, purple people, and green people. Everybody gets the smoke over here. Everybody gets called out on the fuckery.
I got to get ready to roll, but I got to show y'all motherfuckers something. Boy, I'm trying to see, look, hey, brother, with the mask on, let me show you why I got to get the hell out of here. I can't even flip this shit around. Hold on. I got you. Hold on. Y'all see that right there?
No.
Y'all see that right there? Yeah, I got to go.
I don't blame you. Yeah. Woo.
Hey, you know what that pregnant belly's got your face glowing, girl.
Have a great time, Greg.
See you, Bob.
She's special. Hey, but my brother with the mask on, really my message to you is this. Just be mindful, bro. That there's a lot of devastation happening on both sides. And unless we come together, it ain't never going to stop.
I'm just pointing out who's doing the worst devastation, though. That's
the problem.
Hey, look, it don't matter which one's worse, bro.
You're full of shit.
It don't matter which one worse. We all playing the same role.
No.
We all playing the same role. We all playing the same role. Listen, what I'm trying to help you see is that while you want to put levels on which devastation is worse, you missing out on the fact that you part of it, bro.
Hey, the thing is this whole idea of trying to sit and say who's doing worse at whatnot is no different than when black people want to sit and say that their slavery was worse than the Irish slavery, or their oppression is worse than any oppression that white people are going through.
Well, I happen to have murder statistics.
Thing, dude.
I have murder statistics, statistics, and I have violence statistics.
Sitting here trying to measure dicks over who had it worse.
Nope.
I'm with you, though, man. Don't nobody give a fuck about who had it worse. We all playing a part.
Who is doing the worst right now? Who is?
Let me see. Let me see. In Ukraine, we got a bunch of white. Hey, in Ukraine, we got a bunch of white neo-Nazis running around blowing folks up. Ain't no black people over there.
Ukraine shit is nothing but the oppressor oppressing them, just like they're oppressing us.
Hey, ho. But let's address it.
The only difference is we're the ones paying for it.
Yes.
Yes, we are. Hey, Toxin. It's good to see you, man. I'm gonna be in touch with y'all. Okay.
Hey, much love, brother.
Time, and my mask brother. I hope we get to talk again, man. Stop being so damn stubborn, you old geezer.
Well,
hey, Snowman.
I want you to hear me say this. Pointing can be used as a warning, because he was trying to point things out. But pointing can also be used as a distraction.
And I'm just saying right now, I'm using it because it's valuable.
Well,
it's only valuable to keep pushing the divide.
I don't think it's valuable unless you're trying to push the divide. Then it is valuable. If you're trying to bring unity and togetherness and Americanism, the great American way, don't think like you, bro.
No, yeah, they do.
We don't think like you.
We need to divide.
Like you. Hey, Snowman, I love you, brother. I'll be in touch.
Yep, love you, man.
See you later, Bob.
All right, bro.
All right, that was actually a good exchange. And we're at the 5.5 hour mark, and Reckless Ray is streaming. I got his link out in the chat for anybody that wants to bounce over there, because what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and wind this down. We're going to bounce over to Reckless Ray's, and then I'm going to simulcast his stream.
I got a joint and a beer calling my name.
But hey, I appreciate you coming up. You're welcome to come over here and take the abuse. Okay. You can handle it.
I don't ever interrupt you and do it. If I do it, it'll be to say a word angry. I would never interrupt you and go off on a diatribe. So, but straighten me out. I don't mind that. But I mean, but if you threaten me with throwing off, you won't see me. I'm pretty easy to get rid of. I enjoyed it, Angry. I did. It was fun as hell.
I think he was just doing that to go along with what you had previously said about 2 minutes ago about how you were going to leave if your question wasn't answered.
Oh, I would have, and I wouldn't have come back, because I wanted him to answer that question, because that's pertinent. The hippies weren't killing people. People listening to rap are killing people.
No, hippies are responsible for people killing people.
Whatever. I'm saying directly, you did not have. I was in the hippie generation. Hey, it was all peace and love.
And you know what? Charles Manson never personally went out and murdered anybody either, but he
was close enough to
life. He spent the rest of his life in prison and died in prison because he supposedly was responsible for people.
I got you on that. Angry man, that's a point. But the point is, the hippies weren't Charles Manson. The hippies were just dumb old ass hippies. They didn't kill anybody. They didn't kill anybody. There was no murder going on. There was no carjackings, robberies.
Well, they didn't call it murder. They called it human sacrifice.
They called it revolution. That's what they called it.
There was nothing violent in the hippie days, man. Not other than Vietnam War.
They
and
didn't
put
call
us
it.
in.
They didn't call it violence. They called it the circle of life.
Look, we all got to go. And you know what? It's been a blast.
Yeah,
and
that's something else.
If I'm awake, if I'm up and about angry, and you come on again, and I'd have a good time coming on your channel. I've had a damn good time today, my friend, and that's all that counts to me.
Right on.
I know about the hippies.
See you guys later.
Take it easy.
Shall we say
Alrighty.
it's all of them? Can we make clear it's not all of them? It wasn't all the hippies, but there were people in those hippie communities.
No, I blame all the fucking hippies.
Hiding behind the eminence front of free love and this full spectrum of acceptance, this all-inclusive stuff. Now, you know who else was all-inclusive? Satan. He was very inclusive, especially when
it was Hitler until he wasn't.
Well, Satan was very inclusive, especially when it came to fruits. That's a double entendre.
Dude, I caught that, but you know what? I've actually heard a new theory on the whole Satan thing and the Adam and Eve thing. We'll have to talk about that on another stream.
Good deal.
But hey, I appreciate you coming through, brother, for real. This one was an interesting one. It was rather engaging and exciting there for quite a while.
Yeah, it was.
There's probably clips for days in this stream. But I appreciate you, sir, Mr. Tyler Durden, for gracing the panel with your presence. Thank you to any last final words you want to leave everybody with?
Yes, there were 10 rules to Fight Club.
I know the first two. Ha ha! I love the way he does when you always catch me off guard when you do that. But yes, everybody, thanks for coming through. I appreciate you, man. I will be dropping the simulcast for the Reckless Race stream here directly once we get this going. But everybody, I appreciate you. Thanks for coming through. Shout out to Black God Monolith. Shout out to Mrs. Hooker. Shout out to who else? Shout out to the Real Greg Kelly Show for pulling through, man, for real, and him and Miss Sugar Baby. Miss having you on the panels, man. It was a joy getting to see you come up here and stir shit up. Shout out to Damn the Luck for coming through. Artie Chico, appreciate you. Who else we have? Cyber Toxin up on the panel. Shout out to Be Brave and shout out to Chaotic Truth and Chaotic Truth Live. If you haven't yet, make sure you go subscribe to him. He has exhilarating and very engaging panels and debates, random topics spanning all across the board. Shout out to Lawrence Rattano for coming through, and Reese from Philly, the Red Dragon himself. Who else we have up in here? Damn, we have quite a few people pull through today. Shout out to Miss Georgia Swan. Shout out to Free Zone Lou for coming through. B-Rad was here. I didn't even see you. You kind of snuck in and snuck out. Who else we had up in here? Laughing Dog, Miss Georgia Swan's YouTube husband. We had my favorite Mexican, Rich the Beer Guzzler, swung through. We had Wolf Pred Hunter was up in the house today. Thanks for coming through. We had None Your Business up in here earlier. I'm sure she was still lurking from time to time. We also had Not Sure up in here from over at the Not So Common podcast. If you haven't yet, make sure you go subscribe to them fellas too. They're doing great work over there. We had Barnabas Jams, our local confused, possibly gender non-conforming. Who knows? He's our local tranny. Let's just keep it real. He's tranny curious. I really think he is, as much shit as he says about that stuff.
But yeah, that was everybody. Thanks everybody for coming through. We appreciate you. We appreciate the support. If you haven't yet, make sure you like, share, and subscribe to the stream. If you'd like to help support the channel financially, you can do so by hitting the Cash App or the PayPal links that are pinned either at the top of the chat, scattered throughout the live chat, or they are also listed in the description panel of the stream. We appreciate you. We're going to get the fuck up out of here. And we're going to do it by singing you a love song. Deuces.
You've got your problems, baby, and I've got mine. Let's just end it all by putting it together. Yeah. When you say you love me, it don't mean nothing. If you care, you'll be there like you used to be, yeah. I'm searching for the words to make you realize that I really, really want you to stay. Ooh. Tears of frustration I hold inside, but if you walk away, you'll make this grown man cry. Don't leave. Don't leave me, girl. Please stay with me tonight. Don't leave me, girl. Please stay with me too. If you take your love away from me, I'll go crazy, crazy, crazy. If you take your love away from me, I'll go crazy. I'll go insane. Stay forever. Stay forever.
You're awful.
Me? I'm awful? Oh, yeah? How am I awful?
Playing my video. Inviting me on the show. You just wanted to make fun of me. You're just like the rest of them.
You don't know the first thing about me, pal. Look what happened because of what you did, what it led to. There were riots out there. 2 policemen are in critical condition. You're laughing. You're laughing. Someone was killed today because of what you did.
I know. How about another joke, Murray?
No, I think we've had enough of your jokes.
What do you get?
I don't think so.
When you cross
I think
a
we're
mentally
done
ill
with your
loner
jokes.
with
That's
a
it.
society that abandons him and treats him like trash.
Call the police,
I'll
Gene.
tell you what you get.
Call the police.
You get what you fucking deserve.
And you know he could never be right. The white boy is back. The white boy is back. Put this foot up in your ass crack. The white boy is back. 'Cause you know he's the white boy. The white boy is back. And you know that he never smoked.